Desires Freed. The Rule of Three. Book 3. By Adom Sample. Chapter 1. Anaya. The ground shook, as if rose petals were falling into a pond on a warm autumn day. The land shimmered with each step I took. I'd left everything I ever knew behind. Sylas, my Sylas, would become my world. I would submerge myself into him and allow his reality to become my own. We'd crossed the boundaries of fate and were born anew on Aseraphelic, his homeworld. Through the clouds, sky, and undertones of euphoric particles that surrounded us, the gate guardians, Embla and Eve, had guided us to this blissful world. The moment my bare feet touched the pure white grass, I'd known I was home, a place I had longed for, in dreams and fantasies alike. "Is it everything you thought it would be?" said Sylas. He kissed the back of my hand and gazed into my eyes. "It's more than I've ever dreamed," I responded. As far as my eyes could see, the beautiful surroundings almost paralyzed me. It was as if I'd been thrown into an inhabitance that far outweighed humanity's depiction of heaven. All physical beings in this world appeared to be made of pure energy. One could see the light flowing through the trees, grass, ground, and water. The brighter they shone, the more forceful the potency of their presence. I could feel it, down in the depths of my soul. I was in complete awe. Why would Sylas ever want to leave this place? Paradise was what this world was. I never wanted to go back to where I'd come from. I'd stay here for all eternity, if I could. "Eve, please clear a path to my home. I trust it's the same as I left it," said Sylas. Her daunting presence was the size of Mount Everest as she ascended beyond the clouds. The other, called Embla, was beside her, the two of them almost mimicking each other's movements. Their names sounded so familiar. I was well versed in mythology and religion after having taken a few courses of the subject matter in pursuit of my PhD. Just about every person in Western civilization knew who Eve was, but I was sure there weren't many who knew of Embla. Both women shone bright and were angelic in appearance. "Of course, my lord," said Eve. The pond we were standing in parted and a path cleared for us, leading off into the distance. The ground lit up like magic luminous blue pebbles as Eve and Embla shrank in size and emerged before us. "This way, my lord," said Embla. Sylas took my hand, and we followed them. I was still in awe that a place like this could exist. My only question was, were we safe here? If the vampire and the human found us, I didn't know what I'd do. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life jumping between worlds, hiding from them. I was secure in the knowledge of what Sylas had told me. I guessed all we had to be concerned with now was that omni-being whom Apep told me about. If she were the mother of all things, then she'd probably be able to find us here and snatch me away from Sylas. I would just have to put my faith in him and pray that didn't happen. "I've broken just about every rule the Omni has willed into existence by bringing you here, Anaya." He caressed the back of my hand with his thumb. "Do you regret that?" "I'd do it all over again countless times, if it meant this outcome. To be with you here now, my love." He kissed the tips of my fingers, and his eyes shone white and blue. Words couldn't describe how much I'd fallen for him. I sense the blood of a chosen in her, my lord. Is she here for training? Asked Eve. Training is reserved in the Omni's universe. You know that, said Embla. I wrinkled my brow in confusion. What was this chosen stuff they kept talking about? The Rule of Three had mentioned it on more than one occasion. Yet Sylas had yet to explain it to me. Eve, please, no questions. The people on her world are not evolved enough to know about the things you speak of. You'll confuse her if you continue with your questions, said Sylas. She bowed. Of course, my lord. Please forgive me. She and Embla glided farther in front of us, and the horizon lit up like fireworks. It was so stunning. I couldn't believe my eyes. We'll be home soon. You have nothing to fear here, love. The smile on his face gave me the reassurance that I needed. You promise? I clung to his arm and pulled him close to me. As much as I can, he said. I kissed his shoulder and gazed at the scenery. We can fly there, if you want, he suggested. I rubbed his back. I don't mind walking. It'll allow me to take in the sights of your beautiful world. He smiled and kissed the top of my head. As you wish. I moved my hand from his back to his shoulder. Can I ask you something? Anything, he whispered. Those two women, who gave them their names? He chuckled and took my hand, leading me into the grass off the path we were walking. Embla and Eve stopped a few feet ahead of us, as if they could sense when Sylas was coming and going. You've been studying for years, so I suspected you'd ask me something like that. We sat in the grass, and the tiny blades caressed my skin. It felt so comfortable. So you already know what I'm going to ask? I crawled beside him and nudged him with my shoulder. Of course I do. And yes, you're right. That's Eve, from Adam and Eve in the Abrahamic religions. And that's Embla, from Ask and Embla in Old Norse mythology. From your understanding, they were both, respectively, the first women on your Earth. Many pagan and modern religions on your world share similarities because a majority of them comes from the same source. Their stories have been retold and rebranded over the millennia. But rest assured, those two women you see before you are one and the same. I pulled away from him. How can they be one and the same? He lay flat on the grass and intertwined his fingers behind his head. The Rule of Three is responsible for 10 universes in our cluster in the multiverse. The Omni delegates to us in the creation of worlds. Over 4 billion years ago, I saw to the creation of the 10 Earths of our cluster, along with the Milky Way galaxy and various other galaxies that would bring life. The vampire helped in creating the dark matter that would aid in governing the rules of the universe. The human helped in creating the Homo genus on each planet that would eventually evolve into modern-day humans. We usually don't intervene with the lives of people, but on occasion, we visit a world to see how development is going. Even Embla visited each of the 10 Earths at different points in time by my command to give me a status update on their development. Humans would eventually integrate these two women into their mythology, however. And as much as it pains me to say this, you can thank Apep for how your world came to be in its present state. He's the one who sent the asteroid that led to the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, which helped the hominid species in its most primal form to evolve and flourish. That serpent is also responsible for 3 of the 6 mass extinction events on all 10 of the Earths in our cluster. As a counterbalance, the human and I set forth what your people call the Cambrian explosion, which gave new life to various species on all worlds. We live by a creed. What happens on one must happen on all, which refers to the Earths we oversee. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start rambling on about the history of your world. He sat up and stretched his arms. Eve and Embla are the same being. They are two in one. Most of the time they live separately, but they see, feel, and experience everything as one. I know it's difficult to comprehend, love. Just think of them as one soul who occupies two bodies. He then put his arm around me and smiled. I sat there, jaw dropped. I couldn't even fathom all of what he had just told me. Everything, all our history, was created by the Seraph I'd fallen in love with. This was crazy. I tried to ease the weight of what he'd just told me by inquiring further. I thought there were only 5 extinction events on Earth. Why do you say 6? He kissed my forehead and lay back down. This may be hard for you to believe, but in the Earth's history, about 3.5 billion years ago, there was primordial life that arose. It was unlike anything that exists on Earth today. The chemistry of these life forms was unique. In your mythology, some may call them genies, while others may call them jinn. These life forms were the dominant species on all 10 planets before the human ingrained the seeds of the Homo genus on each world. The jinn existed for a few million years, until the Theia impact. Theia impact? I asked. Yes, I believe your planet's scientists theorized about this. A massive planet the size of Mars collided with Earth, and the debris from that impact caused the formation of your moon. The moon is essential in human evolution, and it serves as a beacon between the universes. Your Earth's moon, however, hasn't been activated yet. Only when it becomes a courting moon will you see its divinity. In any event, that impact was the first mass extinction. Did Apep cause that extinction too? He laughed. No. That was a natural occurrence. The Omni preordained that eons ago. Many of the things the Mother of all wills into existence are beyond even my comprehension. As with all things, we must trust in her, always. I moved closer to his torso and laid my head on his stomach. He ran his fingers through my hair as we both stared up at the golden sky. I felt so insignificant after everything he'd just told me. How could he love me? Me, of all people. This Seraph could create worlds with the wave of his hand. I was nothing in the face of that. Sitting upright, I gazed into his eyes with insecurity. I didn't understand how he could have fallen for me. Are you all right? He asked with a cute smile. No, I said bluntly. Anaya, he said, before I turned away, stood up, and walked off. Anaya, what's wrong? I ignored him and strolled down the field of grass into an open meadow. With each step I took, an abundance of blue and white butterflies flew around me and up into the air, sprinkling me with golden dust as if they were fairies. It was beautiful, but I couldn't quite enjoy it as my mind wandered. I needed a moment to wrap my head around all this. Anaya, wait! He grabbed my hand and pulled me back. Did I say something wrong? The look in his eyes was worrisome, as if he was afraid he'd lose me. What I didn't understand was how a look like that could have been so deep within him. I was insignificant in the face of his power. I knew that now. There had to be some other motive for him wanting me. I just couldn't fathom how a being of his nature would find a place for me in his heart. My mind spun in circles, and I didn't know what to believe in anymore. Anaya, my love, please stop and talk to me. What did I do wrong? His voice was desperate, but I didn't understand why. Not anymore, I didn't. Do you really love me, Sylas? Or are you trying to use me in some way? Just tell me now, and how dare you question my feelings for you? He bellowed. The tone of his voice shocked me, and he looked visibly upset. Everything I've sacrificed, and you still have doubts about what I feel in here? He took my hand and placed it over his heart. I felt it beating at a pace that matched my own. You feel this, don't you? He pierced his angelic gaze into my eyes. My heart beats for you alone now. Understand that, Anaya. Understand it well. I shied away and allowed my hand to slip down from his chest and back to my side. How can you love me? I can't believe it after what you've just told me. You predate all of known existence. There's no way someone as small as I am could have captured your heart. This is a game you're playing, isn't it? He sighed and shook his head. I knew I shouldn't have told you any of that. This is my fault. I shouldn't have put you in this position. In what position? The position of having knowledge you aren't ready for. I shouldn't have shared that with you. But I just love you so damn much. I feel as if I can tell you anything. You are the descendant of a chosen, so your dreams should have spoken to you long before you met me. I took a few steps back and gazed at him, perplexed. He'd said it again. Chosen. What did that mean? I needed answers. He advanced and cupped my face in his hands. I love you more than existence itself. We've sacrificed so much for each other. You can't allow doubt to creep into your mind. Not now. Not ever. He kissed me gently between the eyes, and a force of tranquility rushed from my face to my chest. Before I realized what was happening, we were floating into the sky. He wrapped his arms around me, and it felt as if my soul had left my body and hovered above the both of us. What was this feeling? It was similar to the euphoric sensation of climax, but so much more intense. What are you doing to us, Sylas? I pleaded desperately. Expressing my love for you, so that you may never forget. A beam of light passed through me, and I became multiples of millions of myself. It was as if I could see all dimensions of reality happening at once, and I existed in all of them. I was past, present, and future. Ecstasy would be too weak a word to describe the feeling. All was love in the eyes of my Seraph. Do you believe me now? Said thousands of his voice, speaking as one. What have you done? What is this place? My voice echoed as well. It's everything that you need right now. My love is where you are, Anaya. Allow me to prove my affection for you. This is what it feels like to be truly loved by a seraph. Like an exploding star the size of the Andromeda Galaxy, all reality around us shone brilliantly before it imploded into us both. "Holy shit!" I exclaimed. He smiled as the millions of me became one once again. It was the ultimate rush. All that he was, I felt, and all that I was became him, and he within me. I closed my eyes as Sylas took me in his arms. We floated down to the grassy field, where he laid me flat on my back. The butterflies surrounded me, showering us both in their bright gold dust. "Sylas, what just happened? I can feel everything." My skin was flushed and sweaty, as was his. I was too caught in the feeling to notice that our clothes had vanished. My body was in a cocoon of bliss, and it didn't seem as if the sensation would fade anytime soon. I looked into the distance and laid my gaze on Eve and Embla. Each time I blinked, they'd vanish and reappear. It was surreal, as if they were clouds on a stiff breeze, drifting in and out of sight. "Do you believe in my love now?" Sylas repeated the question after I failed to give him an answer. "Yes, I believe you. I believe everything," I whispered. I placed my hand on the side of his face and panted. "But why me, Sylas? Of all people? Why me?" He climbed on top of me. "Why not?" he said, as he pushed his cock inside. It felt as if my heart would explode. I was already in shock from what he'd done to me earlier. With his manhood throbbing inside of me, I was afraid I would crumble to pieces. "I fell in love with you long before I knew you were a descendant of a chosen. Your life was empty, and you refused to open your heart to anyone. The fact that you sacrificed your future and put your life at risk just to find me solidified my love for you. I am grateful that I found you, Anaya. I'm the lucky one in this tale. And now, in my world, we can express our love for one another, unimpeded." He caressed my nipples with the tips of his fingers and slowly inched his mouth to the side of my neck. "So you promised never to abandon me, like last time?" I asked. Tears streamed down the side of my face as I spoke. The thought of losing him again was like death served bitter cold. "I've already made that promise. Need I make it again?" "Yes, you do. Every time I ask you," I said assertively. He sucked on my neck and squeezed my breast tightly. As he thrust into me hard and skillfully, I wrapped my legs around him. The feel of him caressing my walls was driving me insane. A part of me wanted to come, but something in my mind told me to hold off. I still needed a question answered that had been plaguing me. "Sylas, wait," I said, as he bit my neck. Euphoria and not pain followed the puncture. That action made me want him even more. "Yes, love. What's wrong?" he panted as he drove himself deeper inside me. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth to stop myself from climaxing, because I knew if I did, I'd probably faint from the pleasure. "Tell me what's on your mind," he said. He shoved his cock all the way in and held it there. I opened my eyes and saw him staring at me, his face washed with ecstasy. "What's a chosen?" I stuttered. I had to get it out right then. If he didn't pull out of me soon, I was going to gush all over him. He smiled. Later, all answers will come in due time, he said, much to my annoyance. But I couldn't stay annoyed for very long, as he reached down and rubbed my clit with his wet thumb. From side to side, he moved his manhood against my walls while continuously rubbing my clit. That was it. I couldn't hold off any longer. He knew what he was doing. My legs began to shake beyond my control as he thrust even harder. I couldn't even speak anymore. He definitely knew what he was doing. The butterflies created an orb of light around us, and we floated to the sky once again. This is my world, Anaya. You will feel and discover every facet this life has to offer. Here, you will have all my knowledge and love. This, I promise you, he whispered. My pleasure chamber clenched around his cock as I exploded all over him. I never wanted my time with him to end. I would live for eternity this way, if I could. I give myself to you, Sylas. Forever. Chapter 2. Sylas. What do you think will come of this? Said Eve, as I carried Anaya in my arms back to the place I called home. I knew their questions would come the moment Anaya fell asleep. What do you know of my will? I turned my back on them both and walked ahead. They would not rob me of this moment or the life I'd chosen from this point forward. I wouldn't allow them to. I know of the Omni's will, as do all living things in the multiverse, said Embla. What will come of you bringing a descendant of a chosen here? After the display of affection you two put on just now, I know it can't possibly be to train her. Are you in love with this mortal? Yes, he is. I can see it in his eyes, said Eve. The Seraphim are meant to spark the influence of love in mortals, not partake in it themselves. If you are in love with this mortal, does that mean you are no longer a part of the rule of three? I stopped in my tracks and sighed. I hadn't been here a full 30 hours, and I was already being bombarded with questions. A lot has happened since my time ruling over Aseraphelic. New worlds have been created, various universes have come into existence, and you've been exiled from the rule of three, they said as one, cutting me off. I turned around to face them. Yes, that too. They gazed at me, shocked, and fell to their knees. My lord, why? What has happened? Why would the Omni punish you like this? Their eyes pleaded for answers, almost tearful. I allowed my energy to flow through them, lifting them to their feet. This isn't punishment, my beautiful guardians. I was sent to the Third Earth's universe to learn. I was foolish to think that it was my place to manipulate the human spirit for the greater good. I know now that was my mistake, and that humanity must find their own path to salvation. I looked down at Anaya's beautiful sleeping face and smiled. But I am beyond that now. In learning the error of my ways in one sense, I have created an entirely new problem. One I cannot let go. I fell in love. They floated toward me and stared at Anaya's face alongside me. But her bloodline will bring forth a chosen someday, my lord. If you keep her here, There's no telling what'll happen to the world her descendants are meant to save. The Omni will never allow that. You can't allow that. Billions of lives may be at risk if you continue this path, said Eve. A chosen will not come forth until over 1,000 years from now, I rebutted. One may not come at all if you claim her, said Embla. Enough, I bellowed. The grass and trees fluttered, and the air around us rippled. I didn't want to hear any more, because I knew I couldn't give her up. My heart wouldn't allow it, no matter the consequences. I would find another way, somehow. As you wish, my lord. We trust in your benevolent wisdom to make the right choice, they said. With a subtle smile, they glided into the air and grew in mass. I glanced up at them, expressionless. Their words rang true, but I couldn't let that force me to deviate from my heart. She was mine, and no one else's. I knew I was selfish, but that didn't matter to me anymore. After millions of years of living selflessly, I'd earned the right to be a little selfish. Where are we? Anaya asked. I pulled the sheets away and placed her on my bed. She needed energy, something to eat. Are you hungry? I asked. She stretched her arms and legs and gazed at her surroundings. The smile on her face told me that she'd be right at home here. I'm starving, actually. I haven't eaten anything since I ran into those humans on that red earth. I waved my hand above my head. You're going to enjoy this, I smiled as the entire room began to morph. What are you doing? She asked, startled. You'll see. Furniture materialized all around us with fabric as soft as feathers. The walls became the shiniest solid gold, and down hung a luxurious massive chandelier made of diamonds that sparkled like tiny fireflies. The room stretched on all 6 sides as Anaya stared in awe. Are you doing this? She asked. This is my world. I control everything, even the physics of reality, I explained. Anaya clutched one side of the bed as it expanded to twice its previous size. Her reaction made me chuckle. There. I dropped my hand to my side. That's much better. I'll try to accommodate all the things you see here to your understanding. My world can be a little overwhelming for mortals. She stood from the bed and hopped down. This is amazing, Sylas. It looks like the inside of a futuristic Buckingham Palace. It's stunning. I can't believe it, she said. Her excitement filled my heart with joy. Never did I think I'd be here now, with her, breaking just about every rule ever willed by the Omni. I guess I could thank Anaya for my continued rebellious behavior. What would you like to eat? I sat on the woven carpet made of the soft strings of the butterfly wings on my world. It had the touch of cotton, but felt much more delicate. One could fall asleep on the floor alone, it was so comfortable. Anaya laid her head on my lap and gazed up at the dazzling chandelier as it twinkled like twilight just before the sunset. I looked down at her, and we both smiled as we locked eyes. Pizza, she exclaimed happily. I ran my fingers through her hair. Pizza? Of all the delicacies I can conjure up, you want pizza? Hey, a girl's gotta eat. And besides, done right, pizza can be considered a dish of fine dining. Not to mention it's my favorite food. She rubbed her belly in anticipation. Very well. I knocked on the floor and a holographic image of a woman appeared in front of us. "Hi, what is it you desire, sir?" Her eyes widened, and she stood there gaping. "My lord, you're back! I can't believe it! Our lord is back, everyone!" Anaya sat up and looked at the hologram, then smirked. She seems excited. I guess even Embla didn't mention to anyone that I'm here yet. I turned my attention back to Anaya and kissed the top of her forehead. "My lord, it's been millennia. What brings you back?" the woman said. "Hello, Arella. Yes, it has been a long time. Nothing in particular brought me back. I just missed home." I glanced away. I didn't want her or anyone else to know my real reason for returning. No one needed to know. "What's life like living in the Omni's universe? And how are the vampire and the human? I trust they're keeping you busy," she said with a smile. "Life is as grand as it can be. To answer your other questions, yes, the rule of 3 does keep me busy," I laughed. Anaya got up and sat on the bed. "Is that a mortal?" The holographic representation of Arella grew nearer to Anaya. "Her blood glows with the power of all 3. Is she a chosen?" She surveyed Anaya, her eyes growing more curious. I materialized between her and Anaya and gave a disconcerted look. "Do not mention the word chosen around her again. You know the rules," I said in an imposing tone. She lowered her gaze and backed away. "Of course, my lord. I'm sorry." I knew that each time someone said that word, or referred to her as a chosen, Anaya would become more curious. With the way she'd reacted to my explanation of the cosmos, I didn't want to throw her mind into another tailspin. She might flip if she knew her origins. That was something I couldn't risk. "What is this chosen business? Are you ever going to tell me?" Anaya asked, crossing her arms. "In due time," I said. She squinted at me and crossed her legs. I feared I'd soon have no choice but to tell her how important she was to the world she called home. I looked away and turned my attention back to Arella. "Excuse me, Arella, but would you get us something to eat? Anaya would like a pizza." Her brow wrinkled. "Pizza? Since when do you eat pizza? Since when do you eat at all?" I knew I shouldn't have asked her for anything. She always asked too many questions. "Please just get us some pizza. No more questions," I said. She exhaled exhaustedly. "All right, my lord. What kind of pizza do you want?" I turned to Anaya and raised my brows. "Oh," she stood from the bed. "Pepperoni, jalapenos, green peppers, and pineapple." Arella gaped in surprise. "Pineapple? You want pineapple on your pizza?" I gazed at them both and tried not to laugh. "If she wants pineapple, then get her pineapple," I said through a smile. Arella bowed. "As you wish, my lord." The holographic image of her disappeared, and I took Anaya's hand. "I can't believe this," she said. "Believe what?" I kissed her wrist. "That here, even here on a world populated by angels, people would scoff at me for wanting pineapple on my pizza." I laughed, and she pulled her hand away. "Is there some general code that everyone in the known universe decided upon that forbids pineapple on pizza?" I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her close. "Ignore her, love. She's just pushing your buttons." I kissed her cheek. She kissed me back, wiggled herself out of my grasp, and flopped onto the bed. "These sheets are so comfortable. I could lie here forever." She wrapped herself in the blankets and put her head on one of the pillows. She looked like a beautiful fairy that I never wanted to let go. I joined her on the bed and pulled the covers away. As much as I didn't want to change the mood, I had to ask the question. The last thing I wanted was for her to grow weary of the choices she'd made in coming to my world. Worse yet, weary of us. Anaya. I shuffled myself closer to her until our bodies touched. How long are you willing to stay here with me? Forever, she said without hesitating. Forever is a long time, love. What about your family and friends? Are you willing to say goodbye to them forever? She wrapped her arms around my head and pulled me into her bosom. What's wrong, Sylas? Why are you asking these questions? I made my choice the moment I let Apep trick me into going to that vampire world to find you. She kissed the top of my head and then pressed her cheek against it. But your parents and that fellowship, your future as a psychologist, your loved ones. What if you start to miss them? You may resent me for taking you away from them. She pinched my side. Ouch! I exclaimed. Sylas, listen to me carefully. The block of time I was without you was like hell for me. I'm never going back to that. My family and friends have their own lives to worry about. I'm a grown woman who knows what she wants. And what I want is you. I felt her heart beating as she hugged me tighter. You've given up so much more than I have, Sylas. I can't even begin to imagine what the repercussions of bringing me here will be for us both. I looked into her eyes and kissed her bottom lip. We'll face them together. I'll never let anything happen to you. I swear it. As Anaya closed her eyes and moved in for a kiss, Aurella materialized at the foot of our bed. Your pineapple pizza's ready. She placed the medium-sized pizza on the table closest to the bed and stared at us. Anaya jumped up in shock. Where did you come from? I didn't hear any doors open. Aurella laughed. Doors, she said dismissively. Thank you, Aurella. You may leave now. I pierced my gaze at her so she'd get the hint. Of course, my lord. Enjoy your meal. She bowed and soon vanished from sight. Anaya sat back down and pulled her knees to her chest. I suppose privacy isn't that much of a thing on your world, huh? I smirked. Actually, it is. Aurella's just being intrusive, as she usually is. But don't worry, she's harmless. Anaya crawled across the bed to the table where Aurella had placed the pizza. She took a slice and inhaled the aroma before taking a bite. Wow, this is delicious, she said while chewing. I'm glad you like it. I materialized a bottle of red wine in 2 glasses. Care for a drink? I poured her a glass as she took another bite of pizza. With the way she was going in on that slice, one would think she hadn't eaten in a week. She finished the slice and grabbed another. Pizza sauce and the grease from the pepperoni had attached themselves to the sides of her mouth. I set the glass in front of her in such a way as to draw her attention. She stopped and stared at me. You have quite an appetite, I said with a smile. She looked down at her hands. They were covered in grease from the pizza. Well, this is embarrassing. She took a napkin and wiped her hands and mouth. I'm sorry. It just feels like I haven't eaten in days. She set the napkin on the table and took a sip of wine. I'd probably have to feed her with a bit of my energy before she devoured this entire pizza by herself. Anaya, I think there's something I should mention. With another slice in her hand, she folded her legs, sat upright, and took a bite. It isn't anything bad, is it? She asked. I couldn't help but reflect on how beautiful she was, even with food in her cheeks. No, nothing bad. It's just the time differential. She swallowed. Time differential? Yes, that could explain why you're so hungry. I wiped a bit of sauce from her mouth with my thumb. Just like the Omni's universe, my world is located in the singularity of a collapsed star. When we traveled through that portal, 31 hours passed within a few seconds. I probably should have told you that when we made it through. I took a drink of my wine as she stared at me, dumbfounded. 31 hours? She put her pizza back on the plate. So how much time on my world has passed since we've been here? Time is relative. We could live on my world for an eternity and not see a single second pass on your world. Through the Omni, I control this reality. But I'm weakened. When I was cast out of the rule of 3, a bulk of my powers were stripped from me. I'm still very powerful by mortal standards. I just can't create portals between the universes, nor can I re-enter the Omni's universe. So, when you used the energy from a pep, was the only time you were able to create a portal? Yes. The only way we can travel between the universes is if I ask the vampire and the human for help. As I've said before, the only way they can enter my world is if I invite them. But if I do that, there's no doubt in my mind they will rip us apart and maybe banish me to a universe that isn't part of our cluster. And we'd never see each other again? She asked, worry written all over her face. I'll never let that happen. Trust in me. She moved in closer to me and wrapped her arms around my body. I will. Just as long as you trust me when I tell you that I choose you over everything in my life. Never question it, and never wonder. All right? I smelled the sweet scent of her hair and hugged her tight. I'll never wonder, love. You have me, I affirmed. The atmosphere moved as I allowed midnight to descend. She did indeed have me. As long as she was here with me, she would never taste death. Chapter 3. Anaya. Follow me. I'll guide you, said Sylas. He waved his shining golden hand toward me so I would follow. I was scared. I didn't know if he was joking around or if he genuinely thought I could fly. I wasn't an angel, seraph, or pixie. Whatever was going on in his head, I could only hope it was sanity. I can't. I'll fall, I said, as I tiptoed away from the edge of the cliff I was gazing down from. You won't fall. I've given you a piece of me. Just use it, he said with confidence. He flew off the cliff and up into the air. My knees shook as I inched closer to the edge and looked down into the canyon. The bottom was full of clear water that sparkled unlike anything I'd ever seen. I supposed if I did plummet downward, the water would break my fall to some extent. But that depended on how shallow the water was, and I couldn't see below the surface from way up here. You trust me, don't you? He said. His optimism about me being able to fly was cute, but nevertheless, misplaced. I had no confidence that I would be able to fly like him. I kept peeking over the edge to psych myself up. Just jump. It'll be all right, he encouraged me. I still couldn't believe I'd agreed to this. You'd better not let me fall, Sylas, I shouted. He smiled, and it gave me comfort. I took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, and stared directly at him. Come on. He waved his hand for me to jump. I closed my eyes, ran toward the cliff, and jumped into the air. "Anaya!" he yelled. The wind blew through my hair. It felt as if I was spiraling down. I didn't want to open my eyes as I was too afraid. The water at the bottom of this canyon was calling my name. I just hoped Sylas caught me before I reached its surface. "Anaya, wait!" Sylas shouted. I felt the air getting thinner, so I opened my eyes. Floating past the clouds, I realized that I wasn't falling. I was flying, straight up. I freaked out and started futilely grabbing at the clouds as if they'd stop my ascent. Fear gripped me as my limbs flailed around, and I had no idea how I was going to stop myself from floating into space. "I got you," yelled Sylas. He caught me from above and slowly brought me back down. My heart was thumping like crazy, and my hands were shaking. Flying was one thing, but floating above the atmosphere into the vacuum of space was another. How in the hell did that just happen? I embraced him and wrapped my legs around his waist. Did gravity not exist on this part of his world? I looked Sylas in the eyes, and I could tell he was trying to hold back his smile. "You think that's funny?" I asked, squinting. He erupted in laughter as we gravitated to the center of the canyon. "I'm sorry, love." He wiped his eyes with his right hand. "But the look on your face when you realized you were flying straight up was funny as hell." I snickered and hung on to him for dear life. I didn't know if I was going to fall or float if I let go of him. "Don't be afraid. If you float away again, I'll catch you," he said, grinning. What is this place? Do the laws of gravity not apply here? He continued to laugh. "Gravity applies everywhere. As I told you before, you have a part of me with you now." I grew even more confused. "What does that even mean, Sylas?" He looked away and slowly loosened his grip on me. Wait, don't let me go!" I shouted. "It'll be all right. Just concentrate on me. I won't let you fall," he assured me. I slowly released my grasp on his shoulders and arms. A strange sensation of lightness ran through me as I began to float. "See? You're doing great," he said. I broke eye contact and looked down at the water beneath us. I couldn't believe I was doing this. How is this possible? I'm only human. Humans don't have powers. He let go of me entirely and glided a few inches away from me. "Yet you're doing it all the same," he smiled. The anxiety within me was fading as I assumed control of my bearing and started to glide on my own. This is amazing. I can't believe I'm flying. This isn't a dream, is it? Like before? "No, Anaya. This is real. I don't need to invade your dreams. You know everything there is to know about me. You're flying for real now." He removed his black silk shirt and flew circles around me. His body sparkled like golden-colored diamonds. I could feel his warmth. I wanted more of it, eternally. I looked down at my white nightgown and saw something I knew was impossible, but it was still there. My eyes couldn't have been playing tricks on me. How? "Embrace it, love. You feel it just as I do. We are one now," he said. My body was glowing in the same way his was, but the hue was a golden pink. Energy deep in my gut felt as if it were going to explode out of me at any moment. I could feel Sylas without even touching him. It was as if we indeed were one. "What are you doing to me?" I pleaded for an answer. "As I've said before, love, you have a part of me now." "What does that mean, Sylas? Please just tell me." The energy within me was getting stronger as my soul soared to heights of bliss I never knew existed. "In due time," he said, just as he had many times before. "No, Now! Tell me now!" I demanded. The feeling was becoming so intense that I was afraid I'd soon lose my ability to speak. My body shook as if I were possessed. Every atom of my being felt as if it were climaxing on its own. It was too much for me to take. I lifted my arms above my head and floated down to the water below, my body facing the sky. Sylas hovered above me, his eyes changing from gray to hazel right before me. They were enchanting. The sky turned dark blue and thundered as though it were a raging monster let loose from its cage. I felt at peace as the seconds passed slowly. I thanked whatever had fated Sylas and me into this moment. He reached for me and wrapped his right arm around my waist before I touched the clear blue water below. Particles of tranquility fixated sublimely around both of us, and when we touched, our auras merged into one, creating a mix of pink and gold that blinded me to the awe that was my lover. What had I done to deserve such pleasure? Being here, with him, it was all so unimaginable. What's happening to us? How can this feeling be real? Tears of happiness fell from my eyes. This is only a small portion of things to come. I've never allowed anyone to see this side of me. It's been kept hidden since the dawn of my creation. But now, with you, Anaya, I can be free. I can let my heart and all of my desires, my passions, be free. What about your mission? I thought you wanted to get back into the Omni's universe. That no longer matters to me. Paradise is here, with you. He neared his lips closer, and I could feel his luscious softness before we even touched. It was as if our souls kissed before our physical bodies could engage. I closed my eyes as his plush tongue entered my mouth. Our kiss triggered the sky to change, transforming from a thunderous blue into a vibrant, bright red. Perfect. It was all so perfect. Orange flames erupted all around us, burning away our clothes, yet they didn't touch our skin. The fire was cold like snow, an impossibility like so many other things in this world. Our burning clothes transformed into fireflies and flew into the sky. He withdrew his mouth from mine and stared into my eyes. "Are you ready?" he asked as he ran his thumb down the center of my neck. "Ready for what?" "This." The water below consumed our bodies as we entered its liquid essence. I didn't know how, but I was able to breathe just fine, as was Sylas. The glow our bodies were emitting dimmed, but didn't fade completely. I could hear all the life that lived within the river we found ourselves in, from the biggest of fish to the smallest of microbes. The sounds were like music, a beautiful utopia of composition. It was unearthly to my mortal ears, and I loved it. "Listen, they're singing for you," said Sylas. I didn't want to run anymore. I didn't need to question his love. It was as evident as the raindrops, as fire burns, that he, my seraph of love and desire, was for me alone. I would return his affection with all that I was, and more. I promised that to myself, as well as to him. "Hold on to me tightly. This is going to be daunting," he said. I swam above him and latched onto his back. His glow intensified, but mine remained the same. I braced myself for whatever he had planned. With him, it was always one awe-inspiring surprise after another. Everything around us began to change. The river expanded in all directions as the land masses stretched outward until they were no longer visible. What started as a small current of water had now transformed into an endless ocean. Something that appeared to be a whale swam toward us. The skin of this animal looked to be made of blue glass as it reflected the sun's rays beautifully. I couldn't believe my eyes. Just before the massive whale-like creature got too close, it plunged deep into the ocean, singing melodies that were captivating to my ears. Sylas pointed us in the direction of the whale's wake. "You're going to love this," he said. I didn't know if I would be able to talk underwater, so I kept my response to myself. The fact that I was breathing in this ocean was crazy in its own right. So, I did only what I thought I could do. I held on tightly and nodded, pressing my chin on the back of his neck. He swam more in depth into the ocean, following the creature as blue and orange lights sparkled in the distance. I couldn't tell if they were life forms or crystals reflecting rays from the surface. Whatever they were, it was stunning all the same. I wanted to be part of it. We gained speed, and the force from the water made it difficult to keep my eyes open. We glided through flashes of light as I hugged Sylas with all the strength in my tiny body. Jellyfish the colors of gold and amber swarmed around us as if we weren't even moving. These fish didn't have tentacles, only rays of light that shot out beneath them. The light was warm and comforting, like a new high I wanted to experience more and more. The pressure from the depth we were going was almost non-existent. How could he manipulate the physics of an entire ocean? It was mind-boggling, but not unexpected. After all, he was a seraph with the power to create entire planets. I found it difficult at times to wrap my mind around the fact that I was a part of his world. Our speed increased tenfold. We soon overtook the whale, and for the life of me, I thought I'd seen the creature smile as we passed. Barely able to keep my eyes open, I buried my face into the back of Sylas's neck. "Allow my power to flow through you. I don't want you to miss what's coming," he said in my mind. I breathed the water into my lungs deeply and focused my thoughts on us together. The glow around my body illuminated everything around us, and my strength increased dramatically. I opened my eyes and saw something I knew was impossible, but it was there. A city, a marvelous city, with aquatic architecture with lights, like New York on New Year's Eve. I didn't know what material the buildings were made of, but it shone like glass and silver. Everything was smooth, with no points or square-like fixtures. It was almost as if the entire city were fashioned after starlit spheres. "Hold your breath," he said. I did as he wanted without question. I pushed all the water out of my lungs and held my breath. We came upon what appeared to be the surface of a pond. We splashed out of the water like a dolphin jumping into the air from the ocean. Both of us hit the air in slow motion. Water dripped from our bodies in all directions, and I couldn't tell which way was up. "Breathe, my love. Let the air fill your lungs," he said. I raised my head, closed my eyes, and took the deepest breath I ever had in my life. The air was so fresh, it felt as if I were cleansing my lungs of all the toxins I'd inhaled on my world. After the water had thoroughly washed away from my sight, I gazed up and saw the city with an unobstructed view. It was a world within a world. How could such a place exist? An underwater city just beneath the ocean. While we were out of the water, we still floated as if we were submerged in the sea. Magical wasn't a strong enough word to describe this place. Every moment was like a new adventure, and I needed to experience all of it. Not much has changed. It appears the subterraneans enjoy keeping their society the way it is, said Sylas. Subterraneans? I asked. Yes. 50,000 years ago, beings whose world was destroyed by the collapse of their star created advanced technology that enabled them to flee for their safety. They stumbled upon my world, and with the Omni's blessing, I granted them a haven here. These beings don't come from our cluster of universes, so they aren't humanoid. The subterraneans are the last of their species in the multiverse. I didn't want such a beautiful race to go extinct. Which cluster did they come from? I was curious as ever to hear about universes that weren't governed by our rule of 3. It must be so different from the reality I knew. A cluster that no longer exists. It encapsulated 20 universes that either expanded out of existence or merged with other universes. Of all the species those 20 universes birthed, the subterraneans were the only survivors, he explained. It amazed me, the many things in this reality I knew nothing about. This was so intriguing. What do they look like? I asked. You'll see soon enough. Hand in hand, we flew toward the city as the wind from the force of our speed dried our bodies. A wall of pink light appeared a few feet in front of us, and the faster we flew, the closer the wall became. What is that light? I asked. A materializer I created. You don't want to meet the subterraneans bare naked, do you? He kissed the back of my hand. I trusted he knew what he was doing. He passed through the light as its warm, comforting rays illuminated our skin. On the other side, we found ourselves fully clothed, fresh and clean. Sylas was wearing a white silk shirt that hugged his muscled body. His pants were made of the same material, but were loose over his legs. A pink polyester dress that covered me from my neck to my ankles materialized on my body. It was free and comfy as well. I loved it. In the distance, I saw tiny blue lights roaming around the city. Some slow, others fast. What are those things? I asked. Sylas smiled and pulled me closer to his chest as we sailed downward. The subterraneans, he responded. I raised my brows in disbelief. You're saying these life forms exist as balls of light? With billions of years of evolution under their belt, they can exist as anything they wish. Most choose to exist as pure energy, while others may take on other forms. They were advanced enough to find my homeworld, so it would only make sense. We both looked up, and to my shock, a swarm of them was headed straight for us. It had to have been 50 of them. They swirled side by side, forming a sizable hollow triangle. We soon found ourselves in the center of this formation. Welcome, Sylas. It's been so long. I was amazed by the allure of their voices. It sounded as if hundreds of beings were speaking as one. Their collective voice was feminine and enchanting. We've missed you. How are things within your rule of 3? They said. We flowed deeper into the hollowed triangle and neared the city. I could see more clearly the civilization these beings had built. It was then I realized their city wasn't made of glass and silver at all. Everything was translucent, glowing with metallic brightness that shocked my senses. I couldn't believe how advanced these aliens were. They were light years ahead of anything I'd seen on Earth. I was in love with all that I saw. Hello, Collective. Yes, I know it's been a while. Even Embla said the same when I first arrived. I've brought a guest with me. Her name is Anaya Myers. Please welcome her, said Sylas. I gazed at the aliens, and they began to change color, reflecting all hues in the rainbow. Welcome, Anaya Myers. It is a pleasure to have you here in our domain. Are you human? They asked. Their voices still had me hypnotized, to the point where I didn't know how to respond. Sylas looked at me and smiled. Yes, she's human. I think she may be a little overwhelmed by your presence, if you don't mind. Of course, please forgive us, they said. The triangle dissipated, and the subterraneans flew back to their city. Before my eyes, everything began to change. It was as if someone had flipped a switch, and the entire view transformed into a replica of Times Square, but with much more light. The subterraneans morphed into humanoid form, yet their bodies were metallic gold that shone just like Sylas. These aliens were like animated golden statues, walking among their luxurious metropolis. One of the subterraneans flew back up to us, and with its bright yellow eyes, gazed right at me. Is this more to your liking? The alien asked. I was dazed at how fast they could change their entire society just for me. Each day with Sylas was something new, and I loved it. Yes, I love it no matter what, I said. The alien smiled and flew back to the city. Sylas and I floated there and looked at each other for a moment. I know everything seems a little overwhelming, love. I'm sure the ethereal beauty of my world will become less intimidating the longer we're here. Okay. I kissed his hands, and we flew down to the city. The lights became brighter as the warmth from it covered my skin. I couldn't wait to meet them. Just as long as Sylas didn't leave my side, I was sure I could cope. Chapter 4. Anaya. Welcome. The Seraph has returned. Greet him as you wish, and pay homage to his hospitality. As always, we are in his debt, shouted a glowing sphere from above. It shone as bright as the sun. We laid our feet on a glass road that sparkled with each step we took. Everyone bowed before us. I couldn't believe how beautiful these subterraneans were. While they appeared to be made of gold, their skin at times became transparent, which gave sight to the light within them. A few of them stepped forward, and their bodies transformed. Their colors changed from gold to silver, and then nude. Soon, they looked just like the people on my homeworld, with hair and everything. We hope that this form will better suit your guest, Seraph, one of them said. This will be perfect. I thank you for being so accommodating, said Sylas. You never have to say thank you. We do it with pleasure. Sylas nodded as we walked down the glass road. With each subterranean we passed, they changed from gold to human flesh. Their clothes matched the attire of the people from the universe we'd just left. This species has a collective consciousness. What one sees, they all see. What one knows, they all know. That's why I called them the collective earlier. They're peaceful and giving. They've never known war. Within their cluster of universes, all things came together in harmony. The subterranean homeworld never experienced any extinction-level events, They were the first and only species to evolve on their world. But like all things in the multiverse, it had to end, he whispered. Why'd it have to end? I asked. It's the way the Omni designed reality. All universes either merge with other universes or expand until the fabric of reality rips open and is destroyed. It's a never-ending cycle where one universe ends and another begins. How long did their universe exist before it was destroyed? My curiosity grew. I believe somewhere around 50 billion years. There's no set time for when a universe will expire. The Omni allows the multiverse to flow naturally on its own. She rarely interferes with anything. Most of that is left to us, the rule of 3. Or, in the Subterraneans' case, the Ten Nina Collective. I stopped walking and pulled Sylas by the hand. What's that? The Ten Nina Collective? Similar to the rule of 3, the Ten Nina Collective was the governing body of their cluster of universes, 20 in total. But the collective no longer exists. Once the universes for a cluster are destroyed, in most cases, the entities who govern them will cease to exist as well. They can choose to either live out eternity in the Omni's universe, or perish. The Ten Nina Collective consisted of 6 entities. 2 chose to perish, while the other 4 live in the Omni's universe. Did they look like the Subterraneans? No, it's hard to describe their physical appearance. They are completely unlike us. That's as well as I can define them. He continued to walk and tugged me along. I was fascinated to learn about the universe. When he'd first told me about humanity's origins, I'd been shocked to the point where I was questioning everything. His love for me, my purpose for being here, and even his true motives. But now, my hunger for knowledge had overcome my insecurity. I was a part of his world now, and the more I knew about it, the better I'd be able to navigate it. Come on, Anaya. There's something I want to show you. He pulled me forward, which woke me from my stargazing. I looked ahead, and a portal appeared in front of us. It glistened with sparkling rays of blue light. I thought you didn't have enough power to open another portal. Are we going to another universe? I asked. Oh no, he laughed. This is a waterway to the home center of their city. You're going to love it. His eyes were full of excitement. All right, let's go, I said. He then scooped me up and held me close. All the Subterraneans backed away and waved us goodbye. The light from the portal consumed us as Sylas walked through with me in his arms. Within an instant, we were in the center of one of the most marvelous palaces I'd ever seen. A woman the size of Eve and Embla when I first came to this world was at the center of the massive ballroom we were standing in. She kneeled and laid her hand out on the floor as if she wanted Sylas to step upon it. Her hand was twice the size of both of us. Are you nervous? He asked me. I gazed around the ballroom and then at the woman. Yes, but I trust you, I said. He kissed me between the eyes and walked onto the woman's hand. Without so much as a word, the woman stood up and held her hand out in front of her. Giant white wings appeared from behind her back. She flapped them 3 times, which filled the room with sparkling white dust. The dust smelled like roses and strawberries. Sylas held me tighter as the woman lifted us above her head. The rooms were so immense that we weren't even near the ceiling when this massive woman lifted us into the air. I looked down and realized we had to have been at least 100 feet up. Enjoy, the woman said, then vanished right from underneath us. dissipating into a cloud of red smoke. "Oh, Puck!" I exclaimed, as I thought we'd tumble to the ground. I planted my face into Sylas's chest and closed my eyes tight. And then suddenly, drops of water fell on us from above. "Don't be afraid. We can fly, remember?" Sylas chuckled. I looked at him and raised my brows. Why the hell did she disappear like that? What is all this? "It's the beginning of something great. Look down," he said. I motioned my head away from his chest and gazed at the ground below. To my amazement, the ballroom had transformed into a luscious forest of the brightest green I'd ever laid eyes on. With each raindrop that hit the surface, a tree, bush, or flower would sprout up. "Have you ever made love among the trees in nature?" he asked. It seemed as if everything on this world changed on a whim. I could smell the sweet flowers and grass as they emerged from the ground. It was all so magical. "Why did that woman bring us up here?" I asked, taking deep breaths. "For a better view. She's what the subterraneans like to call the mother of life. They conditioned her to please your eyes. Her natural form would be too overwhelming for you to comprehend. When she dissolved, the seeds of life dispersed all around us, creating this beautiful forest," he explained. "Wow," I replied. That was the only thing I could say. The scenery was similar to the Amazonian rainforest back on Earth, but much cleaner, untouched by man. I was in love with it. "What do you say we have a walk down there?" Sylas suggested. I wiped a drop of water from his cheek and caressed the side of his neck. "I'd love to." Chapter 5. Sylas. Her body was so soft in my arms as we descended to the green paradise that morphed beneath us. I'd wanted to do this the moment we got here. We'd be alone to soak in one another's souls and learn further the depths of our feelings. My heart, just as always, was right on my shoulder, calling her to fill the hole that had been left dormant for so long. Even this day, as I caressed the pure brown skin of her deliciously smooth legs, I couldn't help but wonder how I'd become so lucky. Here, we were safe. Here, we could do as we wished. I planted my feet on the warm, velvety grass and set Anaya down beside me. "What is that smell? I love it," she said, as she lifted her nose in the air while taking deep breaths. The flowers here give off an exotic scent that acts not only as a healing agent, but also as an aphrodisiac. It will serve its purpose for what I have planned, I said. She turned to me and grabbed my right hand. "I want you inside me," she said, licking her lips. I'd known the essence of this place would affect her this way. However, I didn't want to jump right into lovemaking before a little foreplay. "Soon, love, but first let's explore. I haven't been here in thousands of years, and this place changes with each new soul that enters." "How so?" she asked. "You'll see," I smiled. The grip she had on my hand tightened as she tried to pull me down to the ground. "Come on, Sylas. I want you." Her eyes were desperate with need. Perhaps the effects of this place were too intense for her to handle. I placed my finger under her chin and brought her up from her knees. How much do you love me? I asked. I already knew the answer, but I enjoyed hearing her reconfirmations. The emotion behind her spoken words heightened my consciousness. More than myself. I'd do anything for you. You know that. The sound of her voice was passionate, just as I knew it to be. We gazed into each other's eyes, and the finger I had under her chin began to glow. And I love you more than myself too, Anaya. I'd sacrifice my immortality to hear the sweet sound of your voice. I'd die 1,000 times if it meant I could feel the warmth of lush legs wrapped around me just once. We are one now, and nothing will change that. Glowing white birds flew up above, singing melodies that could only be heard by us. It served to amplify the intense emotions that were spilling out from both of us. A single drop of crystallized energy arose from my finger and floated just above her mouth. Close your eyes and stick out your tongue, I commanded. She did as I said without question. It took every ounce of my self-control to keep from sucking her sweet, wet tongue. I had to maintain my composure until the time was right. Just one kiss would lead to my unrelenting urge to push myself inside her. I had to wait. The tiny crystal of energy floated down until it touched her tongue. This little portion of my power would give her the control she needed to resist the lustful stimulants of this place. She moaned as the energy slid down her tongue and into her body. The sound of her sensual voice had my cock throbbing. She swallowed and opened her eyes. What was that? She asked. Something to help you control yourself, I said. Breathing slowly, she looked up at me and bit her bottom lip. I still want you, she confessed. I laughed. I want you too, but let me show you something first. I moved to her back and wrapped my arms around her waist. She overlapped her hands on mine and kissed my neck. I can't believe I'm here right now. I've fallen in love with an angel, and that angel has fallen in love with me. It's like a dream come true, she said. I hugged her tighter. You are my dream, Anaya, and unlike all other dreams, this one will never end. She tilted her head to look me in the eye. You promise? Her voice held a hint of fretfulness, hidden behind fervency. Yes, love, I promise, I assured her. I then pointed out into the distance where a waterfall made of liquid gold was tumbling down the rocks and trees. Where did that come from? She asked. I could sense the shock in her voice. That's what I wanted to show you. In this place, whatever you imagine will come true. Just think it, and it will appear. Did you think that waterfall up just now? Yes, and I can just as easily make it disappear. Within an eye's glance, the waterfall vanished and was replaced with colorful bushes and flowers. That's amazing, she said, smiling. Close your eyes and let your mind tell this place what you want to see. Let it know what you desire. Allow what you crave to manifest into reality, I whispered. Caressing her shoulders, I gazed into the field of trees and witnessed everything around us change. The sky became dark as night, with rainbow auras floating among the barely visible dark clouds. The grass lost all pigmentation and was white as the clothes we now wore. The melody the birds were singing grew more intoxicating as crickets materialized and began to chirp. The scenery was well known to me. Anaya knew what she was doing. "How do you like it? Does it look familiar?" she asked. I spun her around and held her warm, gentle body close to mine. Her eyes were full of yearning, which mirrored my affection. She wanted to recreate the moment I first revealed myself in her dreams. Unlike last time, my Anaya would consent and allow me to taste the soft wetness between her thighs. "What are you thinking of?" she asked. "The only thing I've thought about since the moment I entered your dreams." "And that would be?" She put her hands under my shirt and caressed my chest. "This." I lowered my hands to her waist and raised the nightgown up and over her head. She removed my shirt and pants, slowly, titillating the sensation of want with every touch, every desire I felt for her. "I don't want you to hold back, Sylas. Give me all of you. I want to experience everything." I placed my index finger under her chin as I caressed her bottom lip with my thumb. "I don't think you'll be able to endure everything I have to offer," I warned her. She took my hand and lowered it to her breast. "You said I have a piece of you within me. If that's true, then I can handle anything you've got. Love me like this, always." Her words made my cock throb. She knew how to turn me on. No longer did I protest her request. If this was what she wanted, then I would give it all to her, unrelenting. "As you wish," I said. My body emitted the golden glow of the seraphim as I took her in my arms. The light was almost blinding, but she didn't close her eyes, nor did she look away. We stared into each other's souls, and in that instant, our minds became one. She could see my past and present as I could see hers. And for an infinitesimal moment in time, she could see through my eyes as they stared back at her. She folded her hands over her breast as our bodies pressed against each other. With her wanting eyes, she gazed up at me. We both looked on as rain began to fall from the sky. The droplets washed our faces of the sweat that had seeped from our pores. "I love you, Sylas. Can you feel my heart beating? It beats for you alone," she said. "As does mine for you, Anaya. As does mine," I replied. I tightened my grip on her and flew straight into the air. The rain hit us more vehemently as we soared through the night sky. The glowing white birds sailed alongside us, leaving in their wake the resonance of their harmonious melodies. A painting couldn't successfully capture such beauty. Anaya's auburn hair was wet and hypnotic as it ran down to the center of her back. The rain fell harder, soaking us in its warm, steamy bliss. To make love in midair, with our bodies saturated in the purity of this warm rainwater, would be an enchanting feat, fit for the gods. "Take me, Sylas, right here." She wrapped her arms and legs around me. My cock was pulsating with the longing to enter her sweet, wet body. The shaft of my manhood caressed her womanly lips as she dripped all over me. Up and down, I moved my cock against her clit as she clamped her legs around me more firmly. The birds surrounded us, which provided an exotic light in the dark starlit sky. They circled us like a whirlwind, shining their radiant shimmers everywhere we looked. Anaya had full control over this environment, and she was learning well. She was creating this, and I was but a mere passenger along for the ride. The birds lit a flame and cocooned us in an oval of fire. The water turned into steam as we found ourselves entrapped in a massive orb that felt like a sauna. The heat from the firebirds and the steam made us sweat profusely, and I loved it. Push your angelic cock deep inside me. I need to feel you throbbing against my walls. Now, she pleaded. I grabbed her backside with my left hand and my cock with my right. Her juices and sweat were dripping on the tip of my member. What a beautiful sight. Without further delay, I stared into her eyes and shoved my cock inside with penetrating force. The rush of pleasure in feeling her walls swallow my cock made my eyes roll into the back of my head. Oh shit, Sylas, she moaned. I licked the sweat from her breast to her neck. I wanted to taste every inch of her. I ran my tongue from one nipple to the other and squeezed her backside with each stroke of my manhood. Her nails dug into my back like the claws of a tiger that had caught its prey. From side to side, I moved my cock inside of her, stretching her womanly lips and walls. She kept her eyes shut tightly, her mouth gaping from the pleasure of all that I was giving her. I put my middle and index fingers inside her mouth and rubbed them against her tongue. She licked my fingers all over and in between, with her eyes still shut. Slowly, I removed my fingers from her mouth and moved them down to her clit. I had a feeling she would come as soon as I engaged. Nevertheless, I would do it anyway. I rubbed her clit with my 2 wet fingers in a circular motion and pushed my cock deep inside. My Anaya screamed so loud that the firebirds shuddered and fragmented. Yet the heat from their presence was still very evident. I continued to rub and slap my 2 fingers against her clit as I sucked on her neck. I'm gonna come, Sylas, she screamed. Before I could slap my fingers against her clit until she exploded, she disengaged and pushed away from me. She then spun around and turned herself back to me. What are you? I started to say, but she took my arms and wrapped them around herself. Her firm, round ass was pressed against my pulsating cock. With her fingers, she guided my member back inside of her and wrapped her legs over mine. I spat on the 4 fingers of my right hand and started to rub her clit again. Oh my God, Sylas, just like that. Just like that, she whispered. Our bodies glowed so bright that we became our own sun. We were the center of my world, the center of this universe. I had to see to it that she was never taken from me again. Somehow, I had to guarantee moments like this would last forever. Yes, keep slapping my clit just like that. I'm gonna come all over your cock. You want me to come on your cock? Her moans were sensuous. I didn't know how much I could take before I exploded inside her. Push it into me deeper. I'm gonna fucking break your cock, Sylas. I'm gonna break your cock with my pussy. Is that okay? Can I? Her legs clamped tighter around mine, and I felt her walls begin to swell. I'd never heard her speak to me like this before. It was further proof that I had her wrapped in a ball of ecstasy so thick she didn't know what she was saying anymore. Do it, Anaya. Do what you want with me. I'm all yours. I whispered, enticing her to push the limits of how far our bodies could go. Pulling her hair back, I stuck my tongue in her ear and twirled it around inside. With one hand squeezing her breast and the other rubbing her clit, I had her right where I needed her to be. I would plant my seed deep inside the woman I loved. There was no stopping this. Not now. Not ever. Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on me, Anaya. Soak me in your heavenly juices. I want it all. With both hands, she grabbed my head and took handfuls of my hair, then pulled with all her strength. Sylas. She stuttered, her voice high-pitched. My love was close, and there was no telling with what fury she would explode all over me. She gritted her teeth and pulled my hair harder, moaning as I rubbed her clit faster. I shoved my cock in and out of her with all of my seraphim strength. This was what she'd asked for, and I would give it all to her. Fuck, Sylas! Fuck! She shouted while yanking on my hair. I removed my tongue from her ear and started to suck on her neck. The Firebird's heat intensified, turning our sweat into steam right off our bodies. It was glorious. Never in all of my existence had I thought I would experience something as profound as this. My cock throbbed, and I was ready to bust inside of her. Anaya's body began to flop in all directions, but my grip on her was firm. Like a savage beast, she moaned and screamed. Sounds that I'd never heard from her before escaped her lips. Perhaps I'd unleashed too much of my power upon her too soon. But as I said before, this was what she'd asked for. She snatched my right hand from her breast and placed it near her mouth. Come, Anaya. Come on my cock, I said sensually. She opened her mouth and placed my wrist in her teeth, then bit me as hard as hell. Blood dripped down her chin and neck as she had pierced my skin. The pain didn't bother me. I was too caught up in the pleasure of being inside her. We were both lost in the moment. Nothing else mattered. Nothing at all. With her legs shaking, Anaya clenched her teeth on me tighter as I buried my cock in her. I held it in there as I slapped her clit. The inside of her swelled, and I could feel it coming. Anaya was there. Ah! She screamed as a gush of her juices shot out of her. I returned the favor as I planted my seed deep inside her. It was a climax to end them all. The firebirds dissipated like smoke in the atmosphere, and the darkness of the sky brightened from twilight to sunrise. Everything, even the stars, shimmered gold and silver. Clouds of yellow gold encircled us until they formed a sizable padded cushion for us to lie on. That, of course, was my doing. I finally pulled out of her and took her warm, exhausted body in my arms. Anaya had passed out, just as I suspected she would. I wiped my blood from her lips and chin and kissed her gently. My heart pounded at the sight of this sleeping beauty. Nothing in all the multiverse can keep me away from you, I whispered. I laid my head on her belly and placed my right hand on her breast. The cloud we were lying on glided through the air, which gave us the light breeze we needed to cool off. If I were to count all the moments in my life and tally each one based on fulfillment, this one would shatter them all. I didn't need the cosmos, nor did I need to return to the rule of 3. All I needed, all I wanted, was Anaya. "Seraph, sorry for our intrusion," said 2 feminine voices. I lifted my head from Anaya's stomach and saw Eve and Embla hovering above me. I turned onto my back and materialized clothing on both Anaya and myself. The clothes were the same type we'd had on before, but instead of white, they were dark blue. Even Embla didn't need to see our naked bodies. I sat up and gazed upon them, wondering what could have been so vital that they felt the need to interrupt me like this. "What is it?" I asked, stretching my arms. "We have visitors at the gate. They wish to speak with you," said Embla. My heart dropped. The only beings who would come to the gate of my world were the vampire and the human. I couldn't allow them to take Anaya from me. Not now. Not ever. "Send them away," I ordered. Eve and Embla gazed at each other, and then at me. I couldn't help but notice the confusion in their eyes. "But my lord, we haven't told you who it is that beckons at the gate," said Eve. "I already know who it is." "It's the vampire and the human. They said it's urgent," said Embla. I facepalmed and shook my head. How was I going to face them after everything I'd done? "My lord, I know it's not our place to ask, but what's going on? You've yet to explain to us why this mortal is here. We understand you are in love with her, but why bring her here? And why don't you want to speak to the rule of 3? Maybe they want you to rejoin them. If that's the case, then you must speak with them as soon as possible. Please inform us of the situation. We want to help in any way we can," they said in unison. I stood and flew straight toward them. "There's nothing you can do. Please ensure Anaya gets to my home safely. When she wakes up, bathe her, feed her, and make sure she's comfortable. Inform her that I will return soon. I will travel to the gate and meet the vampire and the human myself." I tried to hide the depression in my voice. However, knowing them, they probably already sensed it. "As you wish," they bowed and became one. The cloud Anaya was sleeping on vanished, and the united being of Eve and Embla took her in their arms. I gave Anaya one last glance before opening a portal to the gate of my world. My heart was thumping from the thought of the Omni accompanying the rule of 3 at the entrance. If she was there, I'd be powerless to stop myself from being ripped away from the love of my life. All I could do was hope that wasn't the case. "Just rest now. I will return to you soon, love." Chapter 6. Sylas. I could feel their presence just beyond the stars that inhabited close proximity to my world. I said a silent prayer in gratitude, as the Omni wasn't with them. I took one look back at my world, and smiled with the knowledge that Anaya was safe, for the time being. The only way they'd be able to enter was with my blessing, and both the vampire and the human knew as long as they were determined to force me back into atonement, I would never give it. I sighed and opened the gate. The red aura from the vampire shone on me, as did the white and blue aura from the human. In their corporeal forms, they glided toward me as I flew through the gate and closed it behind me. The stars reflected the glow from all of us, and for a moment, I remembered what it was like to be part of the rule of 3. The feeling was something I'd missed very much, yet I'd give it all up the same for the woman now in my care. "Seraph, you know why we're here," said the human. I couldn't bring myself to join them in my corporeal form. Being one with them again was too much for me to bear. I was torn. I needed to focus. "Seraph, please come to your senses. You are on a path that leads nowhere. You must give her up. Bringing her to your world will have repercussions only the Omni can fathom," said the vampire. "This is my sanctuary. You have no right to be here," I said defiantly. "We have every right," shouted the vampire. Dark energy began to tear at the fabric of space all around the vampire's aura. Of the 3 of us, the vampire was the most eager for things to go back to the way they had been. I could sense it. "Listen, Seraph. We must ensure you complete your atonement. We can't force you, but will you please consider returning with us to the 7th universe? The Omni has ordained us as your caretakers for as long as you are banished. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be," said the human. "After everything I've done, I'm sure my atonement is the least of my worries. My sins have compounded since the original reason for my banishment. There is nothing either of you can do." I held my head low. I knew the wrath of both of them was coming. All I could do was wait for it. "What is your plan? You can't stay here forever. Eventually she will have to return to her world. Is she to become your prisoner here?" asked the vampire. "The only prisoner here is me," I said plainly. "Neither of you are cursed with the power of purity. You had the luxury of doing as you wished before being chosen to be a part of the rule of 3. You can experience individual love, as well as explore the depths of human and vampire imperfections. Me?" I sneered. "I'm allowed none of that. Now, if either of you cared about my well-being, you'd let me experience the love and desire I've been deprived of since my creation. That's all I ask." I tried to hide the desperation in my eyes. They knew what I was asking for would be impossible for them to give. Nevertheless, I would see what they had to say. "You know we can't do that. We have 10 universes to govern. If a society were on the brink of collapse while you're here frolicking with this human woman, the consequences would be irreversible. All 10 Earths would be at risk. Remember the creed, Seraph, so that others may survive," said the human. I could feel the golden aura around my body intensify, and with it, my passions. The both of you know that won't happen for hundreds of years. As of right now, the societies on all 10 Earths and the other planets we govern are stable. Why can't you leave me in peace until then? The human and vampire swarmed around me. "All right, then tell us, how will this end?" asked the vampire. I stared at them in silence. "Well, tell us, how will this end? Do you plan to keep her here forever? Do you believe the Omni will welcome this woman to live with you in her universe?" asked the human. "Or do you plan to relinquish your duties as the Seraph? Is your goal to become mortal If so, then choose a successor and be done with it, said the vampire. It isn't within my powers to give up my immortality, nor can I choose a successor. My life is as the Omni wills it. And do you think the mother of all things, the most highest designer, our creator, wills you to defy her? Asked the vampire in a heavy tone. It wasn't my intention to defy her, yet you do so, nonetheless, interrupted the human. Listen, the Omni in all her omnipotent wisdom wills all things into being. Despite all our powers and knowledge, her will is beyond even our comprehension. You cannot deny me this. It isn't the Omni who turns her back on love. And love isn't the reason for your defiance. It's whom you've chosen to love that is the issue, said the human. Was it not my manipulation of love and desire that saw me banished from the start? You cannot interfere with the hearts of man, Seraph. That's what got you banished, and you know it, said the vampire. And what troubles will develop in the hearts of man without some influence? I have sat and watched worlds dawn and perish, just like you. Maybe, just maybe, a little positive manipulation on our part will someday lead to a new era, where we don't have to destroy entire civilizations and bind them under a courting moon. The vampire and human morphed into their humanoid forms and positioned themselves on opposite sides of me. The human placed its hand on my shoulder, while the vampire rubbed my back. Their eyes told me a tale of sympathy, but it was accompanied by a strong sense of duty to the way things were. Seraph, we understand what you're saying. However, it isn't our place to challenge the system. Our duty is simply to govern it, said the human. The human is correct. The way things are is how the Omni has deemed them to be. You've lived long enough to know the ways of the universe. The Chosens, the courting moons, our genes. All of it is a part of a multiversal system that has functioned for eons. You can't put yourself above reality. It doesn't work that way, said the vampire. So you believe the Omni would forsake me for falling in love? This isn't about love, Seraph. It's about duty, said the human. And when duty conflicts with love, what then? Is one to choose between one and the other? That's a question best posed to yourself. We are all masters of our truths, you more so than anyone. Do your needs outweigh those of our cluster? Asked the vampire. Nothing outweighs the future of our universes, I said assertively. If you truly believe that, then you will surrender that woman and return her to her world. Wipe clean her memory of you and let her live her life. You do that, and your atonement will be fulfilled. We can be three again, said the human. I gazed at them both and flew backwards swiftly to put some distance between us. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. They'd be willing to erase all I'd done if I let my heart's desire fade into oblivion. It couldn't be true. It just couldn't. Are you trying to deceive me? I asked. In what way were my words deceptive? Asked the human. I shook my head and floated closer to the gate of my world and farther away from them. I attempted to read their body language for hints of insincerity, but I could find none. Deep down, however, I knew they had to be hiding something. You would allow me to rejoin the rule of 3 if I gave up this woman. Is this what the Omni has ordained? I grew suspicious. No, we want you to come to your senses. That woman is a descendant of a chosen. If she stays here with you, she will never age, never mate, and her genes will be plucked from the pool of the 3rd universe's Earth. If that happens, there will be no chosen to arise in that world. There will be no meteor and no courting moon. These events will throw all that we govern out of balance. Is that what you want, Seraph? Asked the vampire. I looked down at the space I found myself floating in, as the stars below flickered, and the vast darkness in which they sat was unmoved. The dilemma of my situation wasn't lost on me, and I knew that eventually the time would come for me to tell Anaya all I knew of her destiny. But as I gazed upon the human and the vampire with their pleading eyes, and thought of how a little under an hour ago, Anaya was in my arms, I recalled the way her warm body felt against mine, and knew I couldn't let her go. A seraph, whose mission was to give life and proliferate the love all beings experienced, wasn't free to love himself. It was maddening. A meteor may or may not be needed for her world. A chosen has already been selected to deliver a meteor to the Earth of the 3rd universe. That chosen's genes will be all that are needed to birth an additional savior. Why must she be a part of this? Why must it be her? I asked. The vampire wrapped its arms around me and grazed its fangs on my shoulder. The human rubbed my bare chest and allowed its energy to flow through me. It was then I felt the oneness of the power we shared. Oh, how I missed it. The rule of 3 is calling to you, Sarah. We look into your eyes and know that you've accomplished what the Omni has set out for you. Interfering with the hearts of man will only lead to ruin. Look at you now. See where that meddling has brought us. They are mortals, and we are their creators. We mustn't try to direct their free will as we see fit. That isn't what the Omni has ordained. Please, just come with us. We'll take the girl back to her homeworld, and she won't remember any of this. You can look upon her anytime you wish. Come back to us. We need you, said the human. The vampire sank its fangs into my shoulder as the human's energy consumed me. There it was. I was well within the bosom of my dwelling, the Omni's universe. A paradise hidden in the center of the multiverse. For a split second, I could feel the Omni's presence. They honestly did want me back. I couldn't detect any subterfuge from either of them. Their offer was real. I could walk among the immortals of each multiversal cluster once again and regain my full power. The only price they sought was for me to give up Anaya, the love of my eternal existence. My immortal soul was torn. All the forces that be wanted us separate. And with the flick of my finger, that reality would come into fruition. I closed my eyes as the essences of Anaya's soft hair, beautiful smooth skin, sweet voice, and rose-scented sweat filled my thoughts. Would I be willing to give her up and return to the world I knew I couldn't escape? A portal opened a few feet in front of us. The human and the vampire were pulling me toward the light center of it. My mind was spinning, and my focus was blurred. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "To paradise, your real home," they said as one. I knew if I entered that portal, there would be no coming back. I would have made my choice. And with me gone, it would only be a matter of time before they convinced Eve and Embla to open the gate of my world so that they could send Anaya back to Earth and erase her memories of me. No, I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't. "You will not do this," I shouted. My aura flushed them away from me as they shot back 10 feet. The portal closed, and they stared at me in awe. "Seraph, please. You can't keep her here. You know the genes of each chosen have to spread the moment the meteor makes impact. And this can only happen with the death of the chosen's body. The chosen spirit will then ascend to the Omni's universe," said the human. "There's no telling when that will occur. It could be hundreds of years," I said. "So you're willing to keep her here for that long? Don't be foolish. The rule of 3 cannot be weakened for that long," said the vampire. "Nothing will befall us in that time," I assured them. "You're mad. Love has driven you to insanity. The fact that you're willing to put our cluster at risk for love is nothing more than selfishness," said the vampire. "Please, calm yourself," the human said to the vampire. "We all make our own choices. If the Seraph wishes to remain here with that woman, then there isn't anything we can do to convince him otherwise. As you know, the emotions of the Seraphim far outweigh those of humans and vampires. Look into the Seraph's eyes and feel the golden glow within them. The choice has been made, and there's nothing we can do." The human glided toward me and touched the center of my forehead with its thumb. "We'll leave the portal open, just in case you wish to talk, or if you change your mind. I hope that you soon see the light." "The light is in the heart of my Anaya. I don't see how I can ever give her up," I said. "I know, Seraph. I know." The human smiled and waved goodbye before reopening the portal. The vampire's fangs lengthened, and its eyes radiated red. This is why emotions such as these were not meant for the Seraphim. The vampire flew toward me and placed its index finger on the bottom of my chin. The glint of the vampire's eyes was something I had missed. They were mesmerizing, and at the same time, intimidating. "Don't let this misguided love be the undoing of us all. We'll be close by if and when you need us. It is my hope you come to your senses sooner rather than later." The vampire joined the side of the human as they passed through the portal. I sighed and gazed at the red stars around me. A nagging voice in the back of my mind was taunting me, telling me things that I didn't want to hear. That everything those two said was right, and that I was being foolish. Neither of them knew the depths of what I'd done to make all this possible. The 1,000 years I'd planned. I knew I couldn't give her up. I had to find a way for us to be together freely, and without sacrificing her world in the process. I had to think. A few hours alone would help me clear my head. I knew that we couldn't hide here forever. I had to come up with a solution where everyone would gain. This would be a challenge I'd gladly welcome if it meant Anaya and I were together. Yes, I would need time to think this through. Anaya was sleeping, so I had a moment to contemplate. I didn't want to worry her with all this. She was stressed enough. and I still needed to tell her the truth, that she was a descendant of a chosen. But how? How would I tell her something so mind-numbing? The way she reacted when I told her about the true nature of reality was enough to get her flustered. I needed time. Just a little more time. Chapter 7. Anaya. It felt as if I had slept an entire week. My body had a faint crystal shimmer to it, like one of those Twilight vampires from the movies. I couldn't tell if it was coming from my skin, or if it was some kind of lotion. Whatever it was, it tickled a little. "Anaya Myers, you're awake," said the two entities that I'd seen when I first arrived here. Eve and Embla, if I remembered correctly. I stretched my arms and yawned before gazing at my surroundings. I was back in Sylas's room. How in the world had I gotten back here? And how long had I been asleep? "Are you feeling well? Allow us to remove the massage cover from your skin," they said as one. With a wave of their hands, the shimmering on my skin was gone, and I felt refreshed. What was that? I caressed my belly and arms to find my skin was smooth and silky, like a newborn child's. A recovery blanket. It soothes the skin of mortals and removes all dirt, grime, and dead skin from the user. "We thought you'd enjoy a bath, but we didn't want to wake you," said Eve. The other, Embla, waved her hand over my head, and a white nightgown materialized on my body. These two were amazing. "Would you like something to eat? We are quite knowledgeable about the cuisine of your world. You can have anything you want," said Eve. I sat up on the bed, folded my legs, and looked around. Where's Sylas? They glanced at each other, and then at me, as I crawled on the bed and sat at the foot of it. "The Seraph is predisposed at the moment. He will return soon," said Embla. I could tell by the look in their eyes that they were hiding something. "What do you mean, indisposed? Did something happen to him?" "Oh no, Anaya. He's just taking care of some issues that arose while you were sleeping. Don't worry. He'll be back soon. Now, would you like some pizza? I heard it's your favorite," said Eve. I stood from the bed and walked around the room. Something didn't seem quite right. "I'm not really hungry, but thanks anyway. I'd be more inclined to see Sylas. Can you please take me to him?" I said as I studied their eyes. Sylas wouldn't have just left me alone without saying anything, unless it was serious. They looked at each other again and nodded. "I'm afraid we can't take you to him right now. As we have said, he is indisposed." Their tone became somber. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat back on the foot of the bed. I knew right then they were hiding something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unforthcoming. "All right, that's it. Tell me what happened. Did the Rule of Three find us?" I blurted out. They gazed at me with glowing white eyes and floated toward me. "Find you? Are you saying that you and the Seraph are hiding from them?" Their questions were proof enough that I'd said something I shouldn't have. I leaned back on the bed and crossed my arms. I feared I might have led this conversation down a path I'd soon regret. "Please elaborate on what you mean. The Seraph hasn't told us why you're here. Nor has he told us the reason for his avoidance of the vampire and the human. Perhaps you can fill us in," they said as one voice. I knew Sylas didn't want anyone to know the things we'd done to get here. I had to keep this a secret, no matter how hard they pressed me. I think it'll be a good idea if I let Sylas tell you that. I don't think it's my place to explain the will of the Rule of Three. I avoided their eyes and stared at the ceiling of the room. I had no idea what would happen if they knew we were going against just about everything the Rule of Three stood for. I also had no clue if they had a direct line to this Omni being or not. It's quite all right, Anaya. You can tell us. Maybe if you told us why you're here, we'd tell you where you came from, said Eve. Where I came from? What do you mean? I gave them both a puzzled stare as they smiled at each other and then at me. I knew that look. They were baiting me. I sat up and went to the monitor next to the entertainment center, where the holographic image of that Aurella woman once stood. We can tell you the truth about your ancestors if you wish. But first, you must tell us why you're hiding from the vampire and the human, they said. I turned my back to them and peered at the entertainment center. Whatever it was they had to tell me, I was sure I'd get the answers from Sylas. I trusted him more than I did these two. You know, I am pretty hungry. Do you think you can get me some tandoori chicken with basmati rice? I said, to change the subject. Disappointment fell on their faces, and the glowing light in their eyes dimmed. As you wish. Eve waved her hand, and once again, Aurella appeared at the foot of the bed with my food. The chicken and rice lay on a fancy silver platter. Next to the dish was a glass of red wine and a bottle that read Chateau Margaux. The food smelled delicious, and my stomach was already growling. This was all too much for me. Wow, this is amazing. I wasn't expecting my meal to be delivered like this. Thank you, I said. Aurella's angelic wings fluttered as she set the plate on the table next to the bed. It was strange, because I didn't remember her having wings the last time I saw her. Eve, Embla, how are you? Oh, I should have known, said Aurella as she stared me down. I'm guessing this food is for her? Yes, the Seraph asked us to see to it that she remains comfortable while he's gone, said Embla. Aurella snickered and removed the silver cloche dome from the plate. The aroma of the chicken floated to my nose and into my lungs. My mouth was watering. Did you make this yourself? I asked Aurella. Yes, she hissed as she tossed the cloche dome into the air, and it dematerialized right in front of me. Is there anything else you require? A manicure, perhaps? Or a massage? Or how about a steam bath? Her snide remarks weren't lost on me. I had no idea why she hated me so much. We hadn't been in each other's company for more than an hour since I got here. Be nice, Aurella. You are to treat any guest of the Seraph as you would our Lord himself, said Eve. I just don't understand why this mortal is here. Mortals don't belong here. And who are you to say who does or doesn't belong on Aseraphelic? Are you the god of this world? Or the Omni? Said a daunting figure from the back of the room. All four of us turned and looked wide-eyed at an angelic figure glowing a bright blue and gold. Me more so than the others. Eve and Embla bowed gracefully while Aurella stood there, stunned. Javen, welcome, said Eve. You've returned. What an honor, said Embla. I was drawn in at the presence of this being. It looked like a replica of Sylas, but its skin was a light blue, and its hair was long and silky, the same color as its skin. The eyes on this being gave the same allure as my Sylas. They shone with the brightness of a quasar. They hypnotized me. It isn't kind to be rude to a guest, be they vampire, alien, or even a mortal human. That is not the way of the seraphim," the being said. Balls of sweat formed on my forehead and bosom. Who was this beautiful angel? And why did he look so much like Sylas? I was at an impasse, and I couldn't move. Aurella got down on her hands and knees before the being. "I apologize, Javen. Please forgive me," she said. The being stepped forward, and the brightness around its body faded subtly. I was then able to see it more clearly. "I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, now am I?" He smiled at me, and a single tear of joy ran down my face. Aurella raised her head and faced me. "I'm sorry." "Tell her the real reason you're sorry. I can sense it in you, as could Sylas the moment he returned," said the being. Aurella sighed. "I apologize, Anaya. When it comes to the Seraph, I get a little jealous. It's difficult for me to control at times. I am very," she cleared her throat, "protective over him." I took my wide eyes off the being for a moment and gazed at Aurella, who was still on her hands and knees. Now I understood why she was such a bitch to me. She cared for Sylas. "It's okay. I understand," I said. The being dematerialized before my eyes, and I looked around frantically to see where it had gone. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Anaya. I am Javen, the Seraph's seer, seeker, and counterpart. When the Seraph returns to his world, I reappear. We are two sides of a coin. Whenever he returns, we are meant to become one. I usually merge with the Seraph as soon as Eve and Embla notify all of Aseraphelic of his arrival. Unfortunately, that didn't happen." I turned around as quickly as I could. That was when I saw him lying on the bed, almost entirely nude. He was wearing a thin silk kilt that draped from his waist to just above his knees. With his light blue skin and silky hair, he looked damn sexy, a mirror of my Sylas. "We are sorry, Javen, but the Seraph requested we not announce his arrival," said Eve and Embla as one. "It's quite all right. I know of the Seraph's wish to make his entrance secret. I'm just surprised he would keep it from me. And you, Anaya, it's an honor to meet you. Would you do me the pleasure?" He held his hand out toward me. I was hesitant. Being surrounded by all these godly and angelic beings was making me nervous. I was but a mere mortal in the presence of powers far beyond my primitive reasoning. Sylas never told me he had a counterpart that looked like his twin. And where the hell was he anyway? "Your food is getting cold," said Embla. Her words flew by me as I continued to stare at this being named Javen. His name resonated with me. It came from the Old Testament as the fourth son of Noah's son, Japheth, who was the father of the people of Greece. It amazed me just how much of the Rule of Three had influenced my world. There was just so much I didn't know. It seemed as though the longer I stayed here, the more information I'd come across. This was just as much a learning experience as it was an escape from the powers that wanted Sylas and me torn apart. "So, you're going to allow my friendly greeting to go unanswered?" said Javen. His skin began to sparkle blue and white, and the same lustful feeling whenever I was close to Sylas started to bubble in my belly. He still had his hand extended toward me, and I felt I had no choice but to reciprocate. I moved closer to him and placed my hand in his. He gently wrapped his fingers around mine and kissed the back of my hand. A surge of passion shot through my whole body, and Eve and Embla giggled. "You're just as sweet as I imagined," he said. I slid my hand out of his and took a few steps back. I didn't want to lose control. He was so much like Sylas that I couldn't help but to wonder what it would feel like to be embraced by him. I needed to gather my wits. "Thanks," I said, while trying to keep my voice from cracking. "I suppose you're here because you'd like to know where your counterpart is located," said Eve. Javen stood from the bed and floated upward toward the ceiling, his body glowing brighter than before. "Why else would I have come? The Seraph tried to suppress my manifestation. However, as soon as he left the gate of Aseraphelic, I was able to come into existence again. I need to merge with him. It's been so long, and I want to know the travels and adventures he's been through all these years." My knees became weak, and my heart sped. Did he say Sylas left? I needed clarification. I sat on the bed to calm myself. Excuse me." I waved my hand to get his attention. "Did you just say Sylas left the gate of Aseraphelic?" He looked down at me and smiled. "Yes, but don't worry. He came back. I wouldn't have been able to materialize if he hadn't." "So where is he?" I pressed. "That's what I'd like to know," he said. Both of us turned our gazes to Eve and Embla. It had to be serious if Cyrus was willing to leave me alone like this. Perhaps the vampire and the human had gotten to him after all. The Seraph would like to be alone. He didn't explain to us why. He just said he needed time to think. That's all. They said as one. "Think about what exactly?" inquired Javen. "As we have said, we weren't informed of what's going through his mind. After he re-entered the gates, he flew off on his own. He'll be back shortly," said Eve. My appetite seemed to have vanished the moment this Javen being appeared. My nerves were rattled by the fact that Sylas went off without me. If he'd gone outside the gate, then I was sure it was to meet with the vampire and the human. I didn't understand why he'd do that without me. Maybe he'd been afraid they'd abduct me if I had gone with him. I didn't know what to think. "Are you no longer hungry? You look worried," said Arella in a mocking tone. I kept my composure and sat on the bed. "I'll eat in a moment," I said. Javen glided over to Eve and Embla, and his blue and white glow began to swirl around his body. The kilt he was wearing evaporated into sparkling particles. He was bare before all of us, with his bright white wings and beautiful muscled body. Eve and Embla bowed before him and soon faded from the room, leaving me alone with him and Arella. "Where'd they go?" I asked. "Back to the gate of Aseraphelic, where they belong." Javen turned around, and the full frontal of his naked body lay before my eyes. He looked like a Greek god, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He was beyond gorgeous, just like Sylas. Arella spread her wings and flew up to him. "For old time's sake, it's been thousands of years." She embraced him and caressed his abs. Never taking his gaze off me, he grabbed Arella's hands and pushed them away. "I'm sorry, but we can't. I sense something is wrong with the Seraph. What he feels, so too do I. I fear it has something to do with this mortal." Javen descended to the floor and took a few steps toward me. I backed away on the bed, nervous as hell due to his beautiful naked body. It was making me anxious. If it weren't for his light blue skin and hair, I wouldn't be able to tell him apart from Sylas. I feel something I've never felt before." He smelled the air as his wings spread wide. "Depression, desperation, confusion, chaos, love." He emphasized that last word as he stared at me. "The Seraph is in love. This is amazing." With his hand, he reached out to me and caressed my face with the backs of his fingers. "So gentle, so pure," he whispered. I couldn't move a muscle. It was as if he had me mentally chained to the spot, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break free. "She's immortal, Javen. You do know that, don't you?" said Arella as she crossed her arms. I could tell she was upset by the tone in her voice, but I couldn't care less. "As does the Seraph. I am a mere shadow of our Lord. I feel what he does. I cannot question his feelings or his will. All I can do is embrace them," he said. Arella rolled her eyes and vanished in a breeze of smoke, leaving me alone with this bare-naked replica of Sylas. He took a few steps closer and sat on the bed next to me. I began to sweat, and my heart was thumping fiercely. Sylas never told me you existed. I don't get why he would hide that from me," I said. Javen lay on the bed and laughed. For the life of me, I couldn't help but glance at his well-formed manhood as the tip of it flopped over his navel. "It probably slipped his mind. I only exist for a few moments after he returns home. Instead of having Eve and Embla fill him in on everything that happens around here while he's gone, he created me. When we merge, all the news of his world while he was away will become a part of him. As soon as he leaves, I'll manifest again and lie in wait until he returns. Think of me as an instant update," he said. "So you're just a download for him?" I hurried away from him, slightly due to what his hypnotic scent was doing to me. "I'm much more than a download, Anaya. I am him, and I feel the need for you in the same way he does." I gaped as I glanced down at his cock and noticed it becoming hard. So what'll happen when you merge with him?" I stuttered. "Nothing much. I'll disappear, and he'll be updated on everything since he's been gone." I backed away until I was on the opposite side of the bed. I had to make sure I wasn't able to inhale his scent anymore. "So, if you're a replica of Sylas, why do you have wings, but he doesn't?" I asked. Javen sat up and turned to me. "The Seraph does have wings." I backed away even farther. "I've never seen him with wings," I said anxiously. He flew over to me within a blink of an eye and pinned me to the wall. His breath smelled like sweet honey, and his skin was as smooth as silk. I stared at him, with my mouth open, as a surge of eroticism and panic overcame me. "If what you're saying is the truth, then that means he's no longer a part of the Rule of Three. His wings hold a significant amount of his power. The Omni has deemed that the Seraph can only give them up willingly. They cannot be taken by force. This may be the reason I'm feeling such strange emotions. The Seraph is in turmoil, as am I." I gazed at his chiseled chest as the back of his cock pressed against my stomach. I had to maintain control. I needed to breathe. "Was it you who convinced him to leave the vampire and the human?" he asked. I wrinkled my brows at his question. Of course not. I didn't even know all this existed before he came to me. Sylas was already on his own when I met him. Then why are you so nervous? He gazed at my bosom, and I was sure he could feel my heart thumping. Nervous wasn't a strong enough word to describe how I felt just then. Everything about his existence made my knees buckle. The feel of his skin and the color of his hair were mesmerizing. Sylas and I needed to have a long discussion about the intricate details of his world. The fact that he hadn't told me about Javen only stirred more questions in my head. Your skin shudders at my touch. Is it I who is making you nervous? He caressed my shoulder, and I felt his cock throbbing against my navel. If he indeed were the embodiment of Sylas, then he would feel the same desire for me as my love did. What would Sylas say if I allowed myself to fall into bed with this copy of him? With the way things were unfolding, that might very well happen. Javen was just as irresistible as my Sylas, and the way he continued to press up against me was forcing my barriers to crumble. Do you want me? He said. I was frozen in shock. I belong to Sylas. I only want him, I said anxiously. I am Sylas, he countered. No, you're not. You're Javen, and I... Javen and Sylas are the same being, my love. It may be difficult for you to understand, but it is what it is, he whispered into my ear. The fact that he called me my love only echoed the sentiment that he was indeed a part of Sylas. He pressed his pulsating manhood against my belly more firmly and ran his fingers through my hair. I looked into his eyes and gulped. I couldn't believe this was happening. Where the hell was Sylas? Where the hell were Eve and Embla? I thought Seraphim weren't supposed to take part in pleasures of the flesh, I said. My counterpart has broken the rules, and so must I. I will only break them with the one he loves, as I feel that same passion for you as he does. I felt it the moment I manifested. You can't deny me any more than you can deny Sylas. He pressed his thumb against my chin and shut his eyes. His lips were so close to mine that I could feel his breath enter my mouth. It gave me goosebumps. Seconds before he could press his sweet lips against mine, I turned away and faced right. His lips touched my cheek, and he opened his eyes when he realized my lips weren't there to engage with his. So, you would refuse that which is forbidden? Is it not enticing to make love to someone you know you shouldn't? What better excitement could there be than to sleep with a person who is off limits? Forbidden sex is the most passionate. You will submit to me, he said. Just then, I gazed deep into his eyes and saw them form into reptilian slits. I damn near fainted when I saw them. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? He smiled as scales appeared on his face. His hair and skin transitioned from light blue to green. Dark energy filled the room, and I wanted to cry. How could this be? This had to be a dream. It just had to be. Get away from me, I shouted, shoving him off. What's wrong, slave? You don't look happy to see me. He laughed maniacally. I jumped away from him and onto the bed. Eve, Embla, Arella, anyone, come here quick! I yelled. Javen turned to me, still laughing. He slowly began to transform from a beautiful Greek god into his serpent form, scales and all. Do you think you could escape me so easily? Ha! You are my slave, and we have a contract. He slithered over to me, his dark energy having filled the entire room. Apep, how? How are you here? You can't be here. It's impossible, I cried. Oh, make no mistake, my little slave. I am here, and I am very real. Your lover left the gate of Aseraphelic open when he met with the vampire and the human. That was more than enough time to enter your mind, so we can make good on our deal, he said. I ran to the opposite side of the room. There is no deal, you bastard. You tricked me. I won't let you do it again. I'm afraid you have no choice, slave. You see, I can only exist in the Seraph's world through your mind. You are my conduit. I have helped you twice, and now it's your turn to help me. A sadistic grin formed on his snake-like face. You never helped me. Everything you've done was for your own benefit. Oh no? Who brought you to the 7th universe's Earth to see Sylas? Who saved you from that Hukunwe in the city of Asankti moments before he was about to rape you? Wait, that was you? Yes. I tossed you to the vampires in hopes they'd take you prisoner, but that stupid little girl got in the way. You mean Alishani? Yes. He growled and hissed. That stupid girl ruined everything. But now, I've been given a second chance. You will do exactly as I say. He continued to hiss and slither in circles around me. The hell I will! I ran toward the door on the far end of the room. You will not escape me twice, Anaya Myers. The door vanished in a puff of black smoke, and I found myself floating in space. This was the home of the Seraphim and angels. How could he have such power here? How are you doing this? I asked in desperation. Ha! Why should I tell you? He laughed as I floated down into a pit of smoke. You will do as I ask, or face consequences you never knew existed. As I plummeted and the air became thin, I started to choke on the smoke, but I still didn't want to give in to this sadistic fiend. I flipped my body over and gazed directly into the Lord of Chaos's glowing serpent eyes. Apep, go fuck thyself, I shouted as loud as I could. He exhaled a demonic scream and hissed as the smoke turned thicker. It choked and blinded me. I thought I was going to die. It seems you need an incentive. This isn't over, my slave. I'll be seeing you, he said. Soon, everything around me vanished. I coughed and opened my eyes to see Javen standing before me. He was shaking my shoulders and calling my name repeatedly. Kicking and screaming, I punched him in the chest and tried to free myself from his hold. Anaya, snap out of it. Calm down, please, he said. No! Get away from me, you demon! I bellowed. He hoisted me in his arms and laid me on the bed. His hand emanated an aura of blue light. He pressed his palm on my forehead, and I closed my eyes and breathed in and out slowly. The chaos that ravaged my mind faded, and I felt at peace. That's right. Breathe it in. Just breathe, Javen whispered. Had all of that been real? Had Apep really been here, threatening me? I was so confused, and I didn't know what to do. I opened my eyes and gazed at Javen as he looked down at me with a sympathetic expression. Are you okay now? He asked. I took another deep breath and rolled onto my stomach. Was I forever to be tormented by that creature until I did his bidding? Sylas was my only hope, I refused to be a slave to that damned snake. Javen rubbed my back with the same energy he'd used to calm me down. It was soothing and comforting. I needed it.
What happened to you? You just started thrashing about and mumbling to yourself. Is everything all right?
He asked. I clenched the pillow I had planted my face into and sighed. How could such hell infiltrate such a heavenly place? Or maybe it was all in my mind, and I just imagined it. No, that couldn't be it. Apep was real, and he was still after me. Whatever deal we'd made must have connected us, and now he could enter my mind at will. I had to find out if the gate was open, because if it was, then he'd probably come to be again after he took whatever incentive he spoke of. This was all too crazy for me to handle. I was caught in his game, and there was no way out. I needed to tell Sylas as soon as I could. This wouldn't go on for long. That I promised. Javen continued to massage me, rubbing my shoulders with his warm hands. The power of his energy ran through me like a wave on the ocean. I arched my backside into the air and exhaled into the pillow. The relief of Apep being gone from my mind, for the time being, was liberating. I prayed that beast wouldn't return anytime soon.
You're tempting me,
Javen whispered. He moved his hand to the small of my back and massaged deeply. What do you mean? I asked.
You have your backside arched so sensually, right in front of me. Do you believe I can resist you when the desire that runs through Sylas is infecting me as well?
I raised my head from the pillow and looked at him. His glowing blue gaze was glued to my body. I flipped over onto my back and wrapped myself in the bedsheets. Is that better? I smiled.
No, it isn't.
His voice was deep with passion. I sat up and moved farther away.
I have to get out of here,
he stuttered.
I must find Sylas and merge with him.
Within an instant, Javen spread his wings and glided into the air. The gust of wind caused the sheets to blow off the bed and my body. If he was going to find Sylas, then I needed to go with him. I stood up and jumped off the bed. Take me with you, I said through the wind his wings created. He shook his head.
I can't. I have to get away from you before I do something we'll both regret.
I sat back on the bed and stared at him. So you're just going to leave me here alone?
Once I've merged with Sylas, there will be no more me. I'll be one with him, and during that time, I can experience your delicious, lush body. Until then, I must go.
He flew toward the ceiling, and his body radiated a hypnotic blue glow. Wait, take me with you. I don't want to be alone, I pleaded. The thought of Apep coming back while I was alone scared me shitless. I didn't want to risk it.
Sylas will return soon. You can finish your food while you wait. I know you're probably starving.
He waved his hand, and my food was warm and fresh again.
Just relax and eat. Everything will be fine. You can call on Aurelia to keep you company if you wish.
I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms. Calling that rude woman would be the last resort for me. The aroma of the chicken and rice floated to my nose, and I breathed it in. Javen was right about one thing. I was definitely starving.
The next time you see me, I'll be one with Sylas. Relax, my love. This world is yours to explore. After you've eaten, of course.
He smiled at me one last time before spreading his wings and flying straight up. The matter of the ceiling opened up for him like a portal. Once he'd flown through it, the hole in the roof closed, as if it never existed. I was amazed. Although he'd just left me here, I hoped he did find Sylas soon and return to me. I didn't want to live in fear of a Pep invading my mind whenever he chose to do so. I sat at the table where my food was still steaming and picked up my fork. I gave the room one quick pass-over before digging into my meal. Words couldn't describe how delicious the chicken was. Maybe the food would put my mind at ease. As long as there were no more visits from malevolent beasts, I'd be fine. I moved the table over to the bed so I could sit comfortably. A television suddenly materialized on the massive entertainment center in front of the bed. I glanced around the room to see what triggered it, but no one was there. I sighed and took another bite of the chicken and rice. This place was full of surprises. Chapter 8. Sylas. Your people have questions, my lord. You've been acting peculiar since the moment you returned. Would you mind telling us what's going on with you? Said Arella. I glanced away and stared at the twinkling stars inside the blue waterfalls of the clouds I was perched on. I had no idea how she'd found me. I had brought her here once, 2,000 years ago, and I never suspected she'd think to look for me here. This was my place of peace, a domain where I could think without being bothered. My people have survived well enough without my guidance for thousands of years. I'm sure they can wait a few more days, I said. She walked up behind me and wrapped her arms and wings around my body. It was warm and consoling. You still haven't told that mortal that she's a descendant of a chosen, have you? Is that what troubles your mind, my lord? She asked. I sighed. It seemed as if everyone knew what was wrong with me. Why do you withhold this information from her? If it will put your mind at ease, I can tell her, Arella suggested. She rubbed my arms and caressed her lips on the back of my neck. Don't tell her anything. Anaya isn't supposed to know that she has a chosen's genes flowing in her bloodline, I said in a fierce, commanding voice. I didn't need Arella interfering with this already complicated situation. And I wasn't even sure how I was going to tell Anaya the truth about this. She probably wouldn't understand the power her descendants would yield. I was too afraid to gaze at the timeline of the future. My decision would likely alter the timeline. Knowing what future her existence would bring was a pill I wasn't ready to swallow. Either way, I needed to tell her the truth. Anaya had to know the depth that our decision to be together would carry. She needed to make an informed choice, just as I had. Arella's wings continued to rub against my skin. She ran her soft, wet lips up and down the nape of my neck. It had been thousands of years since I'd felt that angelic warmth. No doubt, Arella was jealous of Anaya. That could be the reason she was here now, trying to arouse me. I pulled away as the cloud we were sitting on floated higher into the sky. Did you come here because you're concerned about my well-being? Or are you trying to prove something to yourself? I asked. Her wings retracted and fluttered behind her back. When you came back, I thought you and I could pick up where we left off, she said. Listen, Arella. I'll tell you now,
Just as I told you then. I exhaled deeply. You and I can never be. I am the Seraph, and I'm forbidden from taking another.
That didn't stop you from violating every rule laid before you by the Omni, just to be with that mortal in your home, she snapped.
That's different.
In what way is it different? At least with me, you wouldn't be putting the entire system at risk. At least with me.
She kissed my neck.
Our relationship would be eternal.
We've been over this before. I don't feel that way about you. I am your lord, and you are my subject. I will show you the love I show all of my people. Beyond that, my heart belongs to Anaya.
But she's mortal. She will wither away and die someday, Arilla bellowed.
As long as she's here in my world, she will never age. She will never die. I take comfort in that, I responded. Arella's wings spread wide, and she flew into the air, her skin a bright, shiny pink.
How could you love her, Seraph? What does this mortal woman have that I don't?
Her voice pleaded for an answer. One cannot define true love. It chooses you. Love commands us all, I said soothingly. She flew higher, toward the orange stars in the twilight sky. I followed her, giving chase.
You're crushing me, Seraph. Do you know that? You're crushing me,
she shouted at the sky. I flew behind her and listened to the heightened pitch in her voice. I realized just how deeply her feelings ran for me. I increased my speed to catch up with her. Arella, please. I never knew, I said, before Javen appeared out of nowhere and collided with her. A swirl of blue and pink light clashed in front of me as Javen and Arella grabbed hold of each other to keep from spinning out of control. It seemed as if my suppression efforts to keep Javen from manifesting were unsuccessful.
For the love of the most highest designer, what are you doing, Javen?
Arella screeched as they spun around aimlessly. Javen flapped his wings to stabilize them. How was I supposed to have known you were here? I thought you were going to keep Anaya company, he said. I flew over to a dark cloud just below them and took a seat, folding my legs.
I don't want to be anywhere near that mortal right now,
she said, almost tearfully. Javen gazed at her, and then at me. Did I interrupt something? He said. I rested my head on my palms and sighed. With everything going on with the rule of 3 and Anaya, I didn't need the added pressure of Arella's feelings for me. One would think, after thousands of years, those emotions would have faded. Understanding the power of an angel's emotions was something I needed to avoid doing in the future. Javen tried to release Arella after they stopped spinning, but she couldn't let him go. The emotional heartbreak of my rejection flared like an untamed flame in her eyes. I'd never known until now how much she wanted me.
Why did the Seraph have to bring her here, Javen? Why?
She exclaimed. Javen looked at both of us in confusion. He didn't know what to make of what was going on. I supposed he got the gist of it, being that Arella expressed her feelings for me the last time I was here. Arella, calm down, said Javen. He took the back of her head and hugged her tightly. I thought this discussion was settled already. He combed her hair with his fingers.
I thought so too, until the Seraph brought that mortal here. If he's free to love, then why can't he love me? She asked of Javen. He held her close and kissed the top of her head, his wings wrapped around her body.
I think you know why. As I gazed upon my counterpart, I saw that he isn't himself. Have you not noticed his missing wings and his limited powers? He's given up everything for that mortal woman. If he cared the same way for you, he would have given those things up thousands of years ago. I know it hurts when the person you love doesn't return those feelings, Orella. The best thing you can do is move on. You're the most beautiful, angelic woman on Aseraphelic. A simple beckon would have any suitor pleading for your attention, he said. With her face in his chest, she sighed and looked up at him. I apologize, Orella, I said. I wasn't aware of just how deep your feelings were for me. I can relieve you of your pain, if you wish. With that, my hands began to glow pure gold as I made my way toward them both. A simple touch would cleanse her heart of the torment I so unwittingly was inflicting on her. As with all angels on my world, I had complete control of her mind and body. Free will was a privilege begotten only for humans and vampires in my universal cluster. I controlled the wills of all angels and seraphim if I chose to do so, just as the Omni did mine. We rarely ever exercised such rights. However, as I gazed at the sadness in Orella's eyes, I couldn't help but offer my power of emotional suppression, just this once. Come, Orella. I can take away your pain, I said, motioning myself closer to her and Javen.
Stay away from me, Seraph. She hid behind Javen, using him as a shield.
I don't want to cause you any more heartache. Let me do this, I pressed. She retracted her wings and pushed Javen farther in front of her.
No, I'd rather suffer through the heartache than never experience it at all, she asserted.
I moved around Javen, my hand glowing more intensely.
Javen, stop him!
She cried. I gazed at the sad expression on her face and did away with the power to repress that glowed in my hands. These feelings mean that much to you? I asked.
Yes, Seraph. How would you feel if the Omni suddenly appeared and wiped the memory of Anaya from your heart and mind?
I paused and glided a few feet away from both of them. The love I feel with Anaya is mutual. I don't want to cause you pain. You've been holding these feelings in for centuries. The erratic emotional attachments that angels experience aren't likely to fade, and they'll drive you crazy. Are you sure you want to live this way for such a long time? I asked her.
We're both doomed, Seraph. The Omni will eventually reveal herself and set things back the way they were. If it isn't the vampire or the human who breaks you apart from her, it will be the Omni, she protested.
I hung my head low and dropped my arms to my sides. You don't know that.
It's an eventuality, my lord. If she didn't have the genes of the Chosen running through her, it would be different. Nevertheless, we both know that isn't the case.
I looked up and saw that she was right in front of me. Javen was off to the side, gazing at the both of us in silence.
Why choose her when you can have me? She said.
There is a part of him that wants you, Orella, said Javen. I feel what he feels, and I know this to be true. But you have to understand that he is in love with Anaya. Nothing can break that bond. They've been through a lot, and have broken multiversal laws to be together. I don't see him giving that up for anything. She turned to him with sadness written all over her face. You know I love you, Arella, just as I love all my people. I think it would be best if you returned home, I said. He's right. Besides, the Seraph and I have much to discuss, said Javen. She turned away from me and flew into Javen's arms, wrapping her wings and arms around him.
Are you planning to join with him now?
She asked him. No, we can't join yet, I said hastily. Javen looked at me, puzzled. Why not? The purpose of my existence is to merge with you. I still don't understand why you tried to suppress my manifestation in the first place, he said. I'm not ready to merge, I persisted.
He's afraid if he merges with you, he'll come to his senses and rejoin the rule of 3, said Arella.
Dark clouds converged around us as large warm droplets of rain began to fall. Lightning flashed and rippled throughout the sky as thunder jarred from the smaller clouds below. I was the cause of it all. Arella was complicating things for me, whether she knew that or not, and my mood affected the vicinity of wherever I happened to be. Is that true? Asked Javen.
It has to be true, Arella said. The last time you two joined, our Lord had his head on straight. He was devoted to his work with the rule of 3 and the Omni. The Seraph never deviated from that truth. Something has changed in the Seraph, and if he joins with you, he may go back to the way he was before.
You don't know what you're saying. That's not how it works, I bellowed. Then why don't you want to begin the unification protocol? That's the only reason I came here. We'll merge soon enough. I'm just trying to wrap my head around a few things. Why don't you and Arella spend some time together? You've never been free to wander on your own before. Use this newfound freedom to explore these emotions that are consuming the both of us, I said. Wait, you're saying you will allow me to be free? He asked happily. Only for a while. I suppressed you until I was ready for the merger to begin. But you manifested on your own when I left to meet with the vampire and the human. So I suppose you can be free until I'm ready. With a bright smile, Javen tossed his arms into the air and spread his wings wide. A bubble of energy formed around his body, shielding him from the rain that fell upon us. Thank you, Seraph. I can finally explore the pleasures of the flesh, just as you have. I've waited so long for this, he said. Just be sure to keep your distance from Anaya while you're exploring those pleasures, Javen. I know you feel for her as I do. Just remember, she's mine alone, I told him firmly. He laughed. You and I are the same. What's yours is mine, and vice versa. And I've already met with her anyway. I manifested in your home, where Arella, Eve, and Embla were with her. I came here to merge with you, so I could experience her as one being with you. You're going to have to wait a while longer, my friend. As long as we're separated, you're not to go near Anaya. And by the way, were you naked when you met with her? I asked. He wasn't wearing any clothes now, so I could only assume he'd been bare with her in my home. Yes, I was. But she, just as you, made it clear that she was off limits, he said. I gazed up at him and smiled. That was my girl. Smart, beautiful, and loyal.
Well, since the Seraph has granted you a little freedom, may I make a suggestion?
Said Arella. Javen and I turned our attention to her as she shed her soaked clothes and spread her wings above her head.
Look at me, Javen.
She placed her hand on the right side of his face.
You cannot have Anaya, and I can't have the Seraph. So...
She rested her chin on his shoulder and spoke into his ear.
Why don't we experience each other?
Javen and I both gasped at the suggestion. The look in Arella's eyes told us she was immensely serious about this. She wrapped her wings and arms around Javen and pulled his body closer to hers. The rain began to fall more intensely, and the clouds discharged red and gold hues all around us. "Why me?" asked Javen, gazing deeply into her glowing pink eyes.
As you have said, you and the Seraph are one and the same. If I can't have him, then at least I'll try and pursue a part of him, she said desperately.
Javen turned his sights to me with a perplexed expression. Neither of us knew how to react to this.
I know a part of the Seraph desires me. Does that same desire burn within you? She asked him.
I took a seat on an orange cloud and watched both of them. I had always had mixed feelings when it came to my yearnings for pleasures of the flesh. While I enhanced those feelings in others, I was forbidden from taking part in them myself. But now that I was breaking all the rules, I wondered how I would react to the call of angelic pleasures. Javen was, after all, the same as I was. His reaction would mirror my own. But my love for Anaya didn't bind him. This was going to be interesting. I don't know if we should. Whatever you and I engage in will be forever imprinted in the mind of the Seraph. The memories of your touch, your taste, your smell will be his to savor. Or... Javen pierced Arella with his gaze and smirked. Is that what you're counting on? I raised a single eyebrow and stared at her, waiting for her response. What Javen was saying was right. The experience of making love to Arella would forever be there for me once Javen and I became one. I leaned forward and listened more closely.
That will be an unintended side effect of my desire for you,
Arella said.
All I want is to experience the Seraph between my legs and in my heart. I've waited thousands of years for this. I can't let this opportunity pass me by. In fact, I won't.
Her wings fluttered as the drops of rain bounced off them and splashed on my crossed legs. The passion in her voice was telling, and it was a passion that couldn't be ignored. Herein lies the difference between the angels and the seraphim, Arella. The emotions of the angels can be erratic at times, while the seraphim have the power to control them. Your desire for the Seraph is consuming you. What will it take to wash this yearning from your heart? Asked Javen. She delicately ran the backs of her fingers through his wet, light blue hair and smiled. The full, voluptuous touch of her bosom pressed against his chest as she pulled him even closer, cupping his muscled backside with her right hand.
Take me, right here and now, and I'll never bother the Seraph again. My lust will be purged, she said, with a hint of sensuality. Her words changed my mood
from curious to captivated. "Are you sure about this?" I asked.
"I'm positive," she said. I laughed and wiped my face from the rain covering my brow.
"I was talking to you, Javen."
Aurella bit Javen's bottom lip and stared into his eyes, waiting, like me, for his answer.
"I don't know. I've never had the freedom to have my own decisions. What will become of me if I relinquish my body to these angelic pleasures? I'm not sure if I'll be able to stop once I've started," he said.
His face was awash with uncertainty as he looked to me for guidance. But how could I help him in his emotional struggle while I was still at the mercy of everything I was going through? This time, I was afraid he'd have to figure this out on his own.
"What should I do, Seraph?" he asked.
"Allow this to seep into your mind, Javen," Aurella said, "and let it lay waste to any lingering doubt you may have. Taste me." She ran her tongue across his bottom lip. It left a tingling sensation that I could almost feel for myself. I couldn't believe I was going to allow this to happen.
"You taste sweet,"
he said. Javen's member began to throb as Aurella squeezed his backside, digging her nails into his wet skin. This would be the first time I'd ever witnessed an angel and a seraph make love. And for that seraph to be my counterpart was even more titillating. I wasn't sure if I should stay and watch, or finally go and face Anaya. I still hadn't surmised how I was going to explain the truth to Anaya, as these two had decided to invade my quiet place and break my meditation before we could come up with a way to tell her. "I know you want me. I know the Seraph wants me. Free yourself and allow us, for once, to act on our impulses and desires. Make love to me, Javen," Aurella said.
"What we do will cloud the Seraph's judgment. I am nothing but a shadow of him. I wasn't meant to exist but for a few hours. I don't know if I can endure the thought of making love to quench my desires," said Javen. "As long as Anaya is here with me, you are free to do as you will. The memories you gather from being with Aurella will be your own to keep. I promise you," I said. The rain poured hard, and its temperature increased by a few degrees. Seeing Anaya in my arms had triggered something in Aurella I never knew was there. She'd become audacious and promiscuous. It seemed as if my sins were spreading to everyone around me. "Are you sure about this, Seraph? I don't know how much longer I can resist," said Javen. "The Seraph has made his choice. Now let us make ours," said Aurella. She wrapped a single leg around his waist and retracted her wings. A pink glow shone from her skin as the rain dripped from her sexy, fit physique. Javen could no longer restrain himself from the temptation before him. With both hands, he cupped her backside and lifted her onto his torso. His cock was pulsating as she slid down his thick, slippery member until she reached the base of his shaft. All of him was inside her now. Their wings spread wide as they both moaned vociferously at the sensual feeling. I can't believe this. I've never felt anything like this," stuttered Javen. Aurella smiled and gripped her legs around him tighter. "The Seraph opened the door. All we have to do is walk through it," she said, before moving herself up and down his length, the hot rain pouring down on their bodies, which increased the carnality of lust between them. Their pink and blue auras began to emanate from them
as pockets of fluorescent matter opened and closed around them. The very fabric of reality was reacting to the pleasure I'd denied them and myself for so long.
Your body is so sensual, so heavenly soft. I want it all the time, said Javen.
Orella lowered her head to the center of his chest and licked up, from his neck to his chin. They glanced at each other for a moment before she pushed her tongue into his mouth. They embraced each other with animalistic fierceness, and the power of both the seraphim and the angels flowed through them. Neither Orella nor Javen needed my help in feeling all the warmth and erotic yearning that boiled the rain as it splashed against their bodies. I could feel the heat as thousands of years of restraint that was burning to be unleashed exploded like a quasar in some distant part of space. Chants and songs could be heard in the expanse of my world by the cherubim, the guardians of the third realm of Aseraphelic, where the angels manifested. The cherubim could feel the passion between Javen and Orella as the energy of their bond washed over my world like a massive wave on a calm ocean. It was all so marvelous. "Look into my eyes, Seraph. Tell me you want me like this for all time," she said to Javen. He was possessed by the feeling, so engrossed by the passion, that he didn't notice she'd called him by my name. I would allow it. It was the least I could do. Butterflies and a few cherubim appeared before us to see the pure passion at its source. The beautiful melody of the two cherubim who joined us became more conspicuous. Without any gestures or movement of their lips, the songs and chants continued. The passion was a part of them, and with lust so intense under these orange clouds and hot rain, the voices of the cherubim were chanting. They fueled the sensation and hot eroticism being experienced by Orella and my counterpart. I could feel it as well. It empowered me, gave me strength. It made me want Anaya even more. The aura arising from them would blind any mortal, but not those who surrounded them now. This was for our viewing alone. I only wished Anaya were here with me now, so her chosen eyes could see the depths of pure passion for herself. Everything about this was beautiful and magnificent. My heart beat faster, and the yearning for love paralyzed me. Why would the Omni deny me this? I didn't understand. How does it feel to be inside me? Is it everything you've ever dreamed? I feel you pulsating against my walls. Your cock is surreal. I want it inside of me all the time, whispered Orella. Javen held his head high and gaped as rain filled his mouth. The butterflies swarmed around their bodies and shined their glorious light upon them. With all the strength I'd endowed in my counterpart, he squeezed Orella's backside and swayed her up and down his length with furious pleasure. I couldn't help but feel guilty that I was audience to this display while Anaya lay waiting in my room. I didn't know how much she knew of Javen, but how would she react when I told her that I'd retain the memory of all this once Javen and I became one? Still, as I gazed at these two lovers and soaked in the passion they each experienced, I couldn't help but to watch and absorb the energy pouring out of them. The two cherubim came before me, one on each side, humming their hypnotic tunes. "It's been a long time, Seraph. Who is that with Orella?" they asked. I smiled as I continued to stare at Orella as she made love to Javen. Not many people in my world knew of the existence of Javen. He was never around long enough for anyone to take notice, and that was the way it should have been. But now, everything had changed, including me. "He's a seraph, my download.
I've allowed him freedom for the time being, I said.
And what greater freedom than to experience the angelic goddess known as Arella? They said in unison.
I smirked and nodded as they ascended above me for a closer look. Arella began to lick Javen's neck as she tightened her grip on his well-toned backside. Making love while standing on a cloud was something new to me, but they were doing it all the same. I'd have to try that position with Anaya. White light blasted from their bodies as their wings opened wide. The flash hit the butterflies, as well as the two cherubim and me. We all could smell their aroma, taste their desire, feel their lust. However, I felt something more, something hidden. I could sense Arella's true feelings. She imagined me between her legs at this moment. Despite Javen and I being almost identical, she still wanted me, and me alone. I hoped she would be faithful to her word, and that her lust for me would be purged after she'd been with Javen. I didn't want any more conflict between her and Anaya. The two cherubim, with their childlike appearances and mystic white auras, glided over to Javen and Arella. Arella threw her arms above her head and swayed her body from side to side. Javen gazed at her, wanting flesh, and ran his tongue up and down her bosom. One cherub positioned itself behind Arella, the other behind Javen. White flashes of light emanated from the four of them, as the cherubim created a massive bed of clouds for them to lie upon.
They should be much more comfortable, my sweet little lovers,
they said as one. With Arella's legs wrapped around Javen, he slowly motioned himself downward to lie on the bed like clouds, courtesy of the cherubim. The rain was still pouring, and I would allow it to last. There was nothing more sensual to me than making love while soaked in water. If I loved this, then so too would Javen. This was his day now, his conquest. I wanted them both to feel what the vampires and the humans in our universes had lived by for so long. The things that had been denied to us for far too long. Arella, you're amazing, Javen said, panting. Don't stop. Don't ever stop.
I promise never to stop, Seraph. You have all of me, she said to him.
The cherubim transitioned into their incorporeal forms and hovered just above them. By my hand, all light within my private domain vanished, and all was in complete darkness, except for the auras the cherubim shined down on Arella and Javen. Their light was still magnificent in my eyes, as were the butterflies swarming around them. For a moment, it seemed as if nothing else existed but them. The way they kissed was full of emotion and sensuality, as if they'd both been waiting for this moment for eons. Or perhaps it was I who'd wanted this moment, and no matter how hard I tried to suppress these feelings, nothing could cleanse them thoroughly. No. Whatever desire I would have had for Arella now lay with Javen. I knew my heart belonged to Anaya. She was the only one whom I could love unconditionally. Nothing would break that chain. Not the vampire, the human, nor angelic desire. As Javen lay on the cloud, Arella sat on his lap, riding his length as the rain filled her gaping mouth. She caressed her hot, wet breasts and bounced up and down. Javen's eyes were glowing blue as he motioned his head from side to side. The feeling of her warm body inside and out had consumed the very meaning of his existence. With each passing moment, their physical selves faded, and the incorporeal forms of their bodies grew in intensity. As I gazed at them, I noticed Arella had turned her head toward me,
staring at me with her bright pink eyes. She smiled before bending over and pushing her tongue into Javen's mouth. Soon, her hunger would be sated, or at least, I hoped it would. Perched on my cloud, I gazed at the cherubim, who were consuming the passion between these two for themselves. No doubt, they would share this experience with the others in their realm, and I had allowed it to happen. Word would spread of the liberties I'd granted this single angel. Others would begin to think this was the new normal. And why shouldn't it be? Why deny my people what the Omni had denied me? This would be the dawn of a new age. We would all partake of the pleasures afforded to the vampires and the humans. I had no right to withhold any longer. Do you hear me, Eve and Embla? Sexual desires among the angels will be suppressed. No more! I bellowed at the clouds above. Eve and Embla materialized behind me. I could feel their presence. My lord, is this what you want? They asked. Eve laid her hand on my right shoulder, while Embla placed hers on my left. Yes, spread the word among all angels on Aseraphelic. They are bound no more, I commanded. Why do this now? Asked Eve. Because it is what I owe them. I've been selfish. They don't need to live celibate. I passed my vows on to them, as it was commanded by the Omni that I alone was to live life without having known love or desire. Well, that all changes now. Tell them they are free, I said humbly. They both stood before me and bowed. I nodded as they transformed into pure energy and shot into the sky like bolts of lightning. Everything would change, just as I had changed. All things needed to evolve, and I was at the center of that evolution. Anaya had changed me. My love for her was now deep-seated in my DNA. I would never give her up. I knew that now. And the time to tell her the truth was here. No more stalling, and no more delays. I would tell Anaya of her true nature. The time was now. Javen and Arella left their physical bodies on the illuminated cloud and floated into the sky in a shining radiance of blue and pink. Wherever they landed, I just hoped their bond wouldn't deepen too much. I'd permitted them this one time together, and I hoped that Arella would keep her promise. But as of right now, I needed to see Anaya and tell her everything. She needed to know, just as I needed the weight of it all off my chest. Chapter 9. Anaya. Surely you didn't think this was over, did you? Said a dark voice. My heart dropped as I looked around in a panic, but I couldn't find its source. He was back, and I was alone with no one to help me. I knew I should have gone with Javen when he said he would find Sylas. I threw the sheets off myself and jumped out of bed. This was insanity. Why did this keep happening to me? I owed that damn demon snake nothing. Oh, you owe, Anaya. You owe, he hissed. I looked around and ran to the door. Someone help me, I yelled. No one answered my call. Where the hell was everyone? It's useless, my slave. Only you can sense me. Only you know of my presence, he said. Damn you, Opep. Leave me alone. Our deal is off. Sylas knows what you did to me in the 7th universe's Earth. You deceived me. There is no more deal. Now get out of my head. I slammed up against the door and tugged on the knob, and suddenly everything around me vanished in a massive explosion of black smoke. Once again, I was in a void of oblivion, and the emptiness and sorrow that accompanied the Lord of Chaos consumed me. I had to find a way to stop him from invading my mind. I would go insane with the thought of him listening to my every word, or being there with me no matter where I went. I needed to get Sylas to close that damn gate again. Sylas, where the hell are you? I bellowed, falling through the dark abyss. Sylas is with Arella, enjoying her every curve, her every sexual angelic feature, he said, smiling. What? I asked, unconvinced. Your Sylas is making love to Arella right now. Where do you think that everyone has gone, you naive little girl? They are all watching Sylas take in the pleasures of that angel. You have to admit, she's far more attractive and superior to you in every way, he said. I balled my fists. Lies. Oh, I'm afraid it's true. Have a look for yourself. He gazed at me with that same devious grin he'd always had. A pep flew through the air in a circular motion, round and round, until a portal appeared. A flash of green and gray light from the portal almost blinded me. I looked away and covered my face with my arms. This was all an illusion. It was all in my head. So why did it feel so real? Look and see what your so-called soulmate is doing while you sit here waiting for him like a good little girl, he hissed. I was still covering my eyes with my arms. In all honesty, I didn't want to see what this beast had to show me. I trusted Sylas, and nothing would break that trust. Look, Anaya, face reality, and look, screamed the serpent. A force pulled my arms to my sides and pried my eyes open. I faced the portal in horror. The images on the other side hit me like an avalanche of snow and rock. Do you understand now? No one, not even the Seraph, can resist the temptation of the angels. All of them, even your savior, falls prey to the sensual voluptuousness of Arella. She'd been waiting centuries for this, and because of you, she finally got what she wanted. Apep laughed like a fanatic at my suffering. Without blinking, I stared into the portal and watched as Sylas and Arella made love on a bed of clouds in the pouring rain. Look into my eyes, Seraph. Tell me you want me like this for all time, said Arella. Your body is so sensuous, so heavenly soft. I want it all the time, exclaimed Sylas. Seems like he's forgotten about you already. Apep laughed. I gritted my teeth and looked at him with tears in my eyes. No. No. No! I screamed as loudly as I could. It felt as though my heart had shattered into millions of pieces, only to be reassembled and broken countless times again and again. Did you think an immortal being such as the great Seraph could stay in love with a mortal like you? You humans are so self-important so one-dimensional. You believe the entire universe revolves around your small, limited existence. Nothing could be farther from the truth. I told you the first day we met. What were my words to you? Do you even remember? Do you? Shouted Apep. What? What were your words? I yelled defiantly. That the Seraph and the rule of 3 will cause you more suffering and heartache than I ever could. And now look at you. You're here, proving my point. Apep sighed and closed the portal as tears ran down my cheeks. I'm not the bad guy here, Anaya. The Seraph should never have gotten involved with you in the first place. Nevertheless, make no mistake, my mortal friend. You are his prisoner here. He will never let you leave, no matter what you do or say. Now that he has made love to Arella, he sees what he can have. You will sit in this room as she becomes his queen, while you remain the concubine. Is that the life you want? I wiped my face with my sleeve, and then crossed my arms. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. My Sylas's naked body had caressed hers as they'd spoken those sensual words to one another. I just wanted to fucking die. Eventually, the Seraph will give her power over you. She looks down on you for being mortal. Do you want to be Cinderella, with an evil godmother controlling your every thought, your every breath? I told you before, Anaya. I'm not evil, and I wish you no real harm, he said sympathetically. You wish me no real harm? You threw me into a world of vampires, I bellowed. And I also saved you from that Hakunwe who tried to rape you, he shot back. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Everything you've done to me was for your ends. And I'm not your damn slave, I cried out. Apep slithered over to me and transformed into his humanoid form, top hat and all. He twirled and danced in midair with his cane and bright green suit without a care for what he'd just shown me. My heart was gone, and my entire being was in peril. I was broken, with nothing to live for anymore. How could Sylas have done that to me? You're right. You can't be my slave. You belong to the Seraph and Arella. You're her slave now, he said, pushing the dagger deeper into my heart and twisting it. Don't you say that! Just shut up! I howled. I may have flung you into a world of vampires, but that was what you asked of me. All I've done was to fulfill our contract. The Seraph has broken your heart, not me. Do you need a reminder? The portal reopened. I tried to look away, but Apep took hold of my chin and turned my head toward its view. Arella, you're amazing, said Sylas. I promise never to stop, Seraph. You have all of me, said Arella. Sylas licked her breasts and grabbed her ass tightly as she bounced up and down his cock. I wanted to cry and vomit at the same time. I slapped his hand away and covered my face with my palms. "Enough, Pep. I've seen... enough!" I screamed from the bowels of my soul.
"I take no pleasure in seeing you like this, Anaya."
He closed the portal, and I let my tears flow out of me.
"Since you have no use for the Seraph any longer, I think I should show you something."
Another portal opened, but it was far smaller than the last one.
"Look, Anaya,"
he said, as if he were in distress. I wiped my eyes and saw my mother lying in bed, my father by her side. She looked extremely ill, as if she hadn't eaten in days. "What's wrong with her?" I asked.
"She's dying, Anaya. Everyone on your earth thinks you killed yourself. The grief struck her harder than anyone. While you're here, with someone who no longer cares about you, your mother is dying," he said.
I shook my head, and my entire body started to tremble. "No, this can't be real. You're trying to trick me again," I shouted.
"Why do you think the Seraph has never shown you your family since you met up with him again? He wants you all to himself and has no regard for who may be harmed as a result. Now, with Orella by his side, you will become more or less a sex slave, while your family and friends suffer."
I covered my ears with my wrists and shook my head from side to side. What had I done? This couldn't be happening.
"If you agree to accept my help, our contract will be over, and you can go back to the life you once had, before interference from the Seraph. The rule of 3, the Seraph, and I will all be distant memories."
"No. I have to confront Sylas about this first. I need to hear it from his lips. If what you're showing me is true, then I will let him go. But I have to talk to him, face to face," I said.
"Your mother will be dead by then.
Never before on Aseraphelic have an angel and a seraph joined in sexual pleasure.
It could be days before you see him again. Agree to my deal now, before it's too late," he said.
My mother began to cough as my father patted her brow with a wet cloth. I frantically gazed at Apep and then at the portal, where my mother looked as if she were about to breathe her last breath. He could be tricking me again, and this all could be an illusion. But I didn't know if I should take that risk by calling his bluff. I cleared my mind and tried to let my emotions calm a bit. I didn't want to make another deal with this serpent the same way I did last time. "What is your end game in all this, Apep?" I asked.
"End game?"
he asked, trying to hide a little smirk. "Yes. What is it that you want from me? Who am I to you? Tell me," I demanded.
"As I have said before, where there is order, there must also be chaos.
This is the balance set by the Omni herself. Now, if you wish to stay here for all eternity and be Orella's slave and the Seraph's plaything, then that's up to you. Do you believe you're the first human woman he's brought here? You're just one of many. Someday soon, he will tire of you and throw your mortal self into the harem with the other women he's collected over the centuries. other women? I stuttered.
You thought you were the only one. So naive, so easily fooled. He is the Seraph of love and desire, who has existed since before your universe was willed into being. You are nothing but his latest conquest. Do you wish for me to show you what he's doing with Arella again, to refresh your memory? Apep laughed and twirled his cane in the air. I'll open the portal if you want. He's probably giving her oral, while gently squeezing her firm, angelic ass as we speak. Or maybe—
Shut up! I shouted. He laughed and tipped his hat to me, as if he were enjoying my torment. I didn't know how many more tears I could cry. Sylas had been gone for hours, even after the appearance of Javen. Eve and Embla were gone, and so was Arella. What could I do? I needed help.
I'm here to help you, Anaya.
The same way you helped me last time? I sniffed and rolled my eyes.
Forget about last time. I dropped you on that world because that's where the Seraph was located. It wasn't my intention to cause you harm.
Then why did you try to attack Alishani? And why did you want those vampires to take me prisoner? I don't want to hear your lies.
Because I knew the Seraph would somehow try to bring you to his world. I am the Lord of Chaos. I maintain balance in this cluster of universes overseen by the rule of 3. Keeping you here disrupts that balance.
Then why help me at all? Why not just let me dwell in my misery on my homeworld? What was the point of tossing me onto that vampire planet in the first place if you knew Sylas would bring me here?
Because I wanted you to see the Seraph's true nature for yourself. I knew you'd be willing to help me once you knew the truth. I gazed into his reptilian eyes with suspicion.
Help you with what?
Putting the universe back on the path to balance.
He smiled and spun around, dancing just as he had done during our first deal-making encounter. So you mean to tell me that you went from the evil overlord of chaos and destruction to a benevolent overseer of balance? You're not fooling me, Apep. I don't know how, but I can sense your true nature. I don't know what it is you want, but it sure as hell isn't balancing the universe or whatever it is you want me to believe. I scoffed at him and crossed my arms over my chest. I was finally coming to my senses. He was, after all, a god of trickery, among other things. I could see in his dark serpent eyes that he was hiding something. Abruptly, without warning, he turned back into a massive snake and howled so loudly that I had to cover my ears. The Seraph is fucking Arella right now. Why don't you just come with me? You'll never be happy here. He bellowed and hissed, almost spitting all over me. I shouldn't have allowed myself to be deceived by you, Apep. I was foolish even to think Sylas would do that to me. I'm done believing your lies. Everything you showed me was probably an illusion anyway, I said boldly. He howled again and grew in size until a single one of his fangs eclipsed my entire body. You stupid bitch of a woman. I am Leviathan, Apophis, Jormungandr, the devourer of galaxies, the eater of stars and worlds, the ender of life. You believe you're equal to me? He shouted in a deafening rage. I didn't want this transition to be bleak, but you've left me with no other choice. A portal opened, blowing my hair all over the place. Dark smoke filled the void we were in, as I saw my family through the portal, happily enjoying one of my mother's favorite dishes. Wait, I thought you said my mother was sick, I shouted. Oh, she will be. Trust me, she will be, he hissed. I watched through the portal as all the lights in my parents' house went out. Whoa, what happened? My mom said.
Must be a fuse. I'll go check it out,
said my dad. What are you doing, Apep? I screamed. As long as you follow my instructions, I won't do anything to them. However, if you refuse, they all die. Your friend Elizabeth? Dead. Saya? Dead. Everything that you've ever loved will die. Do you understand me? He screamed like a psychopath. What? No! Why are you doing this to me? I cried. Because of what you are. I can only guess the Seraph hasn't told you yet. Either way, make no mistake, Anaya. We had a deal, and you are my slave. He laughed. Fuck you, Apep. Fuck you. Oh, how I wish. He laughed even harder. Ah! My dad shouted as he fell down the stairs into the basement. Dad! Stop this, please, I begged of Apep. Do as I say, and I won't drag him into the depths of the Underverse, where he will live in utter torment for millions of years. I balled my fists and lowered my head. If I told Sylas, we'd have to leave this world to stop Apep. And there wasn't a doubt in my mind the vampire and the human would separate us. If Sylas closed the gate and cut Apep from my mind, then my family was as good as dead. I couldn't believe this was happening. Why wouldn't everyone just leave us alone? What's it going to be, mortal? Time's wasting. He taunted me with his insidious laugh. What is it you want me to do? I said in defeat. Black smoke swarmed his body as he transformed back into his ridiculous-looking humanoid form. He twisted his cane with his scaly right hand and threw his hat at me. I let it hit me in the chest and fall down the void into nothingness. You were supposed to catch it, he said. Just tell me what the hell you want me to do, I exclaimed. Tapping his feet together in glee, he smiled and danced toward me. With every movement, every dance this bastard did, I became more pissed. I wanted to punch him right in his reptilian face. Tend to me closely, Anaya, because I don't repeat myself. I want you to convince the Seraph to take you to the gate of Aseraphelic. You are not to tell him about my involvement. Understood? Tell him you don't love him anymore, and that you want to go back home. Make him believe it. When you reach the gate of this world, I will take you back to the 7th universe's Earth. My jaw dropped. What? Why do you want me to go back there? To fulfill your mission. I need you in that world. I need you to become a vampire. He shouted happily, as if everything were falling into place for him. You're out of your mind. I'll never go back there. I damn sure don't want to become a bloodsucker. You have no choice. Do you wish to have everything you've ever loved die? Flashes of light shot out of the portal. I covered my eyes until the light dimmed, and it was safe to look. Stop it! I screamed as I saw my father hovering a few inches from the floor in our basement, his limbs spread with smoke consuming his body. I can toss him into oblivion right now, if you wish. A malicious twinkle in Apep's eyes made me furious. I wanted to kill him. All right, I'll go back. Just leave my family alone, I begged. He grinned, and the portal closed. If you knew your true nature, you'd understand why I'm doing this. With you out of the picture, your world will have no chosen to save it. All this will be solidified when you become a vampire. If you meet up with that Alishani brat again, request that she turn you. With you as a vampire, the rule of 3 will have nothing to fall back on, and your world will succumb to chaos and destruction, he said as he pumped his scaly fists in the air triumphantly. What is a chosen? And why are you doing this? Tell me, I cried out. He flew toward me and smiled, inches from my face. Call it vengeance if you wish. They banished me to the Underverse for thousands of years. Now their little system will be thrown off course, and it'll take millions of years to correct it. I suppose I should thank you, Anaya. If it weren't for you and your weak sentiments, I never could have had the opportunity to pay them back for what they did to me. You have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy watching the Seraph, the vampire, and the human scramble to fix this mess once you've turned. I backed away and looked him up and down. Why the hell was I so important to my world? I was nothing. Just some lowly university graduate. How could someone as insignificant as me hold so much power that I'd have an immortal beast and omnipotent beings fighting over me? For the life of me, I couldn't grasp it. Remember, Anaya, the moment you see the Seraph, you must convince him that you don't love him anymore, and that he must take you to the gate. I'll be waiting. Reveal anything to him, and your father will be the first to die. Hell, I might even kill Elizabeth and Andrew's daughter, Sarah. She's, what, a year old? Pity to have to die at such a young age, don't you think? His smile infuriated me to the point where I wanted to lash out at him. But I couldn't. My family and friends were at stake. I had no choice but to comply. I'll do what you ask. Please, just leave them alone. A portal opened behind him, and he danced toward it, as if he were already victorious in all this. Don't break your word, and I won't break mine. I'll be waiting, Anaya Myers. He leaped into the portal, and I suddenly found myself back on the bed, and out of that evil, dark void. I looked all around the room, and it seemed everything was back to normal. I lay on the bed and placed a pillow over my head. Apep was right. I was his slave. When everything is said and done, I promised to whatever god may be listening, I will make that damn demon snake pay for this. I swear it. Chapter 10. Sylas. I'd left them all to return to Anaya, who'd been waiting for me in our home. Despite the intense passion between Javen and Arella, and the energy that emanated from it, I still couldn't stand to be away from Anaya. She'd been by herself for the last few hours, and by now, she was probably wondering where I'd been. I had to build the confidence needed to tell her what she indeed was. Fear of her leaving me for the greater good was always there in the back of my mind, like a nagging splinter. I probably should have told her the full truth from the beginning. Even if I had, she probably wouldn't have been able to grasp the meaning of just how important she was to her planet. The time for secrets had ended, nonetheless. I'd confess everything to her, and hope she'd choose to stay. I needed her in my life, just as a fish needed water, or a vampire required blood. All my truths would be laid bare the moment I saw her soft hazel eyes. Like a meteor falling from the sky, I flew down from my private sanctuary through the clouds and sea-salted atmosphere while marveling at the glory of my world. Everything seemed so peaceful, and I could feel the passion erupting among the angels. Even Embla must have already spread the word about lifting the restrictions I'd placed on the angels. An unlimited warmth and splendid radiance engulfed the whole of the northern region where the angels dwelled. It would soon spread to every spherical junction of my world and fill every living being with sensations not felt for eons. Perhaps not all I had done was out of selfishness and sin. Anaya had changed my way of thinking for the better. Now everyone could be free, just like me. Like a delicate rose that smelled of a fragrance known for increasing my heart's rhythm, my Anaya sat on the balcony of our home with her feet dangling over the edge. She was like a dream, my angel, waiting for me to hold her in my arms again. I slowed my approach, my skin illuminated in gold, shimmering the way it had when Anaya and I first made love. I'd planned to take her to the northern region so she could see for herself just what she inspired me to do for all my people. She glanced up, saw me drawing toward her, and shot to her feet. She was wearing a black nightgown that hugged her figure beautifully. The way her auburn hair blew in the wind made me sweat in anticipation of her touch. If only the vampire and the human knew how much I loved her. I reached the balcony and hovered in front of her, smiling. She didn't return the longing gaze as she once had after we'd been apart for a while. She looked depressed and full of sorrow. I flew over the railing of the balcony and landed beside her. "Hello, love. Did even Embla get you something to eat?" I reached for her shoulder, and she trembled at my touch. "Are you okay?" I asked. She turned around to face me. Tears were forming in her eyes. "What's wrong?" She crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at her feet. My love seemed agitated and sad. Perhaps she was upset I'd been away for so long. I had to tell her the truth about her role on Earth, as well as what I'd done that led to her creation. No more hiding. I placed my index finger under her chin and lifted her head so she could look at me. Seeing her like this put a dent in my heart. "What's wrong? Did something happen to you while I was gone?" She pulled away, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. I was taken aback as I gazed into her soft, sad eyes. I want to go back. Take me back home," she stuttered. Within an instant, it felt as if the weight of a collapsing star were crushing my heart, imploding everything I was. Why?
What happened? I exclaimed. My hands were shaking, and my aura had faded completely.
I just want to go back. I miss my family. Coming here was a mistake.
More tears rolled down her face as she turned away from me. Anaya, did I do something wrong? Why would you say coming here was a mistake? I thought you chose me. I thought you wanted to be with me. My heart was racing.
I don't anymore. All this was a mistake. You're a Seraph. You can have any woman in the cosmos. Find someone else, Sylas. I'm nothing.
You're everything, Anaya. Everything to me, I cried out. She broke down to her knees and covered her face with her hands.
I don't want this anymore. I want to go back to my normal life. I don't want you anymore, she said.
Right then, it felt as if an executioner had plunged a flaming sword through my heart. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This couldn't be possible. It just couldn't. Anaya, please. I'll do anything you want. What did I do wrong? Just tell me what I did wrong. How could your feelings for me change within such a short time? Did something happen while I was away? Tell me. She wiped her eyes.
Nothing happened. I just...
She held her stomach and crunched down into a ball.
I just don't love you anymore. I don't love you, Sylas, she cried.
The way her voice cracked told me that was a blatant lie. She loved me. I could feel it in the depths of my soul. I grabbed her by the shoulders and stood her up. Look at me, Anaya. Please, look at me, I commanded. With bloodshot eyes, she gazed at me slowly, her face full of woe. I know you love me. Tell me the truth. Did Arella or Javen say something to you? Javen told me he met you when he manifested in our room. Was it him who wronged you in some way?
No one wronged me, Sylas. I don't love you anymore. Please take me to the gate. Call the vampire or the human to send me back. You can rejoin them, and everything will be back to normal. Okay?
She sniffed and rubbed her eyes.
All right,
she said more firmly. I tried to keep from crying as my entire body crumpled to the floor. What could have triggered this sudden change of heart? It was decimating everything that I was. She stood, crossed her arms over her chest again, and looked away from me. How could she be so cold? What had gotten into her? Thousands of questions filled my mind as I tried to piece everything together. None of this made sense. None of it.
Take me to the gate now. I need to go, Sylas. Please,
she said, as if she were in pain. I can't give you up. I love you too much. She scoffed.
Am I to become your prisoner? I need to get out of here. I need to be away from you. Whatever love I thought I had for you was a lie. I don't love you, Sylas. I don't, she shouted. The look in her eyes killed me. There was nothing I could do. She wouldn't explain anything, and each time I pushed her for an explanation, she'd get defensive. I didn't want to exist anymore. Not without her. Take me home, Sylas. This is over. Please. Sylas. Just take me home, she begged.
I looked up at her and tried to search her soul for answers, but she refused to lay eyes on me. What had I done? What had I done?
Now, Sylas. Please, she pressed.
I sighed and attempted to keep my composure. All right, Anaya. I'll do as you wish. Just know that right here, right now, that I died this day, I said softly. She flinched, and her lips curled, as if she wanted to cry even more than she already had. I took her in my arms and flew into the sky toward the gate. My heart was dead, and so was I.
Chapter 11. Anaya. I couldn't bear it. I just couldn't stand to look him in the eyes. I would dissolve if I did. There were no words for how much mental anguish I was going through. The look on Sylas's face when I said I didn't love him anymore made my heart explode. I wanted to die at that moment. My heart shattered with every word I let loose from my lips. The pain was unbearable, but I had no choice. There was nothing more I could do. I needed Sylas to think I didn't love him anymore. That was the only way he'd give me up. I would make that damned serpent pay for this one day. I'd make it my life's goal to see to it that he suffered, no matter the cost. I held on to Sylas tightly as we flew through the mystic clouds. The sky was dark, and the rain poured heavier than anything I'd ever seen. I knew this weather was an outer manifestation of Sylas's emotions. I'd caused this sorrow. Please, tell me why you want to leave me, Anaya. You owe me that much, he said, without looking at me. His gaze was glued to the sky above. Please just take me home. My voice was cracking. I had to be callous. Otherwise, he'd know I was lying about not loving him anymore. I couldn't let him get suspicious. My family's lives were at stake. Tell me. I need to know. I'm not going to say another word. Just take me home, I said through unrelenting tears. I squeezed him tighter and breathed in his scent. Nothing could describe how much I would miss it. Then, something occurred to me. Why the hell didn't I think of this before? I reached my lips to the side of Sylas's head and cupped my hand around his ear. I had to ask. If the answer was what I hoped it would be, then all this could stop, and I'd be able to tell Sylas what was going on. Sylas? I sniffed. Can I ask you something? I could feel his heart pounding. I thought you said no more words. Please. This is important. Sure. Ask away. Do you have the ability to bring back the dead? For example, say some force beyond human comprehension, or to kill someone on my world. Would you have the power to reverse that death? I squeezed his shoulder, hoping he'd tell me what I wanted to hear.
As a member of the Rule of Three, nothing was beyond my power. I was as the Omni willed it. But now that I am banished, I've lost a portion of my powers. So no, in my present state, I cannot bring back the dead. Why do you ask?
My heart sank. I was just curious. That's all.
Is someone you love in danger? Is that the reason you want me to take you back? Tell me the truth, Anaya. We promised no more secrets between the two of us. Now tell me.
He sounded desperate for answers, and I was dying to tell him.
Your inquisitiveness is going to get your entire family killed. A pep hissed in my mind. I froze in Sylas's arms. No more questions, and no more talking. You're almost to the gate, so keep your damn mouth shut, slave.
I didn't know how to react. Apep could hear my every thought, sense my every action. I was trapped.
Anaya, come on. Tell me what's going on.
Sylas stopped flying, and we hovered just a few feet from the gate above. I could see Eve and Embla in all their immense glory, gazing down on us.
One word, and they all die.
The malice of Apep consumed me, and terror immobilized me.
Talk to me, Anaya. Please.
Sylas pleaded. Eve made her way down toward us. A portion of her aura seemed to wash away the fear that came with Apep's presence. I need to get back home. Please, Sylas, just take me home. No more stalling. I placed my hand on his chest and looked him directly in the eye.
Is everything all right, my lord?
Asked Eve.
Yes, Eve. Could you give us a moment?
Said Sylas. I don't need a moment. Just take me up to the gate and call for the vampire and the human. Now, Sylas! I exclaimed. I felt his hands quiver as I raised my voice. I wanted to die right there.
As you wish,
he said. Slowly we flew to the gate, and I could see the vastness of space and burning stars in the distance.
Is she leaving already? Asked Embla.
I suppose so, answered Eve. I planted my face in Sylas's chest and cried. If I do become a vampire, and Sylas rejoins the Rule of Three, I hope they take vengeance against that monster. I hate him.
Why are you crying? This is what you want, isn't it? Is there something you're not telling me?
We were a foot away from the gate, and I could feel Apep's presence grow stronger.
You know what's at stake here. Get him to bring you outside the gate, or your mother will be the first to taste the sweet suffering of the Underverse.
Apep whispered in my mind. I sighed and looked up at Sylas. His eyes were watery, tears threatening to flow down his cheeks. But he fought them back with everything he had. Wait, I feel something, said Embla. Her aura glowed brightly as a fiery sword materialized in her hand. Don't you feel it, Eve? she asked.
Yes, you're right. I feel it. Something mischievous is waiting outside the gate. Stand back, my lord,
said Eve.
Break free of his grasp and fly outside the gate right now. We'll murder everything you've ever loved,
a pep shouted in my head. The tone of his voice made me dizzy and nauseous. I gazed into Sylas's eyes one last time, and then kissed his soft, wet lips. I'm sorry, Sylas, I said, before pushing myself away from him and gliding toward the gate.
It's the Lord of Chaos, above us,
Eve and Embla both shouted. With my hands extended above my head, I floated outside the gate.
No! Anaya!
Screamed Sylas. A dark portal opened just above me, and out slithered the serpent. With the brightness of 2,000 suns, Sylas's body was engulfed in light as he sped toward me. You're too late, Seraph. She's mine now, you fool! A pep shouted victoriously. I'm sorry, my love, but he threatened to kill my friends and family if I didn't do this, I said. A destructive wave of burning energy shot out of Sylas's hands and headed straight for the serpent. Ha! The beast smiled. Too little, too late. A pep grabbed me with the end of his tail and pulled me through the portal. The beam of energy from Sylas clashed against the portal wall and dissipated into nothingness. I could still see everything. Eve, Embla, Sylas, and the gate. You naive little child. This was all too easy. If the Seraph had educated you, instead of gallivanting in worldly pleasures, you'd know that I couldn't kill any sentient life forms. My purpose is to create chaos in the cosmos, not to end life. Only the chosen and the vampire can end life as willed by the Omni. The serpent burst out in uncontrollable laughter. Wait, so when you threatened to kill my family, a lie. It was all a ploy to get you here outside the gate, so I can throw you back into the 7th universe's Earth. In addition, with the Seraph's weakened powers, there's no way for him to follow. You're screwed. I swear you made this too damn easy, said a pep. I struggled to get free, but he wrapped his tail around my entire body and began to squeeze.
A pep! Open this damn portal right now, or I swear you're finished,
bellowed Sylas as he pounded on the wall of the portal. No, Seraph. You're the one who's finished. The rule of 3 banished me to the Underverse for thousands of years, for nothing.
For nothing? You revealed yourself to the humans.
They've integrated you into their mythology, and to this day, some continue to worship you. No different from Eve and Embla, your beloved gate guardians. Adam and Eve, Ask and Embla. Does that ring a bell? Their integration was planned, Snake.
You are the Lord of Chaos. No human should have known of your existence, especially humans in their primitive developmental state.
It doesn't matter anymore. I have your precious mortal, and there's nothing you can do. She will be tossed to the wolves in the 7th universe's Earth, and your chosen will be lost. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. I, however, prefer to serve it hot, like fire. A pep roared as my entire body was engulfed in flame.
Anaya!
Screamed Sylas as he continued to smash the portal wall with his fist. With my skin cooking in this cocoon of fire, I screamed at the top of my lungs in pain. What the hell had I done? Take one last look at your lover, Anaya. It's probably going to be the last time you ever see him, said Apep, laughing. I pried my eyes open and gazed at Sylas through the sweat, fire, and pain. Rage and desperation painted his face. How could I have been so stupid? I'd ruined everything due to my selfish fear.
Anaya, listen to me,
shouted Sylas. The shock of the pain inflicted by the fire had me frozen in stone. I couldn't move, talk, or sense anything. I felt as if I were dying.
My love, please, listen. Focus on my voice, he cried.
I tried to ignore the pain as much as I could, as a shining green light reflected off the portal wall from behind me. Are you ready to go back to Vampire Land, mortal? Apep giggled and hissed. I was in too much pain to feel anger toward him. My only focus was on surviving.
Anaya, you are a descendant of a chosen from another world. Genes of the Seraph, the human, and the vampire flow through you. Feel the power in your blood. Bring it out and unleash its glory,
shouted Sylas as Apep tossed me into the green-lit portal. Through the atmosphere of the red planet, I fell. The fire consuming my body vanished, as did the pain. I had no burn marks or visible scars. How could I have been such a fool? I'd never forgive myself for this. Say hello to your new home. I'm sure you'll love it here, just like last time, huffed Apep, before he began to laugh maniacally. I turned my body toward him, gave him one last glance, and flipped him off before the gravity of the planet pulled me faster toward the surface. Once again, I would land like a meteor on the ground, and every vampire in the vicinity would come rushing to check it out. I didn't want to be sucked dry, and I damn sure didn't want to become a vampire. All I could do was hope Sylas would find a way to save me. Otherwise, I was as good as dead. Groggy and lightheaded, I awoke on the shore in the same place I had before. I spat the sand out of my mouth and wiped my face. My vision was dazed, and my senses seemed to have been amplified. Apep must have burned away the clothes I was wearing before, because my garments had changed. Instead of the usual nightgown I'd worn on Aseraphelic, I was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, all black, made of polyester. As waves of water washed up against me, I sat up to look at my surroundings. I couldn't believe this was the same world as before. Everything had changed. The forest was gone, and the water appeared to be rich with a red substance that I could only describe as blood. What the hell happened here? How many years must have passed since Sylas and I left? This place was like a war zone. I dug my feet into the sand and tried to stand, but I was still a little lightheaded. It wasn't the thin air, but the fall and crash landing onto this beach that had me stunned. That damned Apep. He would pay for this, and I didn't care if I had to sacrifice myself in the process of making him pay. I looked down at my feet as the water continued to wash up against the shore I was standing on. The water was disgusting. The ocean was filled with pollution and blood. It was like something out of a nightmare or horror movie. Did Apep do this? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the distance, dead bodies littered the landscape. Some were sucked dry, while others were covered in ash. I'd never seen such death. What could have caused this carnage?
Over here! That meteor struck down somewhere over by the shore, someone shouted. Great. Maybe we can harvest the minerals and create a new weapon to end this war and finally crush the rebellion, another man said.
War? Rebellion? What in the blue hell is going on? I muttered to myself. Unlike last time, there were no bushes or trees to hide in. I was out in the open, completely exposed. I had no idea how I was going to escape whoever those people were. Worse yet, with my luck, they were probably vampires. I was a dead woman if I stayed here.
Do you smell that? A woman said. Yes, a human. Smells delicious. Supper, anyone? Said the man,
as a crowd of at least 10 to 15 people cheered. As they rode over the mountainous terrain, I saw a small army approaching me. Shit! I had nowhere to run, and I was all but screwed. I had to attempt it. I had to evade them, somehow.
I see her. It's a human woman, all right. I haven't fed in days, and she looks moist and plump enough to be drunk dry,
shouted whom I could only assume was their leader. With nowhere else to go, I turned toward the blood-rich water and ran in. There was no way I was going to outrun them, but perhaps I could outswim them. I made it a few steps into the water, and just as I was about to dive headfirst, 2 muscle-bound vampires caught me in midair and pulled me back to the shore. I fought and fought, but they were far too strong for me to resist. Like a fish out of water, I wiggled my body in every direction to get free, but it was no use. They clamped their arms around my arms and legs to stop me from moving.
What the hell is a human doing out here? And where is that meteor? It couldn't have been destroyed on impact. You, search the area for fragments. We need as many materials and minerals as we can find, said their leader, who was holding a large blue weapon that looked like a flamethrower.
The 2 vampires threw me on the sand at the feet of the one who was giving commands. If it weren't for the red sky and the thin air, I would swear I was on a different Earth than last time. So much had changed. This vampire had to have been over 300 pounds. He was bald, with a black beard, light red eyes, and long, prominent fangs that overlapped on his bottom lip. I was sure he could crush me just by sitting on me. He handed his weapon to the guard on its right side and bent over to look at me. Please, just stay away, I said. He smiled, and his fangs grew longer than they already were. He looked like a fat, demonic walrus.
Tell me, where did you come from?
He asked. His breath smelled like a dead rodent mixed with feces. I held my nose so I wouldn't gag.
Did you wash up on the shore from the ruins of the human city of Asancti? Or are you a revert? Reverts taste so much better.
He licked his fangs with his blood-stained tongue. I wanted to vomit.
Let's drink her dry and be done with it. I'm starving, exclaimed one of the soldiers.
I flinched and crossed my arms, placing my hands in my armpits. He sniffed me.
I've never seen a human like you before. Your hair and skin are so different.
I contracted a virus that changed my hair color to auburn. It also poisoned my blood. I was left here to rot after the last vampire bit me and died, I said, in hopes they'd buy it. I had to think on my feet. Otherwise, I was dead.
A virus, you say?
He pulled a few strands of my hair and ran them under his nose. The smell of his skin was more horrifying than the toxic odor coming from his mouth. I held my breath so I wouldn't suck in any more of this rotting stench.
The biological weapons the rebels used have killed many of our kind. The only way for a human to be injected with the virus is if they volunteered for the suicide mission. Now, my question to you is, why tell us if your mission is to kill us?
He ran my hair through his fangs, and I gazed at him in shock. It seemed my lie corresponded with an actual event that was happening on their world. I had to think of something. I just wanted to warn you. I didn't want any more bloodshed. I stuttered nervously.
Or maybe you're lying. Maybe I should test your virus theory.
With his cold, calloused hand, he took a large chunk of my hair and yanked me to my feet. It hurt like hell. I grabbed his hand with both of mine as he dragged me back to the shore.
Let's drown this bitch, then drink her dry,
he yelled savagely.
Sounds like a damn good idea to me,
another soldier exclaimed. No! I screamed, futilely punching his arm to get free. I took a deep breath just before he smashed my face into the water so deep that I grazed the sand below. I could taste the metallic flavors of blood and ash in the water. It filled my nostrils and mouth as this brute vampire held my head under. I scratched, fought, and swung my arms in all directions with no success in getting free. This was the end. I was going to die on this war-torn world. And no one here would have ever known my name. My Sylas, I'm sorry. Mother, Father, Syed, Elizabeth, please forgive me for not being there to see you grow old and raise your children. I had begun to allow the water to enter me when suddenly the pressure on my head stopped. A cold, gooey liquid showered the back of my body, and massive explosions thundered all around me. I lifted my head from the tainted water and breathed the air into my lungs. Wiping my eyes, I looked around and saw the hand of that disgusting vampire who'd been holding me down, floating right beside me, completely severed from his body. Holy shit! I shouted and flopped onto my back. Laser beams and flash explosions went off all around me. I covered my ears to keep from going deaf from all the violence, but it didn't do any good. The noises were too loud to block out. Kill them all! Someone bellowed as more explosions sounded in the distance. Beaming rays of light scorched the land, turning to ash any vampire caught in their wake. I wiped my face and hair and jumped to my feet. I had to get the hell out of here. This place was a war-torn disaster.
Get her before she escapes. President Alishani wants her back unharmed,
a woman said. A shiver ran up my spine when I realized what she'd just said. President Alishani? Did a pep throw me into another parallel dimension that was similar to the world I'd left? I couldn't explain, and right now, it was the least of my concerns. The only thing that mattered was getting to safety and away from all these explosions. I looked up and saw some sort of hovercraft descend toward me with a woman hanging off to the side of it with what looked like a weapon.
Keep steady. I don't want to hurt her, the woman shouted.
My heart was racing and I began to sweat profusely. I ran as hard and fast as I could, but it was futile. There was no way I was outrunning that airship or whatever it was.
Just a little closer,
said the woman. Her voice sounded as if it were on my neck. Leave me alone! Get away from me! I yelled. I took one last glance and saw a huge net flying toward me. There was no way to avoid it. I leaped to try to dodge the net, but it was too late. They caught me in midair. "I got her!" exclaimed the woman. The aircraft ascended back into the air. "Let go of me!" I shouted while struggling to get free. This was insanity, and I feared there would be no one coming to save me this time. The net they'd trapped me in became smaller and smaller. Soon, I wouldn't be able to move freely. I was going to die in this thing.
"Sedate her. We'll wake her once we reach President Alashani,"
said a man standing next to the woman who had caught me. The woman kneeled toward me and smiled. She had fangs and neon blue hair. I couldn't believe it. They were vampires.
"Hold still, okay?
We're not going to hurt you, I promise," she said softly. She placed her hand on my forehead, and I felt all the chaos within me fade. What was she doing to me? "Sleep, Anaya. You're safe with us," she whispered. How could she know my name? I had thousands of questions, and I couldn't even begin to understand what was happening. I felt myself getting drowsy, and soon it became impossible for me to keep my eyes open. The last thing I saw was this woman hovering above me before I lost consciousness. I awoke laying in a bed that was covered in black rose petals inside a dirty, worn-down room. Despite the grimy walls and faded paint, it appeared to be the same room I'd slept in when I was in the human city of Asankti. If this was Asankti, then I could only imagine what happened here. The warring notwithstanding, this place looked decades older from when I was last here. The blood-stained clothes I'd been wearing were gone. Someone had dressed me in a black silk dress. It wasn't immaculate, but given the circumstances, I was lucky to have any replacement clothes at all. "She's awake! Get Asani!" shouted what sounded like a child under my bed, but I wasn't sure. I hopped out of bed and searched around to find who was in my room. The doors opened, and a light breeze hit me. It was soothing, as this room was stuffy and humid. A little girl ran out from under the bed and hugged the older woman standing in the doorway. She had bright red hair, and she looked to be around 70 or 80 years old. There was something vaguely familiar about her eyes, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
"Anaya, you've come back. You haven't aged a day," the woman said.
With a muscled man on each side of her, assisting, she took small steps toward me, and I backed away and leaned on the bed. "Do I know you?" I asked, puzzled. The little girl hugged the woman and ran out of the room.
"It's me, Asani. You remember, don't you?"
She smiled. I took a closer look, examining her from head to toe. My jaw damn near hit the floor when I realized who she was. Asani was a child when I left this planet. I couldn't believe it.
"Ah, so it's all coming back to you. The little girl who found you when you first arrived in our world. Bokai, Gregoi, Koira, and me. Those children who helped you get to Asankti all those decades ago," she said.
I ran my hand through my hair. "Asani? Is it really you?"
"Yes. It's been almost 80 years. I can't believe you've come back."
President Alashani has many questions for you." The two men helped her sit on the bed as I moved a little to give her more room. Asani sighed and gazed at me. I gave her a soft hug. "What happened here? Your world was so beautiful the last time I was here." I tried to keep from crying. "Yes, that it was. Now it's nothing more than a wasteland of death and war." She hung her head low. "Why? What happened here?" I was desperate for answers. "The truth was discovered by the vampire elite." "The truth? What truth?" "I think Alashani should tell you. I'm just happy to see you again. You're just as I remembered. I've been praying to the gods for either you or the Seraph to return. I hope it's not too late." She started to cough violently.
"Come now, Secretary Asani. It's time for your meds,"
one of the men said. She rubbed my knee, gazed into my eyes, and gave me the same smile she'd given me when she was a teenager. What had been a few days for me was 8 decades for them. It was daunting to think about. Did Apep know there was a total war happening on this world when he jettisoned me here? His plan to have me turned might lay in shambles. These people were more concerned with staying alive than turning humans into vampires. What had happened here was so tragic. It was a struggle to keep from dropping to my knees and bawling my eyes out. "The president will be here shortly. Just wait here," said Asani. I wanted to ask her how Alashani became president, and of what. If Alashani were a vampire, then I'd assume she'd still be young compared to the others. I couldn't wait to see her. She would best answer my questions on what happened here. I didn't want to bombard Asani with my queries. She looked as if she was tired enough as it was. I sat on the bed and waited for Alashani to come. Despite everything I'd been through, these people looked to have it 1,000 times worse. Maybe the rule of 3 could help them, and me as well. Chapter 12. Anaya. The mountains tumbled, the seas bled, the planet's synapses metamorphosed into gray death and pulled the world into hell, along with all its species and subjects. Hammers and gods crumbled, mood deteriorated, flesh peeled, and the machine of destruction was unleashed on the masses who were unlucky enough to survive the first reign of total obliteration. They discovered the truth, and in that truth lay revelation and freedom from darkness and blood. The elite would have their war at the expense of our children's children. We are all now painted with a shame that no water can drown, no cleanser can cleanse. It's been hell on earth since the Seraph left Anaya. Complete hell on earth, said Alashani. Her face was covered in soot, and her eyes told the story of decades of unrelenting war and struggle. In spite of her rugged appearance, she still looked somewhat the way I remembered her, but older. Not a teenager, but someone in their early 20s. Alashani was a grown woman now, and it seemed she commanded respect from all those who once shunned her. We entered a room with a round table covered in black cloth. Armed guards, some human, others vampire, surrounded Alashani. They followed her every step and vigilantly surveyed each room we passed through. I never in a million years would have thought this beautiful world would be reduced to this. It was frightening. She took a seat at the table and gave a stern look to all her guards. "Leave us. I want to speak to Anaya alone," she commanded.
"But Madam President, we don't know."
"Now," she said fiercely to her guards, displaying her fangs. They bowed.
"Yes, Madam President,"
said the head guard. They stared me down as if I were some enemy combatant before leaving and closing the doors behind them. I recognized the room we were in. It was the same room Adisa and I spoke in after that whole orgy fiasco with our chancellor. If it weren't for the configuration, I wouldn't have noticed it. "Anaya," she whispered, as if someone were watching us. "You still look the same, Alashani. Same green hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. Asani told me it's been 80 years since I left with Sylas. What happened here?" I asked. Her eyes watered as she jumped into my arms and hugged me tightly. "Thank the gods you've come back. I've waited so long. I knew the second I saw that meteor falling from the sky that it was you. Thank the gods," she cried. I returned her hug and rubbed her back. It seemed as if she needed affection. "What happened to your world? Did Apep do this?" I asked. "Who?" She pulled away and looked at me, confused. I glanced away. "No one. Never mind," I said bashfully. "You have no idea the horrors that have happened here." I couldn't believe it myself. I never thought they'd make it this far. She gazed down at her lap and rubbed her hands together. "What? Tell me," I pressed. She sighed. "Let me start from the beginning. The day you and the Seraph left me lying there on the ground, I saw two mythical beings standing before me when I woke up. One was a vampire, and the other was human. The vampire glowed a magnificent red, while the human figure shone in blue and white. You and the Seraph were nowhere to be found, and there I was, lying in the grass, faced with these two gods. The vampire figure smiled at me and brushed its glowing red hand through my hair. Before I knew it, they were gone. They transformed into balls of light and vanished into some kind of portal. It was then I understood, Anaya, that the Seraph had to be a part of those two beings. It was then I knew there had to be other worlds out there, populated with angels, vampires, and humans. You were proof of that. I spent the next few years researching our history to try to make sense of what I saw. In my research, I found the truth. I understood clearly. Everything made sense. She wiped the tears from her eyes and gazed at me. "The rule of 3, she said, to my surprise. "You know about the rule of 3? "Yes, but that's not what started this war. It was what I found out afterward that triggered the devastation I've spent the majority of my life fighting to end. It was you. It was us. It was reversion." "Reversion?" I asked. "Yes, the process of a vampire reverting to a human. You see, the masses never knew why a vampire would turn into a human. We thought it was spontaneous and random, that some people just had it in their genes, while others didn't. No one would have thought that love triggered the reversion. True love turns a vampire into a human. That's why Asani, Bokai, and the others became human all those years ago. They fell in love with each other, which initiated the reversion process. When I found that out, I wanted to spread the word. I wanted everyone, from Asankti to Tris to Yanogan, to know that we could all be human, just like our ancestors were. That we wouldn't need blood to survive. We could be normal and peaceful. I was too young to realize just how much the elite vampire city-states didn't want this knowledge to propagate. Every vampire city-state, except Tris, converged on Asankti, killing almost every living soul in the human city. They captured me, and for 30 years I was tortured and forced to eat rats until I renounced what I knew to be true. It wasn't until the city of Tris declared war on the other city-states to protect the small groups of humans that were left that the real war began. It was absolute carnage in the beginning. It was Asankti and Tris against the entire world. Weapons were forged, devastating weapons. It was savagery, Anaya. Tears rolled down her face. And it's my fault. I caused all this. I wiped the tears and soot from her face and hugged her as tightly as I could. This isn't your fault. Don't ever say that. You wanted a better world for your people. Those in power were the ones who wanted to suppress this knowledge. They created these weapons, and they killed all those people. Never forget that, I said. She hugged me back and kissed my temple. That's why I'm so glad you came back. With your help, I can put an end to this war. Peace can finally be realized after almost a century of chaos. How can I help? I asked, a little mystified. I was happy for her enthusiasm, but confused about what a mere human like me could do on a world full of vampires hell-bent on killing each other. Are you serious? For the love of the gods, Anaya, don't you know what you are? She stared at me, wide-eyed, as if I should have known all along. I'm just a woman who's been tricked by an evil serpent, not once, but twice. I don't know what the damn snake wants from me, but whatever it is, he can go to hell. I'm sick of being his puppet, I exclaimed. She rubbed my knee and looked me in the face as if I were a mental patient. Are you okay? There aren't any snakes around here, so you don't have to worry. You don't understand, Alishani. That damn snake is the reason I'm here now. When we left you all those years ago, the snake you ate was the cause of us fleeing. Sylas took me to his world to escape the vampire and the human, the two beings you saw that day. They want to take me away from Sylas. We had no choice but to leave this world and go where we'd be safe, his homeworld of Aseraphelic. And if it weren't for that damn snake, I'd still be there right now. How long were you there on the Seraph's world? She asked. Just a few days. Sylas told me that time in your universe travels faster than the others. For you, it's been decades, while for me only a few days. I'm glad you're immortal, Alishani. I didn't even recognize Asani because she was so old. Yes, well, Asani is the only one of her group who's still alive. Everyone else, including her mate, Bokai, perished at the start of the war. I'm sorry any of this happened. I said sympathetically. Don't be. They probably would have died of old age by now anyway. Asani's in her 90s. At the start of the war, Asani, Bokai, and Mara Latif, the governor of Trees, were the ones who freed me from captivity in the underground of city-state Momook. For the first 5 decades, Mara led the charge in a rebellion against the vampire elite. After she died, the rebels voted me in as president. I made Asani the Secretary of War, but I'm afraid she could pass away any day now. Why didn't you just make her immortal again? I asked. Once a vampire reverts to human, they can't be a vampire again. One has to be born human to be turned. But that's beside the point. I discovered something that could put an end to all this. You and I come from a lineage. We are chosen, she said. Before Pep tossed me back here, Sylas was saying something about me being chosen. Do you have any idea what a chosen is? I asked, hoping she'd be able to tell me something about all this. She looked down at my hands and slowly touched my fingertips. 1,000 years ago, a chosen came to my world. The mission of a chosen is to continue the cycle of life with a test we must all pass. What test? I grew more curious. When a human society is on the brink of self-annihilation, the rule of 3 will appear. They will send a chosen to that world who will carry a meteorite to wipe out a majority of the civilization. They, in effect, wipe the slate clean for new progress to begin. In my research, I found that before we became vampires, we were a completely human society, much like your world. We were also on the brink of a nuclear holocaust. The chosen carries the genes of the vampire and the Seraph in a mission of self-sacrifice. When the meteorite strikes, the chosen will be destroyed, along with most of the planet's population. Those who survive will slowly become vampires until every human has been turned. It's all a test. This is why love cures us of our vampirism. The rule of 3 wants the love and connectedness between us to see us through a different path to peace. Once everyone realizes that love can save us from darkness, the courting moon will shine down on us all. Human and vampire alike will never taste death again. The chosen gene stays on the planet until a new chosen arises. Anaya, you and I both have that gene. We are descendants of the same chosen, she explained. I was dumbfounded. What she was saying was impossible. How could I be a chosen from this world? I didn't even know any of this existed until Sylas came to me. How do you know I'm a chosen from this world? It's impossible, I told her. I tasted your blood the day we first met. I remember it well. You have the same genetic markers as I do. The Seraph and vampire genes are in your blood. They're just dormant. There's a reason I don't have any lust influence in my blood. I thought it was a birth defect, but that was a lie. The vampire elite knew. They knew everything all along. Those bastards extracted my lust influence when I was a baby to keep me from finding a mate. I don't understand why they didn't just kill me. With lust influence in my system, it would have been a lot easier for me to use the power of the courting moon to save this world. That's why I need your help. If you help me, we can put an end to this war and save my world. Her voice was desperate. But how can I be a chosen from your world, Alashani? I don't understand it. I don't know either. All I know is if we don't stop this war soon, there won't be anything left to save, she pleaded, squeezing my hand. The pain and sorrow on her face was saddening. Now I knew why Sylas didn't want to tell me about all this chosen stuff. And if this was all true, then I was sure the rule of 3 wouldn't allow me to stay here for long. I'd need to go back to my world, eventually. What happened on her world could very likely happen on my own. If I were a descendant of one of these chosen beings, then I'd need to be there to continue the cycle. In the meantime, until Sylas, or one of the 2 remaining members of the Rule of 3 put a stop to Apep's plan, I'd do everything in my power to help Alishani. A year here was only a few seconds out there anyway. So, will you help me? She asked more persistently. Yes, I'll help you. Of course I'll help. It's the least I can do after you helped me find Sylas the last time I was here, I said. Thank you, Anaya. Thank you, she shouted, hugging me tightly. I returned her affection with a smile. What do you need me to do? I asked. Her fangs grew. I need you to let me turn you into a vampire. Chapter 13. Sylas. The portal faded into oblivion, and I was left there with nothing. All my power was spent, and I had no way of following Apep and Anaya into whatever realm they'd ventured to. I'd known something was wrong the moment she said those lies. The way her eyes died when she said she didn't love me anymore was all the proof I needed to determine that she was being coerced. Anaya loved me with her whole being. How could I have been such a fool as to think she'd given up on us so quickly? I should have banished that damned serpent the moment I found out he made that deal with Anaya. He was forbidden from interfering in the affairs of the Rule of 3, and that should have been enough reason to cast him back into the Underverse. I'd screwed up everything. Not only had I lost Anaya, but I'd also potentially thrown an entire planet off its course. What was I to do? My selfishness might lead to the decimation of the whole system. The vampire and the human were right. They'd been right all along. A sparkle of green and red light resonated from where the portal had disappeared. I felt the 3 of them coming. They must have been watching. As embarrassing as it was, I needed the humans and the vampires' help, and they knew that as well as I did. A portal opened, and out came the vampire and the human, holding Apep in a small glass sphere. I felt my eyes glow gold with rage. I wanted to banish him right then. Apep, what you have done is forbidden. The Omni decreed it before time was time, that the Lord of Chaos was never to interfere in the affairs of the Rule of 3. You have taken a descendant of a chosen and sent her to a world where she isn't meant to be. The punishment for these transgressions is banishment, said the human. Apep hissed and swirled around in the orb he was entrapped in. No different from what the Seraph has done. He should be banished right alongside me, he screamed. I summoned the orb into my hands and squeezed it in my palms. You so much as speak my name again, and banishment will seem like paradise after what I'll lay before you, I shouted,
The vampire snatched the orb from me and sent it into a pocket of space between realities.
Seraph, listen to us carefully, said the human. Anaya is back in the 7th universe's Earth. The society on that planet has been at war for decades. Soon, someone on that world will reveal the truth to the masses, and the courting moon will be fully activated, freeing them of their hate. Anaya's presence may throw all of that off balance. We need you to rejoin us. You know what will happen if we're not there to collect the new chosen from that world in time.
Wait, I thought a new chosen wasn't going to appear for another 1,000 years, I said.
Well, Seraph, all that has changed.
Apep threw in motion events that altered the timeline. The moment he first sent that mortal to that planet, everything fell out of place, said the vampire with undertones of anger.
Do you remember when the vampire and I tried to stop you from coming to your world with that mortal? Asked the human. I nodded. Yes, well, by the time we got there, it was too late, and you already had fled. We didn't know you weren't alone in the forest that day. A female vampire, who is the descendant of a chosen from that world, saw us. The vampire tried to erase her memory of us by caressing her head, but the vampires on that world had done something to her. They extracted the lust influence from her blood, which as a side effect made her immune to mind-thought manipulation, said the human.
When we left, she dedicated her life to finding out everything she could about her world, the rule of 3, the courting moon, and the blood's passion. That was what triggered the war. They weren't supposed to have discovered any of this for another 1,000 years. But now it's too late. The vampire, Alashani, will become a chosen after she completes her mission. And we have to be there to take her to the Omni's universe for training, said the vampire. I just stood there, gazing at them both, dumbfounded. This was all my fault. In all the timelines I'd investigated, I'd never thought something like this would happen. I'd believed I would have an eternity with Anaya, but now all that lay in ruin. My mission in the rule of 3 was now, and not later. Damn it. You must take back your wings and join us in the Omni's universe so that we can inform the trainer, said the human. I'm sure, after all the damage you've done, you can see now why you're not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the human heart. If you've learned nothing, then learn this much, said the vampire. I gazed at my shaking hands. And what of Anaya? I asked. You're still on about that mortal, bellowed the vampire. The balance of our galactic cluster is at stake. The human laid a hand on my shoulder. I'm sure you know by now that Anaya and Alashani come from the same chosen. If Anaya stays on the 7th universe's Earth, then there will be no chosen to save her world. The people on Anaya's planet will fall into nuclear war and destroy themselves. There will be nothing left to salvage. Are you willing to sacrifice billions of lives for your own happiness? Asked the human. Let's not forget, Seraph. It was your idea to split the genes of the chosen between these two worlds. If you hadn't done that, Anaya would be an ordinary mortal, said the vampire. If I hadn't done that, she wouldn't have existed at all, I confessed. They both stared at me, with their auras dimmed. So,
You knew this would happen? Asked the human. You knew she was a descendant all along. You also knew that splitting the Chosen's genes between these two worlds would lead to her birth. What kind of game have you been playing, Seraph? Said the vampire, its eyes glowing red. I looked at them both, hesitant to explain my purpose for doing all this. I hadn't wanted it to end up this way. Confess, Seraph. We have a right to know, said the human. I sighed. With the balance in jeopardy, there was no longer any need to hold back the truth. I turned my attention to both of them and allowed my aura to shine. I wanted to experience love. I wanted my desires to be freed. Despite my unfathomable powers, you two possess something that I never had. You don't know how desolate it is to be without love, without passion, to wield such power, but never be able to experience it for myself. So yes, all of this was 1,000 years in the making. I just wanted someone to love me. I just wanted someone to love. That's all I ask for, I admitted. The human's body exploded in light, as did the vampire's. The shock of it all hit me like the gravity of a black hole. You planted the seed of the Chosen on the third Earth's universe from the seventh's, knowing it would lead to the creation of Anaya? Also, you can have someone to love? They asked. Yes. No mere mortal can withstand the passion of a seraph. It had to be someone who has our genes flowing within them. I knew by manipulating the human heart, I'd be exiled from the rule of 3 and sent to her world for atonement. I've been lying to you and her for so long. I was going to come clean to her until Apep's meddling, I said. The vampire's fangs grew, and its eyes and skin radiated red light. We ought to banish you to the Underverse, along with Apep for this, Seraph. I know, and I would deserve it, I said woefully. The human smiled and placed its right hand on my cheek. You needn't blame yourself for this. You existed for eons, and in that time, you've never felt what the vampire and I have been given so freely by the Omni. The human rubbed my shoulder with its other hand. You know, Seraph, this all makes so much sense now. The third universe's Earth shouldn't have even had a Chosen yet. The Chosen are only born after a meteor is delivered to a planet by another Chosen. No such event has occurred on Anaya's world. I knew something was off about all this. The vampire sneered. I'm sorry for deceiving you both. All I wanted was to know love for myself. I never meant for any of this to get out of hand. I'm sorry, I said. I was filled with regret for keeping all of this a secret for so long. How could you? Asked the human. We are all connected with an unbreakable bond. Why did you think you had the right to keep this from us? The way you pretended to be so shocked when we told you Anaya was a descendant, knowing that you already knew. Did you lie to Anaya when you told her about her love being your key back into the rule of 3? No, that was the truth. I wanted her love. I needed to know what it was to feel such a blissful sensation. I do love her with all my heart. I need to get back to her. My pride aside, she's all that matters to me now. She has to be a part of my life, I professed.
The vampire chuckled. I can't wait to see the look on her face when you tell her the truth, Seraph. It's going to be quite entertaining. I glanced away. The vampire was right. I had no idea how Anaya was going to react when I told her the truth. I was the reason she'd been through all this hell with a pep and those vampires on the planet where she now dwelt. I'd never forgive myself for deceiving her the way I had. I hoped she would forgive me. Seraph, the human pulled me close. If you ever do something like this again, we'll lock you in a small room in the Omni's universe with a pep for the next 200 years. We know how much you despise that snake. Don't make us do it, because we will. Hell, I'm tempted to do it right now, said the vampire, smiling. Don't worry. I now understand why meddling with the human heart is against the rules. Just help me get Anaya back, and I'll set things right, I said. To tell you the truth, you should be forced to seek atonement for the next 2,000 years for this. But we're beyond that now. Alishani needs us, said the vampire. And you need to get Anaya back to her world, said the human. I gazed at them with watery eyes. What? You're not still thinking of staying with Anaya, are you? Haven't you learned your lesson? Asked the vampire. I shook my head. I can't give her up. I love her too damn much, I said tearfully. The human caressed my shoulders. Listen, Seraph. Anaya is a displaced being. Because of the actions you took, she now exists. You must get her back to her world. You will see her again. All beings of good heart enter the Omni's universe. I can't think of another mortal more deserving of that privilege. The vampire, who seemed to be annoyed by the whole situation, snickered and crossed its arms. You made this mess, Seraph. It's your job to fix it. The human and I will be close by. In the meantime, we'll take care of Apep. He's at fault in this more so than you are. I nodded as they took on their forms of pure energy and vanished into the portal from where they'd come. Golden light shimmered behind me, leading to the seventh universe's Earth. There awaited Anaya, and my fate with her. The truth would be revealed. I was so afraid I'd lose her if I told her everything I'd done. That was a risk I had no choice but to take. All of this was beyond me now, and the fate of a chosen was at stake. Chapter 14. Anaya. I backed away as Alishani moved in on me, fangs ready to engage. Alishani, stop! I shouted. She paused and gazed at me, confused. You agreed to help me. This needs to happen, she stated commandingly. I can't become a vampire. That's exactly what Apep wants. I walked backwards until I was clean up against the soot-covered walls. What is this Apep you keep talking about? Her fangs retracted. Given their society was 1,000 years more advanced than my world, the story of Apep and most of the Egyptians' mythology might have been lost in time. I was going to have to break it down for her piece by piece. Apep is the Lord of Chaos. He sent me here so that I would become a vampire and ruin the rule of three's collective cosmic balance. If you turn me, he will have won, I pleaded with her. But I don't have any lust influence in my blood.
The Seraph promised me he would cure me, but both of you just vanished, leaving me here to fend for myself. You owe me, Anaya. How is me becoming a vampire going to help you? I looked at her skeptically. You won't survive the mission as a human. The vampire elite will smell you a mile away. As a vampire, you'll be stronger, faster, and more capable. The majority of the population doesn't know the truth about reversion. We need to spread the word in one fell swoop. The courting moon will be upon us within a few hours, Anaya. We don't have time to debate this. The word must be broadcast at the moment the courting moon's glow shines down on the earth. Only then will my people be free. We've been planning this for months. But with the death of Kari, Mar's mate, I don't have anyone else to help me infiltrate the vampire elite's communication system. We need 2 vampires for this mission, Anaya. Her eyes began to glow a neon blue as she made her way closer to me. I was still standing up against the wall, afraid that she'd try to turn me by force. I sidestepped along the wall to get closer to the door at the far end. Why are you acting like I'm going to attack you? She asked, annoyed. Are you going to attack me? I responded. She put her hands on her hips. No, I won't turn you against your will. I'm just saying, it's going to be dangerous. It'll be better if you're a vampire, she persisted. I was starting to regret agreeing to help her. This wasn't my fight. However, she did say I was a descendant of a chosen from this world. How that was possible, I had no idea. But somehow, when she'd sunk her fangs into my neck, I'd felt a connection to her. I couldn't explain it. Hell, I didn't even want to admit it myself. I wished Sylas were here. He probably hated me now for what I'd done. How could I be so stupid? So, are you willing to go through with this or not? She asked impatiently. I gazed into her shimmering blue eyes and shook my head. I think I'll remain human. I refuse to go along with Apep's plan. I don't care if it costs me my life. I will never do his will, I said assertively. She sighed and smiled at me. As you wish. Just try to stay close to me, all right? I'll have to rub you down with some Ruth dirt from the Lucia trees in the back to hide your smell. I nodded and peeled myself away from the wall. If we were successful, then I wouldn't have to worry about being turned into a vampire or having one of those bloodsuckers drink me to death. While I'd been here for 12 hours, I was sure only a few seconds had passed in Sylas's universe. He was probably still trying to understand why I'd done what I had. If he asked the vampire and the human for help, then I'd never see him again. They'd make sure we were separated for good. Either way, I trusted his judgment. I just hoped he would come save me from the mess I'd created. I also hoped Apep suffered for what he'd done to me. I was a means to an end, a pawn in his 1,000-year revenge plot, the bastard. I hate his reptilian guts. This way, Anaya. Take off your clothes. We must wash whatever sweat you have on your skin, so we can cover you in the Ruth dirt. The shower is to the left, and there's no hot water, unfortunately. It isn't much, but it's all we have, she said. It's all right. Just as long as that Ruth dirt, or whatever it is, doesn't stink or make my skin itch, I'll be all right. She laughed. To you, it'll probably smell like nothing. But to vampires, you'll smell like a skunk who bathed in feces. Great, thanks, I said, smirking. It was somewhat satisfying to see how much Alishani had matured. She wasn't erratic and impulsive like she was when we first met. It was such a shame what happened here. If Sylas somehow found a way back here, he could keep his promise to restore the sexual influence in her blood that she kept talking about. I couldn't imagine being a vampire and having some influence in my blood controlling me and guiding every decision I made. If it suited her, then I was okay with that. I, however, enjoyed my human frailty, no matter how vulnerable I appeared to everyone else. Chapter 15. Sylas. The beauty of the courting moon was all but awe-inspiring. The vampire and the human were right. My actions had led to the coming of their chosen 1,000 years ahead of schedule. That poor girl, Alishani, would have to dwell within the Omni's universe for centuries upon centuries before her mission was due. May the Omni forgive me.
They're trying to penetrate our communication system. We can't let them go to that room. Kill them all. No survivors, shouted a broody-looking vampire with a blood-stained mouth. Everything was too far gone. I wasn't allowed to interfere. All I could do was stand back and watch. The Omni decreed when she created me that no member of the Rule of Three was permitted to intervene in the liberation of a world from vampirism. And damn me if Anaya wasn't in the thick of it. I'd make a Pep pay for deceiving her. That vile piece of shit snake. After all of this was over, and Alishani was successful, I'd have to set the space-time of this universe to match the others. It had only been a few minutes for me, and it looked as if Anaya had already been conscripted into helping them fight their war. I was too late, and I was powerless. The vampire and the human materialized above me, and watched, just as I did. The human placed a cloak over the three of us, so Anaya and Alishani wouldn't know we were close by. I couldn't bear to watch my love in danger, but I had no choice. It was out of my hands now. "She's human! Kill her first!" screamed the same vampire as before. Anaya, armed with a UV scepter, shot the vampire square in the chest, rendering him to ash. I floated in the sky above them, stunned. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Anaya could die in this fight, and I'd be helpless to stop it. Why would she agree to this? "Come on, Alishani! This way!" shouted Anaya. Troops, human and vampire alike, stormed a large black castle made of steel and stone. A force field surrounded the structure just after Alishani, Anaya, and 3 of their troops went in. They were trapped. If anything were to happen to her, I swear, a Pep would live out his banishment as a glass ornament. "The courting moon is close. Do you think they'll succeed?" asked the vampire. "They always do, but not without sacrifice," said the human. Worry consumed my body, and my aura faded to nothing. This was too dangerous for Anaya. What the hell was she thinking? We glided down toward the castle and passed through the walls as if they were clouds. More than the vampire or the human, I needed to see what would happen, to know if Anaya would be safe. It was beyond reckless to go charging into a war between vampires. This was Alishani's destiny, not hers. On the contrary, Seraph, it is both of their destinies. They're both derived from the same chosen. I suppose events had to unfold this way. Maybe this is the Omni's will, said the human. I lowered my gaze and shook my head. I refused to believe that. "The courting moon's glow is about to shine down on the earth. Do it now, Alishani. This is your only chance," screamed Anaya.
The 3 troops that went in with them surrounded Alishani as she gained access to the communication system.
"Reveal the truth. Let them know we can be free from darkness," said one of the soldiers. "Darkness is where we live. In darkness is where she shall remain," said a sinister voice. Intense, almost thunderous footsteps slammed against the floor as the voice's owner made its way toward them. Not one of us could believe our eyes. "What the fuck is that thing?" screamed one of the soldiers. With no hesitation, they began to shoot. The beast-looking ogre was about 10 feet tall, its fangs mammoth, and the entirety of its body monstrously mutated. It raised its arms above its head, causing the blasts from the soldiers' weapons to hit a force field protecting it. "I'm going to eat you all. Genetic advancement has made me a god. I will control this world, and there's nothing you puny gnats can do to stop it," said the beast of a vampire. Alishani turned around and slowly gazed at the monster. The look in her eyes was one of familiarity. She knew him.
"Balin, is that you? It can't be!"
she bellowed. He laughed and clenched his fist. "I have left vampire kind behind. We are the gods now," he exclaimed.
"What the hell did you do to yourself?"
"I've become better. I've become truly immortal. This is my destiny, and I won't let you or anyone else ruin what the vampire elite have worked so hard to build. I will feast on your bones before I allow that to happen." The beast howled and stomped on the floor, cracking the stone pavement in the process. "Seems like she knows that ogre-looking thing," said the vampire. "I know him too. When Alishani was a teenager, she asked me to force him to mate with her. That small, innocent boy. Greed and lust for power corrupt even the most virtuous," I said. With one pass of his arm, the beast knocked the soldiers aside through a glass wall. They continued to crash and fly through the stone and glass fixtures until there was nothing left but a gaping hole. Anaya was in his sights. There was nothing to stand between her and this disgusting vampire ogre. My hands shook, and my eyes lit up like the sun. "No, I won't let this happen," I snapped. The vampire and the human grabbed my arms to hold me back. "You can't interfere, Seraph. We are not permitted. They must do this on their own," they whispered. "They're going to die. Can't you see that?" "Have faith in them, just as the Omni has faith in us," said the human. The beast roared, which shattered what little glass from the wall remained. "Are you ready to become my toothpick, you human bitch?"
"You'd need an entire forest to pick those big-ass teeth, you disgusting freak," Anaya said boldly. Alishani focused her attention on bringing the communication system online. The courting moon was only moments from blessing this world with its heavenly rays. There was no time left. They needed to succeed. It was now or never. The beast swung his massive mutated arms from left to right. He eventually knocked the scepter from Anaya's hands and rushed her, full speed. Anaya jumped through the hole in the wall created by the bodies of their troops and ran down the hallway. Alishani was left alone in that room with the vampire ogre. No protection and no weapons. It was going to be a slaughter. She grabbed a remote for the mainframe of the communication system and clutched it in her hands before the beast snatched her up. His hand was large enough to pluck Alishani from her seat with ease. He brought her up to eye level and began to squeeze her in his palm. "So, do you still want to mate with me?" he asked sarcastically. Alishani opened her eyes and bore the pain. "Maybe, if we had made it. You wouldn't have turned yourself into this grotesque thing," she said, panting. The beast laughed and opened his mouth wide, ready to bite her head clean off.
"I guess we're going to become one after all."
He placed her head into his mouth and was ready to chomp when Anaya came running back into the room with a UV light reflector. "Let's see how that force field holds up against this, you disgusting monstrosity!" she yelled before turning the device on in his direction. The beast howled in agony as he began to cook under the UV light. His body shielded Alishani from the bulk of the rays, but not enough to keep her from being burned as well. Flailing in pain, he dropped Alishani to the floor, and she pressed the red button on the top of the remote, broadcasting her message. With her singed skin and hair, she moaned in pain, but she was still able to do what was needed to complete her mission. The courting moon's light shone in the night sky, encapsulating all the land hemisphere of this planet. It soon soaked every blade of grass, every molecule of dirt, and every drop of water, until the entire globe succumbed to its radiance. Those who believe in love will not taste death. Her message rang in the ears of every vampire and human the world over. Reversions were instant for those who had that same passion in their hearts. She had done it. 1,000 years ahead of schedule, yet the descendants of this world were successful in their test. The three of us saw it through the light of the courting moon in all its glory. It was magnificent. The vampire materialized in the night sky to get a better view. The human and I could see through the vampire's eyes as we stayed in the castle to keep an eye on Alishani and Anaya. The blue light from the moon mixed with the red atmosphere of this world, creating a turquoise-violet emanation around the entire planet. It was beautiful. "We did it. We did it," said Alishani. She was utterly exhausted and badly burned. Balan, the vampire ogre, began to fade to ash as the UV light Anaya kept on him continued to eat at his body.
"Human? Is that what you want to be, Alishani? A damned human?" he shouted.
"Better a human than a monster," she replied. Anaya set the reflector on the floor, but kept it pointed at Balan. She then ran to the aid of Alishani and took her to her bosom. "Are you all right? I didn't mean to hit you with the UV light too," she said, panicked. "It's all right. I'll heal. I guess you staying a human for this mission was a good idea after all." Alishani smiled through coughs. "Yeah, I never in a million years thought I'd be doing something like this. I hope my descendants will be as honorable and brave as you if this happens on my world," said Anaya. Alishani grabbed hold of her hand and laughed. "If you and Sylas are still together, I'm sure you'll save your world so you won't have to suffer this." The vampire returned and gazed at us with a pleased expression.
"All is done. There's only one thing left for us to do." "But what of Anaya?"
"I'll need my wings to help in the transformation of Alishani into a chosen. Once I rejoin with my wings, I'll have no choice but to leave her," I said woefully. "We know, Seraph. That's a choice you're going to have to make. Without you, we cannot take Alishani. If you choose to stay with Anaya, our universal cluster will be thrown off balance," they said in unison.
"As you've said, Anaya is a displaced being. Whether she returns to her world or not has no bearing on the chosen of her planet," I said.
The human placed its hand on my shoulder. You know what has to be done. Whether you give her up or not, you must still do your duty as the Seraph. We need to take Alishani now. She won't survive her wounds." Anaya began to cry as Alishani coughed harder and harder. That damned ogre must have crushed her body. "If she dies here, she'll manifest in the Omni's universe. If that happens, we will have lost our chance to give her the gift of the Chosen. What will happen to the world she's supposed to save if she dies this day?" said the vampire. I floated to the ground and stood over Alishani and Anaya. I was still invisible to their eyes, but I could feel their emotions. My heart was breaking for this young vampire. Through the blood and tears in her eyes, I saw the suffering she'd endured for almost a century. Alishani didn't deserve to die here. I had to do what was right, even if that meant I'd live in anguish for having lost my Anaya. "You're right. Give me back my wings. Let's give Alishani her gift. She will become a chosen—" "I'll not die alone!" screamed the vampire ogre as he mustered enough strength to raise his claws above Anaya. Seconds before the UV light completely consumed him, he brought down his claws and punctured her in the stomach. "Anaya!" shouted Alishani as the ash of the ogre blew on the both of them. With Balin gone, the UV light shone on Alishani as she howled in pain. Rage, sadness, and shock overcame me as I witnessed the love of my existence be impaled through the belly. The vampire took swift action and snatched Alishani away from the UV rays. Before Anaya's body could hit the ground, I was there by her side, placing my arms out so she could fall into them gently. She violently coughed up blood and clutched her midsection. "Anaya! Anaya, look at me!" I exclaimed. She unclenched her eyes and gazed up at me. "Sylas, you came for me," she said softly. Seeing her in pain was unbearable. I wanted to bring that damned mutated freak back to life so that I could kill him again. "It hurts, Sylas. It hurts," she whimpered. The blood was flowing from her wound like water from a broken faucet, and every atom in my body was dying from heartache. "Just hold on, love. I'll heal you," I whispered. I caressed her hair and kissed her forehead. "Give me my wings back!" I shouted at the vampire and the human. My golden aura was almost blinding. "Wait, Javen told me if you get your wings back, you'd be one of the rule of 3 again. If that happens, I'll never be able to see you again," she said. "How can we be together if you die?" I asked with watery eyes. "When I die, I'll go to the Omni's universe, just like you did. We'll be together in the next life," she said tearfully. Her face was becoming pale, and her eyes were like glass. I wasn't going to let her die. Not like this. She placed her blood-stained hand on my face and smiled. "Our time is in the afterlife, my love. Promise me I'll see you there." "You'll only exist as a spirit if you die now, Anaya. I refuse to let that happen." Her eyes closed, and the thumping of her heart was almost silent. I wouldn't lose her. Not now. Not ever. The vampire and the human opened a portal and broke the magnetic field my wings were encased in. The entire room glowed with splendid radiance, and the awe of my power filled us all with hope and determination. "Come to me," I whispered. My wings drew to me
like light to the sun, attaching themselves to my back. I rose 5 feet off the ground, my arms extended above my head, toes pointed, as euphoric light washed over every particle of my body. I was transformed. I was the Seraph of the rule of 3 once again. "It is done," said the human. With Alashani in the arms of the vampire, they blasted a hole in the ceiling and flew straight into the air, beyond the atmosphere, just above the planet. With my gleaming eyes and glowing gold skin, I knelt, took Anaya into my arms, and followed my companions. Anaya was healed with one wave of my hand. The moment she laid eyes on me, she would see my true self. Long golden hair, brownish gold skin, and a full muscular body. I would look as close to a god as she could fathom. Anaya blinked twice before opening her eyes wide and gazing at me. "Sylas, is that you? You look so different." "I am no longer Sylas, my love. I am simply the Seraph." My voice echoed. Now I understood. The knowledge flooded my immortal mind as the courting moon had swept over the earth. The Omni was there, all the time. She wanted me to experience this. The Universal Mother willed it, and I felt closer to her because of it. "You have your wings back," Anaya shouted. The sadness in her eyes told me she knew what this meant, as did I. "You were dying. I had no choice," I whispered. My body became transparent as I brushed my seraphic lips across her forehead. Anaya's body was encapsulated in white light, and her hair transformed from auburn to a bright metallic gold. "Will you grant me a moment?" I asked the vampire and the human. They looked at each other, and then back at me. Smiling, they nodded. I held my love tightly against my chest and flew to the moon. It was still glowing a bright blue and shining down on the earth, reverting so many vampires into humans. We landed, and I set Anaya on the warm surface. She could breathe, just as I could. My power and her chosen genes were flowing through her. She was beautiful. I knew I had made the right choice. I couldn't just let her die. Why? Why not just let me die? We could have been together in the afterlife. I can't bear being without you. I love you too much. Please forgive me for what I said before. Abeb tricked me. I didn't mean any of that, I swear." She dropped to her knees and hugged my waist, tears floating from her eyes. I hugged her back and wrapped my wings around her body. "I love you too, more than you will ever know. I know you didn't mean any of it, Anaya. I should have been more aware of the pain in your eyes when you asked me to take you to the gate. It was my fault. You are blameless." I gently caressed her chin with the back of my index finger and knelt so I could look her in the eyes, face to face. She was my angel, and I could never give her up. But I knew my duties as the Seraph would tear us apart. "So what happens now? Are you going to leave me? Is that it?" Her face was red, and her eyes full of tears. "I'll never leave you, love. I am always there with you in spirit and body. I give this knowledge to you with a kiss," I whispered soothingly before our lips touched. All of our experiences, the dreams, her family and friends, the chosen, the afterlife, and the 10 universes in our cluster were absorbed into her mind. I needed her to understand, just as I had. Everything I'd done was so that she would exist for me to love her. She put her arms on my shoulders, grabbed the back of my head, and pushed her tongue into my mouth. I did the same, as our bodies illuminated as if we were a burning star. We gave ourselves to one another, body and soul. Upon entering her mind, I found that we were in the same dreamland as we once were when I first came to her. White grass, orange and red clouds, hovering in the twilight sky. We were back to the beginning. Donning her simple, transparent white nightgown, she gazed at me with sadness that pained me to see.
So this is it? One last kiss before we say goodbye?
She said through tears. You know this isn't goodbye. I'll never say goodbye. I'm here for you always, I assured her.
I saw your thoughts, Sylas. You're going back to the Omni's universe to help train Alishani for her mission. I'm never going to see you again.
You will always see me. I'm always going to be here in your heart. You know that.
But I don't want you to go,
she cried out. Her chosen power was becoming stronger due to us being on the courting moon. The rays ignited the sleeping power within her. I took her in my arms and flew into the clouds of this dreamland. Up and up we went, past the clouds and beyond the atmosphere. The red sun of this place was in the distance, and the faster I flew, the closer we came to it. This isn't the end, love. This is a new beginning. We are forever connected, you and I. Remember, Anaya, I love you always, and I'm here in the shadows as well as the light, whenever you may need me. This is my gift to you. We gazed into each other's eyes as the red sun engulfed us. It burned away the sorrow and pain, filling us with love, peace, and serenity. With this gift, she would be with me always. I love you, Anaya Myers, forever and ever.
Chapter 16. Anaya. I woke up in my apartment feeling woozy. It was like there was a gap in my memory, and I had slept for days. I had no idea how I got from the hotel to my apartment. This couldn't be a repeat of the Reston incident, because I didn't remember drinking at all. I blew into my hand to smell my breath. No alcohol was there. What the hell was going on? Anaya, open up! Someone shouted, while continuously knocking on my door. I jumped out of bed and stumbled a bit. Why was I so dizzy? I went to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Saya. She'd never told me she was coming to Cali. I opened the door and rubbed my eyes. She held 2 lattes from Starbucks in her hands, and a grin was plastered on her face. It seemed as if I hadn't seen her in months. My mind was all over the place. Congratulations on your fellowship. I wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you I was coming. Wait, did you dye your hair? No. Why? Because it's like a metallic gold now. She gazed at me and ran a few strands of my hair through her fingers. It's the same color as it's always been, I said, without checking in a mirror. I was sure she was just joking with me. She set the lattes on the table in the kitchen and started rummaging through my cabinets. You don't have any bagels or donuts or anything? She asked. No. I just moved in like yesterday, I said. She shrugged, grabbed the lattes, and came into the living room with me. "Guess what?" She sat on the couch, crossed her legs, and sipped her latte. "What?" I held my head and sat next to her. "I got a job at a law firm right here in San Francisco Bay. I'm so excited," she exclaimed, pumping her fist. "Really? When did you find out?" "A day before you left. I wanted to tell you, but you weren't answering your phone. So, I thought I'd come here and tell you myself. Oh, and look." She held her hand up to her face and wiggled her fingers. I looked down and saw a massive engagement ring on her finger. It had to have been at least 7 carats. "Angelo proposed!" she screamed happily. While I was happy for her, I was still in a daze. Blocks of time were missing from my memory, but I couldn't understand why. Only a day had passed since I left DC. "Are you okay?" she asked when I didn't react to her life-changing news. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just... I don't know. I don't feel right," I said. "Maybe the stress of moving is getting to you. But don't worry. I'll be moving out here with you next month. Elizabeth and Andrew are coming to visit around that time as well. We're throwing a housewarming party for the both of us," she said. I picked up the other latte on the table and took a sip. "I'm so glad you're here, Saya. I need someone to talk to." She put her drink down and showed me the ring again. "I can't believe he spent so much money on this ring. You know, he got down on one knee in front of that huge fountain in Reston Town Center and proposed during this jazz concert. There had to be 100 people there. I was embarrassed and ecstatic at the same time. Every day I'm grateful we went out to that 18th Street lounge that night. If not, I never would have met him," she said. I smiled as she continued with the details of his proposal. I couldn't help but feel as if something was missing from me. I was sure it was just the pressure of starting my fellowship. I'd adjust soon enough. I probably just needed a shower or something. In any event, I was glad my dad salvaged this fellowship I'd almost blew off. And to be honest, I couldn't even remember why I blew it off. Either way, I was grateful for the opportunity. I just needed to get myself situated for life on the West Coast. As a bonus, Saya and her fiancé were moving here with me, so I wouldn't have to worry about trying to find new friends on my own. In mid-sentence, I reached out and hugged her tightly. She almost spilled her latte all over me, but I didn't care. It had only been 2 days, but I missed her so much. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked again. "Yes, I just miss you is all." She set her latte on the table and patted my back. "When do you start at Berkeley?" "Next week. I'm gonna take a walk around the campus tomorrow, though." "Do you want me to come with you? I'm not heading home until Wednesday." "Sure. Walking around campus alone would have been awkward anyway." I drank the last of my latte and laid my head on the couch. My headache was finally gone, and I could relax. "Do you want to walk there or drive?" "I think it's only a few blocks away from here," she said. I gasped and shot up to my feet when she mentioned driving. My car. It was probably still at the airport. It had to be. "Did you see my car when you pulled up?" I asked. "Well, I wasn't exactly looking for it. I'm not sure. Why? Do you think you got towed or something?" I ran to my bedroom, took off my nightgown, and threw on some shorts and a t-shirt. I couldn't find my car keys anywhere. The confusion of it all damn near crippled me. Did someone drug me at that hotel near the airport and drive me home? There was a blank spot in my memory, and I couldn't remember what happened after the plane landed. "I'll be right back," I told Saya, as I went downstairs to the parking lot to see if my car was there. This was turning out to be on par with what happened to me in Reston. As I opened the door to the front of my apartment complex, I ran into someone, almost knocking them over. He dropped his books and papers all over the ground. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said softly. He knelt to pick up his books.
"I'm quite all right," he said.
As I bent over to help him with the papers that scattered all over the place, he looked up at me in surprise.
Anaya Myers,"
he said, as if he knew me. "Yes. How do you know my name?" I asked, gazing into his eyes. He looked vaguely familiar.
"I can't believe it. You're Anaya. What are you doing here on the West Coast?"
My brows wrinkled as I tried to remember who he was. "I'm sorry, but do I know you?" He took the papers from me and caressed my hand in the process.
"Yes, you do know me. We met in a bar some 4 or 5 years back. I believe it was the 18th Street Lounge in D.C. My heart dropped when I realized who it was.
He looked the same as when I met him that night. Not much about his appearance had changed.
"In case you forgot, my name is Amin Kadoti. We only talked for a brief time, but I did enjoy your company while it lasted." He smiled.
"Thanks. I enjoyed yours as well." I got goosebumps, and my palms began to sweat. I couldn't believe that, of all the people in the entire world, Amin was here in front of me. This was too big a coincidence.
"Yeah, I'm sorry we couldn't keep in touch. I wish we'd exchanged contact information that night."
"I know. You just vanished."
"Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Tell me, what are you doing here? Do you live in this apartment complex?" he asked.
"Yes, I have a fellowship at Berkeley. I'm looking to complete hours for my license in psychology."
"Really? I'm teaching finance and economics at Goldman School of Public Policy at Berkeley. After I completed my PhD in business administration at GW, I took up a post here. This is such a strange coincidence," he said.
I was glad he'd noticed that too. "Strange how the world works, huh?" I laughed. He laughed along with me and adjusted his books in his hands.
"So, do you live here alone? Are you seeing anyone?"
"Nope, it's just me. Well, my friend Saya is in my apartment right now, but I live alone."
"Would you like to see my apartment?"
he asked. For a second, I thought his eyes glowed gold. I was probably still a little woozy from whatever happened to me.
"It's the least you could do for bumping into me."
I smiled nervously. "Sure, why not?" I peeked over his shoulder and saw my car parked in the lot. That was a relief. Now all I had to do was find my keys. I followed him upstairs into his apartment. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was pulling me toward him. I felt safe with him, as if we'd known each other in another life. His eyes, face, and smell were intimately familiar to me.
"Maybe we can pick up where we started, all those years ago,"
he said softly. He opened the door to his apartment and put his books on the kitchen counter. "Maybe," I shot back. He turned to face me, and his eyes shimmered gold again. Was I seeing things? I blinked and rubbed my eyes.
"Are you okay?"
he asked. "Yes, I'm fine. I think I have grit or something in my eyes." He walked past me and closed the door. The same sensation I felt the night we first met came back to me. It was blissful and haunting. I sat on his couch and crossed my legs.
"Saya won't miss you, will she?"
"I don't plan on staying here long," I said. Euphoria washed over me, and I began to sweat.
"I've thought about you every day since we met. Words can't describe how happy I am that our paths have crossed again," he whispered.
I rested my head on his shoulder and breathed in his scent. As long as you don't disappear like last time, maybe we can get to know each other better. He laughed.
I'll never leave you again, I promise.
He ran his fingers through my hair, and I sensed comfort in his touch. For reasons I couldn't explain, I felt at home with him, as if I needed to be around him, always.
I'm never letting you go, Anaya. I'm here for you,
he said soothingly. I wrapped my arms around his waist and closed my eyes. For the first time in a long time, I experienced a blissful peace. I was home. Epilogue.
Sylas. The seventh universe's Earth was now at peace, and Alashani had been given the gift of the Chosen. Her wings spread wide, and her body rejuvenated when we entered the Omni's universe. Everything I had done was followed and willed by the Omni. My love for Anaya was everlasting, and I needed her to be happy, even if it was only with a part of me. 1,000-year game, only to lose what you knew you could never have, said the vampire. The human was close by, as we watched Anaya from the interdimensional portal within the Omni's universe. I didn't lose her. She will always have a part of me within Amin Kadori. What Amin sees, I will see. What Amin feels, I will also feel. Anaya will be with me for the rest of her life, but in a different way. That is the power of the Seraph, I said.
And her chosen bloodline? When her world is set for judgment, what will become of it? You've created a displaced being, Seraph. There cannot be two chosens for one world, said the human.
As you've said, this was 1,000 years in the making. Alashani and Anaya share the same genes. When Alashani sends the meteor to the third universe's Earth, their genes will unite and become one, leaving a single chosen descendant, I assured them. The human patted me on the back.
Well, I hope you've experienced all that you've desired. If you wish to feel love for yourself, I could have helped you with that. I am the human, after all.
I smiled as Amin gave Anaya a soft kiss on her neck. Some things are better pursued on one's own. This was never about atonement. It was about the realization of my own free will, and I was blessed to have experienced the love that humans and vampires felt. I thank the Omni for that. I'm getting the feeling that you took joy in putting us through all that, said the vampire. I crossed my arms and fluttered my wings. What's the purpose of immortality if you can't have a little fun? The vampire rolled its glowing red eyes as the human laughed. With her gleaming white wings, Alashani flew toward us, full speed. The trainer, wearing a gold robe and carrying his mystical scepter in both hands, was right behind her. She had the combined powers of the Seraph, the vampire, and the human activated for her training. In the Omni's universe, all was surreal, like a fantasy of nirvana. For the majority of her life, Alashani never knew peace. With her being here now, I hoped she'd realize the harmony of being one with the multiverse. She had centuries before her mission came to fruition. Before then, she could train and know the serenity she'd longed for.
I can't believe you three didn't tell me, she yelled from behind us. I didn't take my eyes off Anaya as she pulled Amin closer and kissed his ear. Alashani grabbed me by the shoulder and spun me around. I could see her eccentric behavior was back.
The trainer just told me.
Why does it have to be me? I can't do that to Anaya's world, she shouted.
The vampire smirked. Good luck with her, Seraph. I'm sure she'll listen to you in a calm and collected manner. The human laughed as they both took their corporeal forms and flew upward into the starlit sky.
Why, Seraph? Why?
She shook me back and forth. The trainer tapped the floor twice with his scepter, and all of reality changed in an instant. We found ourselves in a place surrounded by waterfalls, which were pouring down yellow and blue water.
You have to be the most compulsive pupil I've ever instructed, the trainer said to Alashani.
She gave him the side eye and continued to focus her wrath on me.
I can't destroy Anaya's world, Seraph. Why does it have to be me? She continued. This is why we erase the memories of the Chosen when they transform, so things like this won't happen. For the life of me, I can't understand why you chose to allow this one to keep knowledge of her past life, said the trainer.
It's the least I can do. Her being here ahead of schedule was my doing to begin with. In all honesty, I don't understand why you're training her now. She has a weight of 1,000 years ahead of her, I said. The trainer looked at me puzzled for a brief moment, and then suddenly smiled.
You know what? You're right. Well, Alashani, it's been fun, said the trainer.
She gazed at him just before he vanished in a beam of white light.
Wait! I thought you were going to teach me how to form lightning, she said, diving into the beam.
But it was too late. The trainer was gone. He had probably joined the human and the vampire in the bosom of the Omni's quarters. One could feel the Universal Mother's presence closer in that domain. I opened another portal so I could see Amin and Anaya continue their late-night discussion. But Alashani tackled me into the air. I couldn't believe this. She was like a teenage vampire again. I placed her in an orb of energy and leveled myself out. The water from the falls splashed against us, soaking my body and wings. My orb, however, protected Alashani from getting wet. Why do you always feel the need to tackle me, ever since you were a child?
I didn't do it on purpose. I'm still learning how to fly, she confessed.
I curled my lip and released her from the ball of energy. Water poured all over her the second she was freed, which brought a little smile to my face. She wiped her face and hair and flicked the water on me.
You did that on purpose, she exclaimed.
I flapped my wings to dry myself and glided back down to the cloud-like surface to gaze into the portal. They were drinking tea, and Anaya had her legs propped up in Amin's lap. He was giving her a foot massage as they discussed life events from the last 5 years since they'd met. I could feel Anaya's feet in my palms, her warmth, her scent. It was all there. Alashani joined me and sat at my feet, crossing her legs.
Why do I have to strike her world, Seraph? Everything seems so peaceful, she said sadly.
As you train, you will come to realize all worlds have a beginning, a rebirth, and an end. Anaya will be long gone by the time your mission comes forth. She will be here in the afterlife with us when you deliver the meteor to her world. When you do, your descendants will play a pivotal role in its rebirth, much as you did on your world, I assured her. She looked up at me with worry, so I sat next to her and increased the size of the portal. You don't have to worry about Anaya. I love her dearly, and with my human manifestation to comfort her, she will live her best life.
Are you sad that you had to give her up? She asked.
I'm there with her now as we speak. I'll always be there. I don't feel like I've lost her. If anything, I've obtained her, and so much more. She hugged my waist and rested her head on my shoulder.
I've never known true love, Seraph. You have more knowledge on that subject than I'll ever have, she said jadedly.
There are plenty of other Chosens from past missions who live here in the Omni's universe. I'm sure you'll find love soon enough. Lust influence need not even apply, I said.
She laughed. Thanks. You know, you're like the father I never had. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and pulled her in closer. Through all of this, I've gained a lover and a would-be daughter who likes to tackle me, I joked. She tapped me on the knee and laughed. I said I'm sorry, she exclaimed apologetically. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to fly properly. I'm sure the trainer won't mind. I stood up and spread my wings. Wait, Seraph, can I ask you something? Of course. I retracted my wings and sat back down. What's her world going to be like after my mission is complete? I scratched my head and debated whether I should show her this. Her eyes were wide like a child's, and I could tell she still felt some guilt in having to go through with her mission. All right, Alishani. I'm going to show you something, but you can't tell anyone what you've seen. Not the trainer, and especially not the vampire or the human, I said sternly. She nodded in excitement. I curled my lips and brow before opening a portal to a possible timeline far into the future. We both gazed into the portal and listened carefully. We could hear their words, their love, and their struggle. How many times have I told you I love you? I've lost count. And I'll continue to tell you that and mean it for all eternity. We walk into the water raining down from the shower head and think back on everything it took for us to reach this moment. So much work still needs to be done, but for now, we will enjoy this little slice of paradise my late father has provided us. When we kiss, or even touch, the glow from the courting moon still radiates all around us, and the droplets from the water only serve to amplify the luminosity. Together, forever, we say to each other before he enters me. As we fall deep into ourselves, he sinks his fangs into my shoulder, causing my eyes to roll into the back of my head in a sensual bliss. This is the moment I've been waiting for all my life. I just hope moments like these will be plentiful for as long as time will allow. Who are those people? She asked. The woman appears to be human, but her hair is pink with the look of a vampire. The vampire she's with is Sebastian of Aureus. He is your and Anaya's descendant. They have a mighty journey ahead of them. And just as you have, they will free their world from darkness. Put faith in the Omni, and believe in her will, just as I have. All will be well. I closed the portal and stood up. Now, take my hand, and I'll teach you how to fly without crashing into people. I smiled. She rolled her eyes and placed her hand in mine. Be gentle with me, she said. Promise, I assured her, as we flew into the open air past the waterfalls. The experience of love was worth all I'd put myself through. And I, the Seraph of love and desire, would cherish the riches of those memories for all time. The day Anaya joined me here in the afterlife, I would gift her the memories I'd taken. Until then, I would live life through Amin and feel the comfort of her pleasure and bliss. It was all I could have ever hoped for.